Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Saudi Arabia here. We're at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for the third of 3 days this weekend here. Meeting 51 upon us on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Delighted to say, as ever, that Rory Delaghi is alongside me. Rory, we've got through Thursday, Friday. Are we at the peak of quality here this afternoon?
Very much so. This is a very good card today. Yesterday's was as tough as they come, I think, but plenty of quality on show today in various races, starting with the Fillies Open. But there are various high-quality handicaps, open races, cup races, everything you'd want from a Saturday.
We've got a lot of short-price favourites today. Are you going to be on side with a few of those?
Some of them. I've got 4 to catch up with you, so I've got my work cut out. I think I'm a fair degree of odds against there, but I'll give it my best shot.
That is
obviously I'm a complete non-trier on Thursday and Friday, as is well known.
That is Rory Delaghi, who is alongside me in the studio. The current score 7-3-3. One of those with 3 is Callum Helliwell, who is our reporter here this afternoon. Callum, you stuck around after racing here yesterday. Please tell us why.
Yeah, guys, decided to hang around after racing, not because I don't like any of you. I'm always happy to travel back to the races together, but I wanted to see Afsan Al-Khalidiyya and Talal Al-Khalidiyya having a racecourse gallop. They were both in action yesterday evening, working over 1,200 metres on the one turn, and it was a really good chance to see them both in action, mainly because we've not seen Afsan Al-Khalidiyya since that race in Meydan last year, so we're waiting to see how that horse returns to the racecourse. What I can say, they both look very good. Afsan actually finished slightly ahead of Talal Al-Khalidiyya in maybe half a length, the difference between the two of them. Afsan under Abdullah Al-Orfi getting a bit of a ride towards the end, and Talal under Adel Al-Faraidi just getting a nice easy breeze there. But I think Talal Al-Khalidiyya, who has looked very, very good in 2 starts in Taif, is certainly still the purebred Arabian to beat. I am, though, looking forward to seeing Afsan Al-Khalidiyya back on the racecourse. Guys, so yes, plenty of purebred Arabians to keep on the right side of, but I still think Talal is the one to beat.
Yeah, it was great to see Talal Al-Khalidiyya and Afsan Al-Khalidiyya back on the track, and of course, Rory, we're very excited to see those here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
We are, yeah. We've been missing Afsan Al-Khalidiyya, so it's nice to see him and Talal in action, and very good of Callum to send footage of that out as well. So yeah, people always like to see things like that, and the superstars of the show, and the purebred Arabians are really, really popular here as well. So those two are the 2 of the 3 stars of the show, I would say. We've also got another very good horse you will see in action in Taif, who's capable of challenging them on his day. So we look forward to those big clashes in the cup races for purebred Arabians later on.
Yeah, looking forward to those big names in the next few weeks. We've got a big name in the commentary box here this afternoon. We'll get to him in just a second. Just a quick reminder to get in touch with us today on the YouTube page. That is the Jcsa live YouTube channel. In English, if you can, so we can shout you out, of course, throughout the programme. Say hello. If you've got any selections throughout the day, then do let us know. To that big name in the commentary box, who's right at the top of the grandstand behind us, Gareth Topham is here today, who can take us through the runners and riders ahead of the first race of 12 here, Gareth.
Yeah, hi Mark, Rory, Callum, everyone at home. Our first race, the first of 12 here today, is this local bred Fillies Open. 1,200 metres is the journey ahead of the field, and a field of 7. Number 1 is Al Sumriya, the mount of Mohammed Al Habib. Number 2, Kawafil, Adel Al Faraidi. Number 3 is Le Ion Ayers, Muhammad Al Daham, with number 4, Najmat Haydar, Alexis Marino. Number 5, Oblique, Mohammed Al Ubail. 6 is Reston, Victor Gutierrez. And over the page to number 7, Shayar, the mount of Salman Al Rashid. 7 runners then for our opening contest. Back to the guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you ever so much, Gareth, for taking us through those runners and riders. Small field to get us underway here for this local bred Fillies Open. Due off at 3:20. Hopefully we stick to time today after a number of delays here yesterday. Quick look at the market ahead of the first. We race over 1,200 metres. Juveniles in action. Oblique is the 9-4 favourite. Najmat Haydar 3-1. Kawafil 7-2. It is 4-1 Le Aon A's. Al Sumriya 8-1. And bigger prices about the other 2. Reston is 14-1 and Sha'ir at 16-1. They've all got a chance here, Rory. Where would we like to start?
Well, let's start at the top. We've got a chance to go through all of these. Al-Sumriya, number 1, won a 1200 metre maiden in quite a crowded finish first time out, and then went straight to the Taif Cup after that, where she was well held. This is a lot easier for her coming out of stall 1, so she's got a chance, and I think she's competitively priced as well.
Number 2 is Cowafil. You'll see the P sign on the form figures. That's not pulled up. That's pretty much not starting.
No, and actually, I'm slightly surprised that she wasn't deemed a non-runner that day. She would have been in the UK. Her rider wasn't on board when the race started, and she led them loose. She went off like a scalded cat, to be perfectly honest. She had a similar profile to Al-Sumriya in that she won first time out over 1200 metres. She had a stiff task and a good race at Taif next time out, and then obviously she started without her rider last time out. She's better than those form figures suggest, obviously. I think she's slightly better than Al-Sumriya on my reading of the form, but there's not a massive amount between them, but she could do better still.
Adel Al-Faredi will need a seatbelt on number 2, Cowafil, who breaks from 5. Number 3 on the race card is Leon A's, who was beaten by a very smart filly last time.
Yeah, fourth to Falat Care here last time out in an open race. That's a decent piece of form. Was second in a 1400 metre open before that. Drops back to 1200 now. Has got plenty of experience. You think there might be 1 or 2 less exposed than her, but her last 2 runs are her best, so she's going the right way.
Number 4, Najmat Haidar. As Gareth was going through the runners and riders, you shouted to me, how is this 3 to 1?
To be honest, I was surprised by the price of the next 2, really. She won what I thought was a pretty weak maiden first time out. She's run twice since. She's not beaten another rival. Now, she's been in tough races, it has to be said, and this is a fair bit easier. But I struggled to make her as short as that based on the form of her debut success.
Ablik is number 5 for Mohammed Al Hubel, who is currently the 9-4 market leader and ran here last week.
Yeah, both started to come over 1600 metres. The best of them when finishing second to Shakra Al Hawi last time out. Drops back markedly in trip. That was a little bit of a question mark, to be honest. Maybe 1400 would suit better than 1600, but I think the cut back to 1200 against proven sprinters is a bit of a question mark for Ablik as well. And given that she's not won a race, I find it slightly odd that she was favourite for this.
The 2 down the bottom are the 2 outsiders of the field. One of them is a debutant. That is number 6, Reston, for Victor Gutierrez. Any sort of appeal on pedigree?
She's a half-sister to a couple of winners by Spring at Last, but neither of them superstars, and I thought she'd have to be pretty smart to win this on debut.
And the bottom one, Sha'ir, who ran behind a horse that we'll see later, Akfiq.
Yes, and was behind Ablik in that 1600 metre race that she ran in last time and is held by that one on form.
So they are the comments then of the 7 runners in the parade ring here. 2-year-old fillies in action, and let's get a glance at them with Callum.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, lovely to hear you go through the form of each of these, and I'll take you through how each of them look. This is Al Samira, horse number 1 on the race card, just steadied up here, going along. She's a nice type. I'd say she's not fully into her coach yet. There's a few of these that haven't quite come into their coats yet, despite this beautiful warm weather. She's got the 2 earplugs in. She has won on her career. She did win on debut. No chance last time in a much tougher race, but she's not showing me any negative signs yet so far. Let's go back to horse number 2, Cowafil. This is one that really caught my eye. Late into the parade ring, but a very, very good-looking individual as well. She's immaculately turned out with those very good quarter markings on, and she's walking out nicely enough. We're going at a bit of a crawl around this parade ring at the moment, so we're getting to see them all very close and not moving particularly quickly. But Cowafil, for me, despite having no chance of winning last time going without a jockey, I think she'd have to be in the short list today. Let's go back to number 3. This is Les Ayones. For me, a much different type here, more lighter, athletic, very effeminate, no surprise there. You can clearly see she's ready to go today, though. Has had plenty of starts, so fitness won't be a concern. And yeah, another one who's not giving me many negatives, really, to be honest. No negatives, but not blowing me away. Let's go back to horse number 4. This is Najmat Haidar. Not one of the nicest ones you'll see on paper here. Quite a small type and quite long. For me, not doing much in the parade ring. Still, as you can see, got a little bit of that winter coat still on as well, so you can understand why this one's sweating a little bit. She, for me, isn't doing much. She's quite small, unassuming, and quite long. Let's go back to a completely different horse. This is Ablik, horse number 5. She is ginormous. a really big leggy individual. Has run already so far. She finished second on her most recent start. She's obviously the one that really catches your eye, but for me, I don't think she's physically precocious enough to beat a couple of these here. She's certainly one for the future, and one I can't wait to see when she develops and grows into this big frame of hers, but maybe today just might not be her day. Let's go back one more. This is Reston, horse number 6 in your race cards. Coming through here, this dark bay individual. She'd really caught the eye of our cameramen here, and she's really giving everyone the good look here. She's having a look around, but she's handling all prelims. She's another one, very much like number 4, quite an unassuming type, not doing much for me in the parade ring, and not a particularly athletic individual. She's not particularly tall either. She's very long, and for me, I'd be drawn to some others. Let's go to the final horse. This is Jcsa, horse number 7. This is another one that I like. Really well turned out. Good, strong, powerful neck. Lovely hindquarters. Well put together. For me, guys, it's between horse number 2 and horse number 7 in this contest.
Okay, thank you, Callum. Yeah, we're just having a look at number 5 coming round past us. You're absolutely spot on. Ablique, the favourite, is huge.
Yeah.
Bigger than some of the camels we saw on the way here. Just about to get a good view of number 5.
She really does. Yeah, she really stands out in terms of what she's going to be. But as I said, my concern with her is she's dropping back from a mile, and she doesn't look a sprinter, does she?
No.
She looks quality. I suppose for the kind of what she's out here, you might argue she's possibly too big. But yeah, I'd be worried about her, the speed they go into the bends here over this trip. But one to stick in your notebook.
Yeah, Saudi notebook that John Blance is putting together for us. I'm going to start quizzing you on your selection, Rory, because
Yes.
we are a few moments away. Or say a few moments away. We've still got 7 minutes until the scheduled off time, and the riders will be getting up shortly. Is your selection here a previous winner?
Yes. Oh, it's like 20 questions, is it?
Yeah,
Does it begin with?
So that comes down to 4.
Yeah.
Is your selection exposed?
No.
Okay. And is your
I mean, in
selection?
fairness, that's.
Is your selection struggling for, struggles at the stalls?
Yes. But hopefully not today.
Hopefully not today.
I think my selection's jockey struggled at the stalls.
So this is all pointing to number 2.
It is indeed Cowafil. I would have Cowafil and Le Ayun A's as my 1 and 2 here, and Cowafil gets the vote.
Najmat Hayder was the big negative for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't really get the fact. I mean, obviously she's dropping down in class and she won first time out, but I didn't think it was much of a race that she won. She doesn't look as progressive as 1 or 2 of these either.
Let's get back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, we've got a new way of kind of getting information out here where we're speaking to the trainers who don't speak much English but are willing to give us some information in Arabic and getting it translated. And I've just spoken to the trainer of Cowafil, who's let us know that this horse has had plenty of stalls work after that incident last time out. They are confident that's not going to happen again, and it seems there's plenty of confidence in that camp. So Cowafil put a line through the last run. I think they're confident they're going to get a big run today.
Jockey had stalls practice, but it's Adele Alfaredi, so he doesn't
need any practice.
No. But yeah, this could be an interesting race in terms of the future. But 1 or 2 of these are more precocious than others. We're again getting a nice side of Ablique here, who's arguably the best long-term prospect. But Cowafil and Le Ayun A's are a little bit more forward at this stage, I think.
Still yet to really side with anything here. It's between Cowafil and Le Ayun A's, and I'm more.
If you start agreeing with me,
Yeah,
because you're holding a lead, I shall
it's
have
not
questions
happening.
asked in the
I mean,
house.
Le Ayun A's, look, you can see, was my early selection.
All right,
I put it
well.
in bold. I've even put it in purple.
Well, there you go. I think
So
I think that pretty much has
I
to be
think
your pick, doesn't
pretty
it?
much, I think you're right.
And if that wins, then I'll be slightly annoyed because I was
Yeah.
tossing up between the 2, and that'll give you a psychological edge as well as a 5-winner lead.
The runners are exiting the paddock finally, it seems, down to the 1200 metre start, due off at 3:20 here. A reminder to get in touch on YouTube today. That is the JCSA English speaking channel. Leave us a comment on the side and we'll try and get to it throughout the day. That's the JCSA English YouTube show. So I guess final thoughts here, Rory. Are we expecting anything really from this debutant Reston, who I thought looked well enough in the paddock?
Yeah, well, difficult to tell, to be perfectly honest. The pedigree is okay, but it's not exceptional. Victor Gutierrez on board. Haven't seen an awful lot of him this season, have we? But he was very effective last year riding here, and he might give us an interview as well if he gets his head in front. That'll be something different for Callum.
Absolutely.
This year anyway. I know we spoke to him last year.
Different tasks. I mean, if we look down the race card, we've got Alex Moreno, Mohamed Aldaham. That's the English speakers in there. But as we've seen over the past 48 hours, Callum will give it a go no matter who is the winning rider, as we see Reston bounce
like the noseband
her way down.
Sort of a forest green noseband there.
Yes, very.
Or do you prefer shadow roll? The Americans say shadow roll, don't they?
I'm not going to be saying that.
I don't mind that. Yeah, I don't mind shadow roll. it's not a bad term.
Noseband's fine.
Noseband's okay.
Final word on Jcsa as well, right down the bottom, number 7, Selman Al Rashid, by commissioner.
Yeah, very hard to fancy, to be perfectly honest. Has ability, could win races. Callum did like her in the paddock, but she was behind Oblique over further last time. Maybe cutting back to 1200 will suit her, but I wouldn't have thought so on pedigree. Pedigree suggests that the 1600 is probably her trip as well. So I think she struggles here, but she's probably capable of winning races at some stage. And you know, she's rated in the high 40s. So if they bide their time and get her into a weak handicap, obviously that's some way down the line, because we don't do nurseries here. Then I think she's capable of picking up something small.
Okay, I think we've summarised the race as best as we can. Oblique remains the favourite, now 5-2. Najmat Haydar, despite Rory's negatives, is still 3-1. Second choice now with Cowafil. Aon A's at 4-1. Alison Ria 13-2. Reston 14s. And Jcsa the 16-1 outsider. Rory, you're with number 2 Cowafil. Just remind us why.
Well, she can be forgiven the last run. It says pulled up on the race card. She actually raced without her jockey that day after getting a bit restless in the stalls. And to be honest, not really her fault, because the starter didn't notice that the jockey wasn't on board. She would have been deemed a non-runner in the UK, so it's a little bit harsh that she gets that P next to her name. She's shown plenty of promise on her debut, and her second start was a very tough ask. This is a lot easier for her.
Cowafil for Rory. I'm going to side with Aon A's, number 3 on the race card, drawn widest of all, but it's only stall 7. Finished 4th to Falak Kayer last time over the same trip. Falak Kayer looks a very smart prospect going forward. So Aon A's for me, Cowafil for Rory. Callum, who do you like in the opening race here?
Thanks, team. Looking forward to this. Cowafil will be the play for me as well. I was stuck between Cowafil and Jcsa, the bottom horse here, who also looks very well. But Cowafil certainly physically looks like the one that will take all the beating over 1200 metres. I think that Oblique is the horse to take out of this race in the future. I think Oblique is certainly, she will come on leaps and bounds for everything she does early on this season. Looking forward to seeing what she does maybe next year as an early 3-year-old next season. But yes, she'd be the one I'd be looking at in the future. But for the time being, Cowafil is the one to me. Looks physically a couple of steps ahead of a few of these. I was surprised about Najmat Haydar looking so poor, and Reston as well. Both looked very small and not as certainly not as forward going as pregacious. That's the one, I can't find the word at the moment. In this build up to this race, so looking forward to that. So Cowafil is going to be the play for me, and Gareth Topham will take us through this opening race here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. Runners about to head into the stalls, and yeah, no doubt all eyes will be on Cowafil and what happens at the start today. We heard from Callum a few moments ago. The trainer says that since the latest incident, which, let's be fair, wasn't entirely Cowafil's fault, she's had plenty of work at the stalls, and we're expecting a more fluent start today. Cowafil will be coming out of stall 5 and was one of the paddock picks as well. Runners then heading into the stalls. Alison Ria has gone forward into stall 1. That one right along the insides. Next to be offered up to the stalls, this is Najmat Haydar heading into gate 2. Alexis Moreno taking the ride on Najmat Haydar, who looks one of the big players here. In goes Oblique slotting forward into stall 3, and currently the 11-4 favourite on the international betting market, with Najmat Haydar at 130 Just in front of that one now, Cowerfill coming in for a bit of late money, 5-2, with Leon A's at 7-2 and 7-1 Bardo. So a fairly tight little contest it looks, 7 runners, but competitive. Cowerfill still out of line and due to head into stall 5. All of the others waiting nicely as Cowerfill is now facing the right direction and slots in. Leon A's just a little bit restless in the stalls and rearing up in gate 7. But the starter's happy and lets them go. They're off and running. Cowerfill gave Reston a bit of a bump as they left the starting stalls, but breaking out well, Najmat Haydar in the yellow sleeves along the inside and pushing forward here, Alexis Moreno, with up towards the outer Cowerfill away on terms, and then a little deeper out is Leon A's, followed around the bend back towards the straight by Bleak and then Al Samrir as they're making the turn. Shai is well down the field and Reston as well following that awkward beginning. They're heading back towards the final 500 metres of their journey and about to turn the corner with Cowerfill taking up the running now and going strongly. Cowerfill leads by 2 lengths. From in second position, Leon A's is off in pursuit. Bleak has run through into third. Fourth now Al Samrir. And going out like a prick balloon was Najmat Haydar has dropped right back to the tail of the field. But surely this is all over. Cowerfill is 5 or 6 lengths to the good and is running riot here in the opening contest at Riyadh today. Cowerfill and Adel Al-Faradi will be eased down in the latter stages to score by, I'd say, double digits. The race will be on for second. Al Samrir along the inside. Shai is running on strongly. Shai gets through to be second ahead of Al Samrir third, and a Bleak wider out of those. But well, if that set the bar for impressive winners here today, it's set it pretty high, hasn't it? Cowerfill has won by a very long way, and you could have called this filly the winner from a good 3 furlongs from home, literally as they were coming into the home straight. Rory and Callum off the mark from a very early stage here today. Cowerfill winning in a time of 1 minute 13.19 seconds. And I'd say even though Cowerfill was eased down, it has to be double digits in terms of lengths. Indeed it is, 12 3/4 lengths back to Sha'ea, who came through to run second, and Al Samrir back in third. They bunched up for the places, but no doubting the winner, the very easy winner of our opener today, Cowerfill.
Adel Al-Faradi gets this Saturday off to the perfect start with a win aboard Cowerfill, who was well behaved at the start and even better behaved at the finish. Absolutely bolts up to take this local bred fillies open over the 1200 metres to get us rolling here in Saudi Arabia. I mentioned her in the prelims that she was just the most advanced physically. She's quite a precocious animal, and she's certainly done well to win here. And if you could get the 5-2 on the international market, well done, because you were never really in doubt. The favourite, Bleak, again, she'll do better over further. And it was good to see Sharia end up running on for second. The other horse that caught my eye in the paddock as well, she'd run a mighty race there to finish second, and as already mentioned, those 3-year-old handicaps next year are going to be right up her street because she'll have a very workable mark to get going from there. But this is a good horse that we've seen here, and a very good jockey as well in the shape of Adel Al-Faradi, who was on Tilal Al-Khaladiya yesterday in that horse's racecourse workout, and good to see that he's got himself another winner today. The trainer told us, the trainer's the gentleman on the far left here, he told us, or he told my interpreter, that they were going to work on this horse at the start, and it has absolutely worked here. This horse was last to load, showed a little bit of greenness going into the stalls, but eventually settled down, and it all went perfectly well. Adele's just removing the saddle as well, make sure everything's okay, and the horse will be taken away, and Adel Al-Faradi will go and weigh in, and we will grab a quick word with Adele, who is flying high at the head of the Jockeys Championship so far, and is rattling off a couple of winners a day on average. You can set your clock by this man. He's always getting winners, is our Adel Al-Faradi. He gives us a fist bump there. He's been passed by the weight inspectors. Adele, congratulations again, well done. Very impressive, thank you. Okay.
But it's a winner from Adel Al-Faradi. It's number 49 of the season for the champion jockey-elect. Cowperfield now 2 wins from 4 starts and never really a moment's doubt, Rory.
Not really. Yeah, surprising that Cowperfield wasn't favourite, to be perfectly honest. But I suppose seeing the 0 and then the P next to her name might have been seen as a negative to her chances. But it was very unlikely that what happened to her last time was going to happen again. It's different when horses refuse, and sometimes when it says P, it means refused or unseated or whatever. But she just got a little bit fractious in the stalls. The rider got off, and they started to let them go. She wasn't brilliantly away here either, to be perfectly honest, and give a little bit of a swipe to rest and out of the stalls. But she recovered really quickly and goes up, showing natural speed to get herself into the lead after a furlong. We did see La Ayun A's and Oblique try to chase her in the early stages.
Completely faded from the inside, isn't she?
Yeah, that showed brief speed, but dropped back from there. Again, she was put in short at 3-1 when the market opened, but she was the least appealing in the paddock, to be perfectly honest. And it was surprising to see her as short as she was, given that the maiden she won first time out was very weak. She probably needs to dominate. She's going to struggle to find a race that she can dominate now that she's won one. And at this stage, the race is really over, unless, for whatever reason, Cowperfield doesn't get home. But we didn't expect that to be an issue, and she's put 10 lengths between herself and the rest of them at this stage, and she simply goes further clear. And at the line, it's 12 3/4 lengths, the winning margin over Jcsa, who stayed on from the back to grab second in those green and yellow colours, and Al-Sumria grabbed third. Disappointing efforts from both Oblique, who, to be honest, was just a little bit out of her comfort zone, trying to chase the lead here, whereas she wants to go a little bit slower and go over further, I think. You look at this and say, well, she's faded, so maybe she doesn't want further. But I think if you've got a horse who's a miler and they're going faster than ideal, it just means that they don't have energy for the finish. Yeah. But she'll actually look a different horse. She'll look a different horse in about 6 months' time, to be perfectly honest. But she will develop, given the right preparation, into a half-decent miler, whereas this filly's all speed.
Cowperfield's 3rd completed start, her 2nd victory. What sort of mark are we looking at here, do you think?
She's probably
early 70s,
mid 70s, I would say. After that, yeah, I don't think the handicap will be too harsh on that, because we only had a few of these with ratings. Najmat Haydar was rated at 65, Ayon A's 64. I'd say that they were beaten by trying to match strides with the winner here, and they haven't run to their marks. Yeah. But Al-Sumria has stepped forward. She won on debut as well. It was a tough ask she had last time out, so she's probably run her race. Theoretically, this is held back by Jcsa, who was rated 49 going into this, but all she's done is run through beaten horses at the end. So she's probably run roughly to her mark, but the winner's won by a long way. So I don't think you can go much higher than 75 based on that, but she'll be easy enough to place.
So a lovely opening race winner for Rory Delagi and indeed Callum Helliwell. We come to the second race of the afternoon here. We're in handicap action here, 0 to 85. Gareth, there are a few Red Stable runners here, and they've been in excellent form of late.
They certainly have, Mark. Yeah, a big field here of 19. Let's take you through them. Number 1 is Axter Lever with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 2, Tudor, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 3, Beautiful Ashling, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 4 is Boston George, Thab Al Timiat, with number 5, Yardar, the Mount of Mohammed Al Daham. Number 6, Mokdam with Khalid Al Mamoni. Over the page, number 7 is Cause of Destruction, Abdullah Al Ajmi. Number 8 is Murbik Adel Al Faradi, with number 9, Al Moassis Muhammad Al Nassar, with number 10, Get Stuck In, Alexis Moreno. 11, Bazan Fahid Al Faradi. Number 12, Zawoha, Rayan Al Tuesh taking the ride. Number 13, Spirit of Nguru, Ali Al Mamoni. Number 14, Darazini, Eddie Castro. 15, Givond with Fawaz Wadas. Number 16 is American Dancer with Khalid Al Azmi now booked for the ride. Number 17 is Hadba, now the mount of Salman Al Rashid. 18 is Shanko Turkey Alofi. And number 19, Dignity Joy, with Al Masad taking the ride. So 19 runners to contest our second race, runners heading into the paddock.
They are in the paddock indeed, and we're going to look at quite a few of them here because there's quite a few eye-catching individuals in this race. We'll start with horse number 3, which is Beautiful Ashley, who is just coming towards us now. The second of the red stable runners I've seen in this field. I wasn't too taken with horse number 1, but horse number 3, Beautiful Ashling, is certainly the better looking of the two. Typically well turned out by the Jerkin stable and looks in plenty good enough form. Now, I'd normally say this horse is carrying a little bit of condition, but a lot of jimmies do, and they tend to run very well. So I wouldn't be putting a line through Beautiful Ashling just yet. She looks very good in the coat and is walking out incredibly well. She'll be looking to bounce back from 2 lower key runs. We'll go back to horse number 5, Yadar, a horse I've got a massive soft spot for because I remember when this horse made his debut at Yarmouth and was well beaten. He's since come much better form in Saudi Arabia and looks well today. This is a very good looking individual here. Not the biggest Yadar, but this one by Cracksman is certainly a horse to keep on the right side of. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on in this contest. Let's go back a couple more, one more actually, to Mokdam. This is Abdullah Al Manis runner. We know Abdullah is a trainer to follow here, this horse being Mokdam. I'm interested to see how Mokdam gets on here because she's a little bit smaller than the others. There's just not really much going with Mokdam. There's not much about him. He's still quite long and quite immature looking for me, so I wouldn't make him necessarily a paddock positive, but I know people will be keen to side with these connections who have done so well so far. Let's go back to horse number 9. This is an eye-catcher for me. This is Al Moassis, an absolute beast of an animal. Look at this good old strong chestnut. Al Moassis, gorgeous individual, this gelding, who's just taking everything in his stride and walking out really nicely. Big, strong bull of a horse. Obviously the typical type to carry a little bit more condition than others, but certainly well worth a play here. Maybe not quite showing as much fitness as Yadar, but certainly has to make the shortlist. Let's go back another few to the white stable runner. This is Zawaya, who is just coming towards us now. We know the white stable are in immaculate form right now, and Zawaya, despite not showing me much in the prelims, cannot be ignored. Would have been putting this horse on my shortlist, but Zawaya is a horse that I know plenty of people will be keen on as she walks around. Looking forward to seeing how this filly gets on today, but she is getting a little bit warm in behind. That would be a slight negative for me, but she's a fluid mover and certainly worth a second chance. And then we go right back to horse number 14, who is the last horse we'll look at in this parade ring. This is Darzini, who's just coming towards us. This is a nice looking individual too. I'm keen to see how this horse gets on. Not the prettiest of faces, but all power in behind. The hindquarters look strong, well put together, short backed as well. Another paddock positive for me. But guys, I think the paddock pick has to be Yadar.
Number 5, Yadar, the paddock pick for Callum Helliwell. Let's go through a few of these, easy for me to say, Rory, from top to bottom of those that realistically have a chance. I guess we can tackle the red stable pair together. Number 1 and 3, Axe Deliver and Beautiful Ashling, are both 10 and 9 to 1 chances.
Yeah, John, 17 and 10 respectively. That 17 is not particularly kind, but we saw 2 winners from stall 19 yesterday, so we're no longer saying that's a terrible draw straight out. Axel Lever was a useful sort for Jan Barbaro in France and wasn't discredited when midfield behind Ceylon Silverbird in a Fillies Open over 1,200 metres on her debut. She ought to build on that, but the draw could be tricky for her. She's not an obvious burst out the stalls and make the running type. So that's the slight issue with her. She does have a touch of class though, if she can find the best of her French form. Beautiful Aisling, number 3. Both of her wins came over 1,000 metres in the UK, and her best effort here probably came when runner-up over 1,200 metres in a winner's race at Taif in August. She hasn't made as much impact a step up to this trip more recently, and I think while she will win races, I'm not convinced that this trip is what she wants. But obviously, Jimmy Jerkins will train her differently than she was trained in the UK, and it may well be that he does manage to get more out of her over the 1,400.
We'll return to Tudor shortly. Boston George is a big price. Thurb Al Dimyat from stall 18. We'll get further thoughts from you in just a moment. Back to Callum.
Thank you very much. Here with the owner of Mokdam. We've had success so far this week. Is this horse going to win?
I hope so. We prepare him to win, and we hope he will win.
He looks really well in the paddock. I thought he's a nice looker, not the biggest, but certainly a nice enough horse.
Yeah, he had some issues before, but he's overcome them, alhamdulillah. We hope he will do well, inshallah.
What type of issues were they? Was he sick, or was he just a little bit behind?
Fevers and something like that, yeah.
He certainly doesn't look to be carrying a fever today. He looks very, very well today. Good luck.
He is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to hear from connections of Mokdam, number 6, who we can come to next, Rory. 5-1 here.
Yes, Mokdam had been in winning form fairly recently, winning a 1,400 metre maiden and a winners' contest over shorter in Taif this summer. Was no match for Nonsense on his last 2 starts. There's no shame in being beaten by Nonsense. Was 9.5 lengths behind that rival in a course and distance open last time out, and this is a little bit easier. So Mokdam comes into the equation. Short enough, I suppose, at 5-1, but definitely dropping in class here, and class droppers do tend to do pretty well.
And just quickly a word on 5, Yadar, who's 7-1. Like our winner in the first, there's a P in the record. Yeah,
clipped heels last time out, non-seated as rider mid-race, which we don't see very often here. Was 4th in the Taif Cup in September, and as I said, clipped heels non-seated in the race won by Wakud over this track and trip last time out. Very similar contest. I'd thought he could bounce back. He was racing pretty handily there. I just thought that he sort of lost his position a little bit, got a bit crowded out by other runners, and then clipped heels. And I wonder whether, in a similar scenario where they're going forward pretty quickly, whether he can hold his position. He's well drawn in stall 2 to do so if he's got the nerve, but I wonder whether that'll put him off a little bit, what happened last time.
Let's see some form of number 7, Cause of Destruction, who put it all together last time. This was a really good effort.
It's a really interesting one. He's an outsider here, 16-1 shot, which is fair enough based on his debut effort where he was well beaten. This is a massive step up last time out on just his second start, where he beats Lahab, who is the horse he runs on into second, and Night of Desire, the horse in the yellow colours, drifting back to third. This was a 7 furlong non-winner of 2 last time out, so it's course and distance. I thought this was impressive.
Certainly was. We'll quickly see Tudor as well. We promised a word on Tudor, who came from a long way back in the footage we're about to see. Is well drawn today.
Yeah, Tudor's drawn in stall 1. He's come from off the base. You see him in the black colours with the white diamonds in the middle, and he runs through horses to finish third to Wakud. You'll notice the horse on the inside there with no rider. That's Yadar, who certainly enjoyed himself once he was riderless here and has run to the line. So if he runs like that today with a jockey on board, he might well win. He certainly got the beating of Tudor, but I think Tudor's a lot better off at the weights, if you don't mind me saying so. I think I joked at the time that Wakud dogged it and was beaten by the loose horse at the line there, but that was a nasty incident, and we can laugh about it now.
Let's rattle through a few more. Those at single-figure prices. Merbeck, the 8, is currently the 4-1 favourite.
He's in a good vein of form at the moment. Merbeck finishing in the first 4 and 4 of his last 5 starts. 4th to Wakud in that race we just saw. You might have noticed his colours just in behind there. And clearly with the repeat of that, he's going to go well again. Stall 15 though makes it harder, and he's priced up without the draw in mind, I think.
Get stuck in also for the Al Ghuraban ownership. Number 10, Alex Moreno.
Yeah, Get Stuck In, obviously we've got Shooter in those colours as well. These horses can be a little bit in and out, but Get Stuck In has come back to form in his last couple of starts, 4th to Ancestral Land, over 1,200 metres, 2 starts back. And he built on that when a close second to Jcsa in open company over course and distance last week. My only negative there is the handicapper has looked at that run last week and bumped him back up in the weights.
Yeah.
So if he was running off his old mark here, he'd have had an absolutely massive chance. But he has gone back up to a mark of 78, which makes life harder. But still, you know, he's a horse who sort of runs himself in and out of form, and he's clearly in form at the moment, so he's not one to ignore.
And the final one of the leading protagonists is number 12, Zawoha for the White Stable, who are very much back in form, and ran out to Ayrshire winner yesterday.
She is the least exposed in this race. She was a dual winner last season, and that includes, well, she won a maiden and an open race. She was 4th in the 1,000 Guineas here last year, which is a good performance. Well beaten on her final start, but she should do better again this season. She might just need this run coming back, but I thought she was interesting because you would expect her to progress again this season, whereas most of these are fairly well pegged on their marks at the moment. So she's the one who could end up being rated mid-80s or higher come the end of the year, and it's just a case of whether she's ready to go first time.
Okay, that is most of the leading players covered. It is selection time, Rory. Looking to make it 2 out of 2 here. Where are we heading?
I'm going to go with Tudor. We saw the footage there of the race in which Tudor was 3rd and Murbick was 4th last time out. They're closely matched in that form, but Tudor's drawn stall 1, Murbick's drawn stall 15, Murbick's favourite and Tudor's 7-1. That doesn't make an awful lot of sense to me, and I think there's a bit of value there. I thought Cause of Destruction is one of those, maybe running in a really competitive handicap might find him out, because those open races tends to be very hot at the top and cold at the bottom. And this is only his 3rd start, but he could be anything, and I can see why he would tempt people at 16s.
Now 12-1, Cause of Destruction. Shooter for Rory Delagi at 7-1. I'm also going to highlight something towards the top of the market, and that is Zawoha for the White Stable, looking to improve upon their record yesterday, and as Rory just quickly alluded to, was 4th in last year's 1,000 Guineas. So it's number 2, Tudor for Rory, number 12, Zawoha for me. Callum Hennywell, what do we like in race number 2?
Great spot with that Yawoa form as well there, Mark. I do remember her last year. She was a fairly smart individual, but that 1,000 championship wasn't particularly the strongest of races when you got down to it, but certainly it's good enough form to lead her to be a player here. But for me, Yadar is going to be the play for this. Hopefully we get a clean passage this time, but looking for a big run. I'm surprised there was mentioned Beautiful Ashley. I think this is a more winnable opportunity than this filly faced for a while. Typical of these Jerkins horses, they are chunky monkeys, but they're clearly got an ability, and the condition doesn't bring them down, so you can't be turned off for them at all. My producer and I were just talking about Sir Robert Ogden, the breeder of Tudor, famous for those colours, obviously, of Exotic Dancer. What a horse he was, one of my first sort of horses I got into when I watched racing, and Voy Poresteres as well. Now that was a proper 2-mile chaser, so great to see Sir Robert Ogden's bred horses still continuing to run here, even if they're not probably running in their first career choice. They're probably bred to go jumping and now find themselves on the flat. So looking forward to seeing what they've got to look forward to. Connections of Mokdam seemed quietly confident as well. One negative, Barzan, horse number 11, got very warm in the prelims. Probably too warm for my liking. I am going to stick with Yadar, but Gareth, they're loading, so it's over to you.
Yeah, cheers, Callum. Murbick then at 4-1, and the market leader on the international betting front will be coming out of stall 15. Adel Al-Faradi on board, and looking for his 2nd winner from as many races this Saturday. Mokdam at 5-1, Zawoha at 6s, Tudor and Yadar both at 7s with Get Stuck In. And it's then 9-1 Beautiful Ashling and 10-1 and upwards at the other runners. That's a show on the international betting market as they head into the starting stalls for this 0-85 handicap. 1,400 metres the journey ahead of the field. Loading up about halfway through. And in shot there in the light blue colours, the 11-horse Bazan. Callum wasn't overly complimentary about in the paddock beforehand. but slots in properly, nicely as well. Axter Lever just playing up a little bit in contrast, with Abdullah Al Kredis taking the ride. Due into stall 17, so it's going to be very wide here. This is number 9 heading in. This is Al Moassis with Muhammad Al Nassar on board. Heading forward nicely into stall 11. And will be followed in by a couple of others. Dignity Joy, who's one of the greys. Slots in well. And there aren't too many more out of line now. They've still to get this Axter Lever in. Get stuck in is to head forward as well, along with Zawoha. And also out of line look to be both Beautiful Ashling and Murbik, as we're down to the final handful of runners then. This is Get Stuck In. Alexis Moreno taking the ride. Walks in really professionally, just like an old hand. And the final couple now being offered up to the starting stalls. Beautiful Ashling and also Zawoha. And then we'll be ready to go. So last one heading into line. They're all in now. Axter Lever went in okay in the end. 1,400 metres, the journey in front of the field. They're away and racing with breaking out fairly well. Shanko is going to be one of the front runners here, with also prominent in the early part of the race Get Stuck In, and it's Get Stuck In who now leads from Shanko, with Tudor not too far off the pace through these early stages. Cause of Destruction is also fairly well to the fore, with Zawoha working a little wider out, and Beautiful Ashling, red jacket, blue cap, and Murbik will be positioned wider still going into the bend. They're racing in front of Yardar, who's over along the inside, and then Al Moassis, who's a little wider out and just in front of Spirit of Unguru, working back then to Hadber and Mokdam as well, as they're on the home turn and poaching a 2-length lead here. Get Stuck In from on the outside, the yellow sleeves and cap of Shanko, who's never been too far away. Cause of Destruction and Tudor over towards the rails. They're 2 to 3 lengths in front of the ridden along Yardar. Murbik with plenty on, with Spirit of Unguru looking to step forward as they head for home and galloping on down to the final 250 metres, and still a 2-length lead in possession of Get Stuck In from Tudor, and then running home strongly down the outside Yardar, the green sleeves and cap, and Yardar is now the big danger. 2 on the far side, Get Stuck In. Yardar pants his late and runs on strongly to the line. Yardar goes on to win from Get Stuck In second. Spirit of Unguru through for third. Tudor was fourth. Shanko down the outside was fifth, and Cause of Destruction sixth. That's how they've come home. It is Yardar who has gone on to land the spoils here, and with a jockey on today. Muhammad Al-Daham taking the ride and staying with Yardar, and that was a good effort, good turn of foot there shown inside the final 200 metres to wear down the long-time pace setter Get Stuck In, and prevails in a time of 1 minute 27.04 seconds. Well done to Callum there, who was quite keen on Yardar beforehand. Yardar's won by 2 1/4 lengths from Get Stuck In second, and some eye-catching late work from Spirit of Unguru. We'll see what the guys made of that. That one running in third place, but it's Yardar who clearly has the odd sort of quirk, but in the end he's run home really strongly. There's an engine there, isn't there? And that was a decisive moment there, about half a furlong from home, where he really picked up strongly to wear down the long-time pace setter Get Stuck In. Yardar it is, the winner of our second race.
Yadar has come home and won this race in impressive fashion, wearing down the long-time leader, gets stuck in and showing a bit of a turn of foot underneath the very talented and patiently ridden Mohammed Al-Daham. We're going to talk to the winning trainer, Thamar Al-Dahani, immediately. He's come racing over towards me as well. I love it when he comes and wants to talk to me. Mohammed, well done. Fantastic result.
Yeah, he's a good horse. I ran him before 2 weeks, but Mohammed fell down from him. It was accident in the race, but today he came with a good form. I told Mohammed, keep going from the 6 furlong because he's a stayer horse from one side, and he do it.
He's a fascinating horse for me personally, because I remember when he ran in England on his debut at Yarmouth, and you can understand why the owner likes to start them off in England and bring them to Saudi Arabia with some experience.
Yeah, he's a good horse for 7 and mile. He go by his mother, by Dubawi. That's why he's a fast horse, yeah.
And Mohammed rode him with some patience today. He didn't go all the way out early on from stall 2.
I told him carry on until the straight and go outside. He do it very, very good.
Got a great turn of pace. Well done.
Thank you.
Wins for Callum in the selection competition, and back-to-back wins for Yadar, one with a rider and one without, Rory.
Indeed, yes, he did win that race last time out, as it were, finishing first past the post. And in fairness, he was the only one to go after the leader that day, even though Mohammed Al-Daham was on the floor at the time. Thankfully unhurt. It was always never nice when a horse clips heels, because the head goes down. There's nowhere for the jockey to go other than out the front or out the side door. But did it nicely.
Mohammed Al-Daham is about to weigh in. Let's see if Callum can grab a quick word.
Mohammed Al-Daham reeling in Adel Al-Faradi in the Jockeys Championship. Whatever Adel can do, Mohammed can do better, and he's given this horse a great win aboard Yadar. Mohammed, well done.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. First, thanks to God and the owner and the trainer.
You fell off this horse last time, not today though.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, here and he come back again and he win with me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Mohammed Al-Daham, who wins again. Thamar Al-Dahani also winning again in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabar, has come from a long way off the speed. I know you had eyes on Tudor, but Yadar has mowed them down on the outside, Rory, to take first prize.
Yeah, slightly annoying. He was the last horse off my shortlist, as Tom likes to say. I thought he would run really well given how he shaped last time out, as long as he was able to hold a pitch. And actually, if you watch this from the start again, you'll see that he does lose his pitch very early, but he gets into a lovely bit of space and is able to move in behind the leaders and rate very effectively.
Well, he breaks from stall 2 alongside Tudor, and as you said, in this point in the race, just sort of chickens out of the room in front of him.
Yes, he's in between horses here, and I'm thinking, right, go forward, get a good spot. But you see that Tudor and the horse on his outside go forward. That's cause of destruction, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he sort of doesn't want to go between horses, possibly because of what happened last time out, but possibly that's just his way. But you see now that with those horses going forward, look how much space he has in front of him. That's what you want here. You want to be able to put your horse where you want, and if you're stuck immediately behind horses, it means that they're dictating to you. And any jockey will tell you that you want to be able to dictate your own terms in a race. And he's beautifully positioned now. The pace being set by Get Stuck In, ostensibly for Tudor, but he was doing it on his own merits. And he ended up sticking there very long. I thought Tudor was in a good position here, going well. Cause of Destruction travelled nicely as well for a long way, but had nothing left quite for the finish. And at this stage, it looks like he might be able to get away from them. He looked to be going as well as anything, Get Stuck In front. But now you see Yadar pull 4 horses wide, and he picks up really well in the closing stages to chase the winner down and get up. Tudor plugging away in third at the moment, but you'll see Spirit of Nguru in the yellow and black coming from out of the clouds to grab that third place in the end. That's a good run from him, but he's the kind of horse who does tend to flatter. He will do that occasionally, and next time out he's liable to finish down the field. He's a little bit moody, but more than capable on his day.
Any real excuses for Tudor on this point? Just maybe didn't get the gap at the right time?
No, not really. I mean, the handicapper knows all about him. He's been running well all season. And he's not ahead of the handicapper. He had a nice draw here, and we were hopeful that he would be able to make use of it. He did to a degree, but he's been running third in handicaps all season. He did win one in Taif, but he's been very consistent. He's just run his race again.
Okay, 2 winners on the day for Callum, 1 for Rory so far. I'm yet to strike, but still, luckily, plenty of racing in front of us.
One who I put in the notebook from this,
yes,
is number 18, Shanko. He was up there for a long way. Has ended up finishing 5th in the end, I think. but that was a better effort from him. He's run okay in his last couple of starts now, but he was trapped wide all the way. I think he's run a little bit better than the result. Not a horse to go mad about, but it was an eye-catching run, and he's one to bear in mind for next time.
Excellent one for the Saudi Notebook. On to the third race of the afternoon. This is a local bred maiden for 2-year-olds in action here, over 1,600 metres. Gareth Topham will go through the runners and riders. Gareth, some tough names here.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see how many of them go. And well, number 1 doesn't, but number 2 does. That's Al Mijouk, the mount of Abdullah Alofi. Number 3 is Feed, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 4 is Mathor, with Abdullah Al Credis. Number 5, Amjid Al Anaya, Adel Al Faradi. Number 6 is a non-runner as well. Number 7 is Muainiz, the mount of Naif Al Nazi. Number 8 is Novikov, Muhammad Al Nassar, taking the ride. Over the page, number 9 is a non-runner. Number 10 is Ra'i Al Hakwa with Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 11, Saudi Act, Alexis Moreno. Number 12 is Shargoof with Rayan Al Tuesh, with number 13 Showcab with Berto Ramos. 14 Suntet with Abdullah Al Rashid. Number 15 is Taj Al Kahim, the mount of Ali Al Mutib. Over the page to number 16, which is Wafaki, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 17 is Durat Al Layliar, the mount of Abdullah Al Fairuz. Number 18 is Iyat Mardia with Salman Al Rashid. Number 19 is Frank Clare with Nawaf Al Fairuz. 20, Naoum Al Saudia with Muhammad Al Daham looking for a double. 21 is Bada Al Samawi, Fahid Al Faradi taking the ride. And then the last couple, 22, Shakra Al Miaid, the mount of Fawaz Wanas, and Mohamed Ablabail takes the ride on number 23, Robot. Those are the runners, 24 the non-runner, so a handful of non-runners here, but still a whopping great big field as we head to Callum, paddock side.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, this is an interesting race here because I've only found a few that have actually caught my eye. The first one is horse number 7, Muaniz. This gorgeous chestnut individual is certainly looking fit enough to do some damage today. Is making debut today, and of some of these debutants, certainly looks a lot more ahead physically and certainly more precocious than some of the rivals here today. I cannot stress this horse number 7, Muaniz, certainly does. Let's go back to one of the real paddock negatives. This is horse number 8, Novikov, who has got really above himself here in the prelims here. As you can see, he's just everyone going to be very careful here. He's just getting all a bit worked up about all of this and just really just on his toes all the way around, and it's not a keen to go on his toes, he's just genuinely uncomfortable about the whole experience. This is the first day of school for Novikov, and I'd be probably tempted to look elsewhere with him. In behind is horse number 10, Ray Al Hakwa, another one for the same ownership that caught my eye last time. Just Novikov is being very challenging here, but yes, this is Ray Al Hakwa, a nice individual here, another one that looks fit enough to do some damage, has had a run under its belt, this one, and certainly looks a bit more precocious than some of the others. I love the shoulder on this individual horse number 10, so looking forward to seeing how that horse gets on. And then we go all the way back to horse number 17, Durat Alalia. Is the only other horse really that caught my eye in this parade ring, purely because it just looks a little bit race fit. This is horse number 17 here with the 2 starts, so you can understand why this horse has fitness on side, but a very light type. I mean, certainly not blowing anyone away physically, but at least fitness wise this horse is going in the right direction. A few of these guys are very babyish in the prelims. The shortlist is very short.
Yes, thank you, Callum, for looking over this big field. Let's go straight into some visual clues, starting with the market leader here, Rory, Showcab.
Yes, we see Showcab finishing from a difficult position to be third, and that is a really good performance. Given where Showcab was in the early stages, I think you're going to see a fair bit of improvement from this one today, and deserves to be up at the head of the market. I think the 1 or 2 dark ones in this contest, I say third, actually Showcab runs on to be second here, and very nearly gets to the winner. So that's a really nice performance. Drawn slightly wide today, but it should go well.
Saudi Act, really good early speed last time, fading late.
Yes, and I think you should see a little bit more from Saudi Act. This is, again, not a debut effort, this is a third run, but Saudi Act just fades out of it to finish third in the end. Should still build on that.
Certainly, you can see Saudi Act right on the inside. Alex Moreno on board, drawn in stall 4 today. So they are 2 visual clues that we can see, and they are 2 of the horses that dispute at the market right at the top. The favourite, as we've already seen, is in race 3 here, Shakab 3-1, Saudiat is 5-1. Between those, Rory, in the market is number 5, Majid Al-Anaya for Adel Al-Faradi.
Okay, I'll get Callum to say what he sees first, and then I'll come on to Majid Al-Anaya.
Thanks, guys. Yes, joined by Wigberto Ramos. You ride Showcab here, looking for a second winner this week.
Yeah, it's a nice 2-year-old. Last time we got the withdrawal number 1. Today it's different, more distant. And I got number 14, I think. So it's very good. We see what's going on, and we will do the rest in the end, I hope.
Your winner yesterday came from a wide draw as well, so you are nothing to worry about with you.
No, that was a good rolling in 1 mile. We got a big stretch to get position, and I think we will be okay.
Well, best of luck, good luck, and hopefully you can come into the winner's enclosure and we can do another wiggle.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, Wigberto Ramos riding in the colours of the road stable, had a winner here yesterday, and hopefully he can add to it here. We were just about to discuss the claims of number 5, Rory, weren't we, which is Majid Al-Anaya.
Yeah, I do like horses in these colours for whatever reason. The horse is owned by and bred by Tariq Anaya. And this one hasn't run yet, but it's a Semper Fortis colt out of a well-related mare, although she was unraced. The fact that Adel Al-Faradi has been booked for this makes Majid Al-Anaya interesting, and I can see that's why it's been put in short on the betting. Normally the newcomers would be a little bit bigger. Normally I wouldn't be with local bred newcomers because they tend to need a bit more experience, whereas the US imports who've been through the breeze-ups, for example, they're usually ready to go. So that would be a slight concern. I suspect Majid Al-Anaya will be better for a run, but the fact that they've booked Adel maybe is a sign of confidence, but also if you thought it was going to be a good horse down the line, you'd be keen to get Adel on board for his feedback. Champion jockeys aren't just about getting winners, they're also about hearing back on your horses.
Absolutely. Number 17, Dirat Al-Ailaya, has that very post position for Abdullah Al-Farouz, who was also part of the winners here yesterday. Is a 6-1 chance possible player here?
Big player, and I think stall 17 might not be quite the issue over this trip. Again, worth pointing out, we had 2 winners from stall 19 yesterday, so it was difficult for the horses mid to wide, but where we did have winners, it was horses who had a bit of speed from the wide draws, and Dirat Al-Ailaya has got those 2 runs behind it. Good 5th on debut, and then stepped up markedly on that to finish 4th in the Tyfe Cup for fillies last time out. Beaten a fair way that day, beaten 13 1/4 lengths. That was a strong race, and she also came from a wide draw that day. So I think you mark her up on that. She is the best of these in terms of form, in my view. She doesn't have a rating yet, whereas Saudi Act is rated 64, for example. But I think Dirat Al-Ailaya has probably got the best form in the book, and I would be inclined to chance her from a wide draw, just the way things went yesterday.
Al Majouk is next in the market at 7-1. This is number 2 on the programme for Abdullah Al-Lawfi. I guess a repeat of the second place effort at Tyfe would be possibly good enough to win this.
Nearly, yeah. It's a 7-1 shot. That's fair enough. A little bit disappointing last time out, but the run before that came in a winners contest, so that second place is a solid bit of form. Again, in terms of what they've achieved, this gets a rating of 63. So I was talking about how I thought that Dirat Al-Ailaya had the best form. Saudi Act rated 64. We saw that when in action, finishing 3rd last time out, but Al Majouk doesn't have an awful lot to find, only £1 on official ratings on that, so would also be in your list. I don't like stall 13 though. I'd rather be very, very wide than in stall 13, 14, 15.
18 Medaya is number 18 on the programme. It's a bit of a mouthful for Gareth in this race, although he mastered the runners and riders. 18 Medea was 2nd on debut, but a long, long way behind the winner.
Yeah, well, the winner's very good. That was Mesa Mia, who had a fair bit of experience before that and ran out a very impressive winner of that debut. This was beaten 13 1/4 lengths into 2nd that day. Should improve, and the winner of that, worth pointing out, before she won that race, Mesa Mia, she was actually behind Dirat Al-Ailaya in the Tyfe Cup for fillies. So there is a tie-in between the 2 fillies here, and it makes Dirat Al-Ailaya look like the best horse in the race on collateral form.
We spoke about all of those with single-figure prices. Is there anything else at a bigger price you'd like to highlight?
Who can we look at? Again, let's look at a few of the unraced ones. Feed, for example, number 3, runs in similar colours to those we saw with a couple in the last race, but not the same. Black with a white disc and white sleeves. Feed is a Roaring Reaver half-brother to a modest winner out of a once-raced maiden. Does have the inside draw, which gives it a chance, but I didn't think that pedigree was particularly brilliant. Decent jockey in Tariq Al Mansour on board. Mathor, number 4, also a newcomer. Fame of Power half-brother to 3 winners in the US out of a winning mare. Already gelded ahead of its debut, which is unusual here, but I suspect that might have been well, I don't know why that is. It's fairly normal to have horses gelded ahead of their debut at home, but they're much more likely to keep horses uncut here, so it's interesting when a horse does get gelded.
Suntet 14?
Number 14, Suntet is a 12-to-1 shot. It's by Commend, who has a decent record here at Riyadh, a locally based sire now, out of a mare who won once from 17 starts. I didn't think that, again, that's locally. I didn't think that was a particularly good pedigree either. Stole 7's okay. Again, I would have to be above average to win first time out, and it didn't massively appeal to me. And most of the others are quite big prices. I'm trying to work out if there's anything that...
well, 21 Badir Al Samawi, I guess, 12-to-1, has inherited stall 6.
Yeah, that's not a bad draw for number 21. The Dam, again, similar comments to one or two others. The Dam ran 24 times here. She only won once. Her highest rating was 66. So it's inherited a fairly good draw, but it's just an ordinary pedigree. At a similar sort of price, number 12, Charles Gouff, has a single-figure draw as well. I thought she shipped okay when finishing 8th behind Taj Baladi on debut in a similar contest to this. She was well drawn there, but she should build on that, and she's not without a chance at a bigger price.
Okay, well, it's time to pick a selection out here. You've been in good form to start with. What do we like in race 3?
Well, I am going to chance the wide draw here because Durat Alelia has got the experience of running against better horses, so I think she will have the speed to overcome what could be a tricky draw in stall 17 under Abdullah Al Fayrouz, and I think I'd have her as favourite here.
Okay, I'm going to go with the market leader, which is Shokab, who we saw in the footage a few moments ago, finishing second to Saham Al-Batin, who of course ran well here on Friday. So that is number 13 for me, which is Shokab. Number 17 for Rory is Durat Al-Elaya, drawn in stalls 14 and 17 respectively. One man unbeaten so far today. Can he continue the form? It's Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, team. Yes, this has been a really interesting one because nothing really caught my eye in the prelims, and it's amazing how horses can change when a jockey gets on their back. I thought Saudi Act really bounced off the paddock once the jockey got aboard. A horse who went around like a bit of a lamb, but when Alex Moreno jumped back on top, I thought Saudi Act showed a much more keen interest to go and do something here. I'm stuck between him and Ray Al Hakwa. I am going to go with the horse that caught my eye most in the parade ring, and that was Ra'e Al Hakwa, so horse number 10. But keep an eye on horse number 11. Jumping out of stall 4 as well, you've got a good draw there, but horse number 10 is going to be the pick for me. They're still circling down at the start, and we can just see one's being checked by the vets as well. Unfortunately, I can't tell which horse that is being checked over, and we've also got one of the lighter greys in the middle just getting a tack adjustment. Those who are watching for the first time, firstly, where have you been? Welcome to the English-speaking broadcast of all racing here in Saudi Arabia. If the horse is in the middle of the circle, it means they're getting their tack adjusted, and if they're on the other side of the tape, it means they're getting a vet check. We've got 2 teams of vets here. When they go over the mile here, you'll see they start right at the end of the chute where the racecourse joins the where the chute joins the racecourse proper. There'll be 2 sets of vets. There'll be a set of vets at the start, and there'll be a set of vets halfway around the course. When we're going over 1,200 metres, all the vets are at the start and follow each of the horses. So it's just interesting to see how things work here in regards to vet care. Horse number 10 is going to be the play for me, but keep an eye on horse number 11 coming out of stall 4. But I cannot go away from my paddock eye catcher with horse number 10, Ra'e Al Hakwa. Gareth, it's all yours. Can we make it 3 wins from 3?
I'll keep everything crossed for you, Callum. Runners heading into the stalls. Showcab, the 3-1 favourite on the international betting market, with Mjid Alanea at 9-2. Saudi Act at 11-2, 5-1 Durat Al-Elia, and 7-1 Al Majouk, at 8-1 about Aitamadia and 12's Bar, as the field are slotting into the stalls. Again, a really sizable turnout here for this locally bred horses maiden contest, and some of them looking a little bit green beforehand. Novikov in particular was just catching the eye in the paddock as being very much on his toes. Quite excitable beforehand. Now down at the start, still out of line, Shakra Al-Miaid, and also about to head forward is Ra'e Al-Hakwa, who I thought can be discounted here, and Shakra Al-Miaid going in as well, 22 horse. But down to the final handful of runners here. The 8 is out of line. That is Novikov, will probably be put in right towards the end, I'd imagine. Showcab is out of line, and so is Robot. And if you're on Robot, he's got the biggest white face I'm sure that we will see all day. So we're down to the final handful of runners to load. One of them just giving a little bit of difficulty here towards an outside stall. I think that's Wafa Key. Abdulaziz Al-Faradi taking the ride on this one, but just backing away at the moment. A reminder, of course, that these are young horses. They're 2-year-olds and they're very inexperienced, so a lot of these antics pre-race entirely forgivable. They are likely to learn plenty from their experience today. Robot heading in. You can see what I mean about that white face of his. And we're not too far away. Now just looks as if it's Novikov, who we touched on beforehand as being very lively beforehand. Due to head forward into the stalls, but doing things his way at the moment. And still not quite there. Stall 18, so to the left of picture. That's where we're looking here for Novikov, and all of the others are standing patiently and well. Starter in position and ready to let them go here. Just waiting for Novikov. Gets another chance. Another bit of a trot up here. I think he's gone forward now. Yep, we're just about ready. Lined up, and they're away. Novikov was quite slow in getting going, and as they break out, Robot with the white face is indeed going to be one of the first ones to show, with Mjid Alanea in a yellow-coloured jacket, also showing bright early speed. Looks as if Saudi Act is another who's lying up prominently, and then up towards the outside, Showcab in the red colours, and not too far away either here is Suntet as they settle themselves down, and also Muaniz as they continue their journey going down the far straight. Robot is showing up together with Naum Al-Sadeh up towards the outside, and in between the pair goes Mjid Alanea. They are the leading wave as they head towards the turn left-handed out of the back straight. A little wider out of them in the pink colours is Muaniz, who's also looking fairly threatening, just being ridden along though now as they continue this turn back towards the straight, and they're being led by Robot. Half a length or so to the good on the home turn from Mjid Alanea in the yellow colours, and then working wider out of them is Muaniz, who is now stepping forward, responding well to those urgings as they're making the journey back on into the home straight, and taking over now Muaniz, and Naif Al-Anazi commits for home, goes ahead of Robot, who is in second position, with Saudi Act now running on, and then towards the outside, Bada Al-Samawi, the grey, who's now staying on quite strongly, moves off in pursuit of the leader, has gone into second place and is cutting Muaniz down. Muaniz, the far side, just beginning to flag a little in the latter stages and is being picked up by Bada Al-Samawi. Bada Al-Samawi getting to the front under Fahid Al-Faradi close home to beat into second position Muaniz. They were a couple of lengths away from Saudi Act, who's come through to finish in third, and it looked like Aitamadia from a fairway back picking up the fourth, but Bada Al-Samawi, Fahid Al-Faradi, has stayed on best in the latter stages to land the prize. This one of the reserves that got in beforehand. Of course, there were a whole host of non-runners. Bada Al-Samawi got a run and has come home with the strongest run there to deprive Muaniz of the victory. Muaniz, who was being ridden along turning out of the back straight, but did respond well and looked the likely winner until the final 200 metres, but has been picked up by number 21, who scores in a time of 1 minute 42.32 seconds. Has won it by a length over Muaini's back in second, and the two of them in the end nicely clear of. Saudi Actors run a nice race, that one back in third place, and indeed Madia came through to finish in fourth. But it's Badr Al Samawi who's off the mark.
Four winners in 3 days for Farhad Al Faradi, proving that it's not just Adele you've got to keep an eye out on, it's the other Al Faradi brother who also knows how to get a horse round this course here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. He's guided the debutant Badr Al Samawi to victory in a thriller, beating another debutant as well in the shape of Naif Al-Anazi's Muaniz, who was a very gallant second in defeat. Fortunately, we've seen Saad as the assistant trainer of this one as well, so it'd be great. We'll be able to grab a word with Saad after this race as well, because Saad's father trains this horse to victory here, and this is an exciting debut as well. A horse that just sneaks in as a reserve and does it very well. We're going to grab a word with the trainer instead of going to the jockey here, so we'll just get a word with the horse. Saad is already making his way over to me. He knows how this works by now. We'll just wait for him to get off the phone here, but this is the assistant trainer. He trained for not only himself but for his brother and his father, and your father's had a winner here. Saad, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A nice performance on debut, beating another debutant. Where did you expect this run for a first time?
Yeah, actually we expected this run. He was doing great. We said like if he's not gonna like first three.
He got into the reserve. Were you gutted when you were balloted out early on? Did you think you were going to get a run?
We didn't know until like yesterday they told us that he got in. So we were like expecting like to do something great with him.
And the jockey Farhad Al Faradi, not quite as big a name as his brother, but he's ridden 4 winners in 3 days. He's a very talented jockey.
He's a very talented jockey, and he's like young. He have like his future is in front of him. He's a great jockey.
And your father's winning plenty of races. Your brother's winning plenty of races. We're waiting for you to get a license of your own.
Yeah, give me 2-3 years, and I'll be here as a trainer, hopefully.
We'll be waiting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Farhad Al Faradi with his 4th winner of the weekend, continuing his excellent strike rate in juvenile contests. And we have a winning debutant here, Badr Al Samawi, number 21 on the race card, beating number 7, Muadiz. And there's quite a nice story developing with both the dams.
Yeah, the one thing with these locally bred contests, you get a lot of imported broodmares and stuff who appear in the form lines. But actually, it's nice to see both the winner and the second are out of mares who had lots of racing here. The pair of them only won one race each, but they did the rounds here, and now they're producing winners on the track as well, which is nice to see, because we do like to have those local bloodlines advertised as well as the imported blood.
Broke okay, the winner, but then was just dropped out briefly.
Yeah, I was hoping that that my selection from stall 17 would break out well, but that wasn't to be, and she was trapped wide throughout. No real excuse on the day because she couldn't get any closer in the straight either. But the winner showed good gate speed, and is just rated just behind the leaders here, but always travelling quite sweetly. And we see the other one who travels well from an early stage, Muaniz, who looked the winner for Fairway from stall 15 in the pink colours. That's gone nicely through the contest and just got run out of it late in the day. That's on the sort of 4 wide at this stage.
May have just got ahead in front at one stage in the pink jacket. But Saudi Act was a little bit unlucky throughout. I thought it was run okay on the straight. Yeah,
Saudi Act's run on very well. Was well drawn in theory, but got stuck among horses and got into a bit of a little bit of a barging match with the I think it's the eventual fourth there, isn't it? Etamadia, who's run very well again on second start. Was a good second first time. We didn't get much of a mention of Etamadia before the race, but her and Saudi Act got in each other's way quite a lot. They weren't separated by much at any point of the race.
They weren't.
They basically had a battle all the way through, and they were bumping each other. But the pair of them have run on well to do best of those with experience in third and fourth. But nice to see newcomers, locally bred, from locally bred and locally raced mares coming to the fore in a race like this. Not easy to find, obviously, first time out. The dam of the winner was rated 66 at her peak, despite only winning the one race. And the dam of the runner-up, a fairly lowly rated 53, but nice to see them producing winners. And the pair of them aren't bad lookers either. Particularly, I think, the second's very appealing in terms of physique. Got a bit lonely out in front, got nabbed later on, but might have shaped like the best horse in the race.
Might have changed legs as well a couple of times up the straight, but the winner, as you say, equally as eye-catching. Is it fair to say that the winner would get 1600 next time?
Yes, I would have. I thought so. That's not really an issue. I think the pair of them, I've seen it out well enough, considering it was debut as well. The other one I would say to put in your notebooks if you're doing that, Majid Al Anayas finished out of the frame in the end, but not beaten that far. That was put in quite short, but I think that's more about the jockey who was riding him on the day. I think that's liable to improve quite a lot for the debut.
Badr Al Samawi, number 21 of the programme, gives Fahid Al Faradi another winner. We've completed the first quarter of the programme here. Don't forget to get in touch on the YouTube page, the JCSA English speaking channel. Any comments from myself, Rory or Callum, then do let us know. We are approaching race number 4, which is a non-winners of 2 event for 2-year-olds once again, 1600 metres. Gareth Topham will take us through the runners and riders. Gareth headed by an unbeaten juvenile.
Indeed, Mark. Number 1, Sheikh Naif Al Anazi takes the ride. Number 2 is Wadatak Allah with Alexis Moreno. Number 3 is Al Shabar, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 4 is Athal, Fahid Al Faradi looks for a quick double. Number 5 is Bark Al Fahad, Khalid Al Mamoni takes the ride. Eddie Castro riding number 6, Dame Al Fawz over the page. To number 7, Hawi. Abdullah Al Credis on board. 8 is Hillman with Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 9, Interlac, Ali Al Mutib with number 10, Metalix, Adel Al Faradi. 11 is Porsuete with Mohammed Al Ubail. Number 12, Saudi Moon, Mohammed Al Daham on board. And there's one more, that's number 13, Yo Lighting with Ali Al Mamoni. Full field then of 13 to contest our 4th race. We'll head to the paddock and join Callum.
It really is a super Saturday here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse, and it couldn't be more super than this race here. Let's take a look at Sheikh, horse number 1 in this race. 1 start, 1 win, and you can see why he was a winner on debut. A very strong, powerful individual. He's got a gorgeous top line, this horse. This son of Outwork is a real good looker, striding out well, taking everything in his stride, and an absolute ball of fitness for Beden Al Sabai. Let's go back back and have a look at horse number 2. This one will be ridden by Alex Moreno, trained by Gaith Al Gaith, and it's called Wadak Allah. Another absolutely gorgeous racehorse here. Really excited to see how horse number 2 looks. I was really excited to see how this horse looked in the parade ring after seeing him on a race course, and my goodness, he has absolutely matched all my expectations and more. A really impressive looking individual here, this son of Hard Spun. Gaith Al Gaith can train, Alex Moreno can ride, and this horse looks like a real weapon. Let's go back. We're going to have a look at horse number 5 here. This is one of the lesser fancied runners in this field. This is Bark Al Fahad. I thought, for me, one of the horses that slightly caught my eye, and I wasn't expecting him to. Look at the neck and shoulder on this horse. This is a horse who's fit and ready to go. He's precocious. A couple of these we've looked at, they're big, long types. Not this one. Just make sure we just keep out the way there, because remember, the front end bites, but the back end kicks. And this is a good-looking son of 1,000 words here. Looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. A strong type, and certainly, I imagine, will outrun his odds on this occasion. Now, we'll go back to the final horse I want to have a look at. This is the white stable runner, horse number 10. Oh, everyone just stay careful here. Horse number 10 walking towards us now. This is Metallics. Really looking forward to seeing this horse for the white stable, who seem to be in a bit more form now, and they seem to be finding their feet after a couple of really quiet weeks. And this horse, although isn't catching my eye totally in the parade ring, I have to admit, exceptionally well turned out. Just look at the quarter marks and look how this horse is taking everything into his stride. Just a nice, easy, gentle walk around, hip swinging gently as he goes. This, for me, is all positives. If I'm looking for behaviour, this would be the one I pick out. But guys, I still can't pick out a paddock pick yet. Just give me a bit more time.
Yes, thank you, Callum. I think it's fair to say the market has fallen upon 3 here. Numbers 1, 2 and 10. The favourite is number 10, Metalix, for the white stable, and Adil Al Faredi 2-1. Wadatak Allah, who was kept busy at Taif this summer. Alex Moreno, joint second favourite at 11-4 with Sheikh, who is currently 1-1. I think it makes sense to tackle those first, Rory. We'll start in numerical order. Sheikh, in new connections now, is currently 1-1.
Yeah, now runs the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman, one of the more powerful owners here. One in different colours on debut, and we'll see that shortly in pink colours with the blue sash. We've seen a few horses running in those colours here. Really impressive first time out at Taif, winning by quite a long way. The question with that debut run is what he beat. The horses who finished behind him haven't won since. The placed horses in particular have been disappointing. Bark Al Fahad was one of those in behind, was 5th that day, and he ran okay. Next time out behind Riyadh Angel, and Callum liked him in the parade ring, but nothing has really franked that form. But I still like Sheikh.
Okay, 2, Wadatak Allah, Alex Moreno, drawn on the inside. Has twice been behind Riyadh Central, one of the top two-year-olds from the Taif campaign.
Yeah, best of these on the ratings, with a rating of 80. Wadatak Allah has been keeping good company as well.
And Metalix, who is the market leader, what do we make of his credentials?
Yeah, he ran really well on debut behind Mahali over 1,200 metres. Wahed back in 3rd that day. The winner obviously won an open race here last time. He was beaten 5 lengths, but Mahali just had too much speed there, and he looks like more of a galloper. He should be suited by stepping up to a mile.
Okay, so they are comments of the 3. We're now going to see all 3 in action, starting with Sheikh, as you highlighted, Rory, in pink colours here. The mount of Naif Al-Anazi.
I don't think we are starting with Sheikh.
This doesn't look like his race. This is Tagruda, I think. This is the wrong clip. So ignore what you're seeing on screen. It is Tagruda, who we will see later. But hopefully we see Sheikh shortly.
At least we'll know when we get to Tagruda what to look for.
Exactly, yes. So we'll wait to see if we can get the right form clip on screen. Metalix, who we've already discussed, 2-1, is the market leader. Wadatak Allah, possible question marks over stamina. Let's speak about 1 or 2 of the others, Rory. Number 3, Al Shabar at 12-1. We'll come to Al Shabar in a second, because hopefully we have got the right clip on screen now, and this is hopefully Sheikh in winning action. Pink colours, as we alluded to, and this looks about right to me.
Yeah, already beginning to take control of this race, moving up on the outside. Jockey looking round for dangers. Those dangers are non-existent. Now, these early season Taif maidens can be dubious form, but I must say I like the way Sheikh went about it this day. Got a reminder there, but pulls further and further clear towards the line. The runner-up has done nothing for the form since, but you do see, just at the corner here, I see Bark Al Fahad in the green colours with the white cap. in 5th place there, who's run respectably since and reopposes today.
Hopefully we see Wadatak Allah in a moment, but this is Metalix finishing second on debut.
Yeah, Mahali wins this race. We'll see him coming through the centre. And Metalix moves up dangerously here on the outside of the field, 5 horses wide. Looks like he's going to win at this stage, but the winner, Mahali, unleashes a really impressive turn of foot to win by 5 lengths in the end.
As he did yesterday.
But this is indeed, and he's an exciting sprinter. This isn't a sprinter. The runner-up, he keeps going well to the line in second, but all he's doing is galloping on at the same speed. He should benefit from a longer trip, and he's definitely a player here from stall 2.
Wadatak Allah, who's got much more experience than Sheikh and Metalix, who's kept busy in the summer.
Yeah, this is him finishing 3rd last time out behind Riyadh Central. He'd beaten Riyadh Central prior to this when winning his maiden over 1,400 metres, but Riyadh Central was closing on him at the line that day. And to be honest, I don't think there's anything in this that suggests that Wadatak Allah wants to step up and trip. Was second with a furlong and a half to go, gets passed by 2 horses. He does manage to regain 3rd on the line on the nod, but I thought the step up to 1,600 metres was a big question mark. The form book will tell you he's won over 1,400, but if you watch that debut, he's got the race won very easily until the final furlong, and then he paddles to the line and just holds on. He's the weak link in the top 3 of this trip, I think.
And Ezra Al Rafiq was the horse finishing second. That's another 2-year-old we'll hopefully keep an eye on in the next few weeks.
Just when I say he's the weak link, I mean, he's got the same ability as the other 2, I think. It's just not, this trip doesn't look like it's what he wants, the way he raced in Taif.
I wanted to talk through a few more, but we are running out of time. I guess Al Shabar would be best of the rest on paper. That is number 3.
Yeah, we were just about to touch on that, weren't we, before we went across the paddock. Callum was placed twice on his first 2 starts, but looking a bit exposed now after 4 starts. And he took a backward step when only 6th in maiden company last time out. He'd run to a similar level in his first 3 starts, but just looking like he's come to the end of his progress for the time being, at the very least.
Okay, anything else at a bigger price that we should mention?
Not really. Some promise. We've mentioned Bark Al Fahad as well, showing promise on debut. Didn't run too badly behind Riyadh Angel, who's held in very high regard last time out. Needs to improve a fair bit. Hillman's caught the eye on both starts and is a 14-to-1 shot here. He's not without a chance.
Big price.
Yeah, he was 3rd to Riyadh Angel last time out, so was ahead of Bark Al Fahad. I thought he should have been a fair bit shorter in the prices. Perhaps his draw is the reason why he's at that price. Also, he's rated 58. I think 58 is probably a conservative view of his form. I thought the race he ran in last time didn't look brilliant on paper, but the connections of the winner think that he's something special. So I think finishing 3rd to Riyadh Angel is probably better than it looked at the time. And I think he's got solid place claims here, Hillman.
All right, so let's talk about selections. Is it going to be something from the top 3 in the market?
It's between Metallics and Sheikh for me. It's tempting to go with Metallics because Mahali has really franked that form recently. But I'm going to go with Sheikh because he made such a big impression on debut. Sometimes you're up against horses who aren't going to do much for the form, and he couldn't have been more impressive the way he won that.
Exactly.
And obviously new connections, I've seen that in him. Prince Saud has got a hold of him, clearly thinking he's going to win open races. So I'd like to think he'd be good enough to win a non-winners of 2. And it may well be that he's got a little bit more dash about him than Metallics.
Okay, Sheikh for Rory, looking to remain unbeaten here. I'll take a chance on Metallics, as Rory highlighted, 2nd to Mahali, and that form has been boosted. Number 10 for me, number 1 for Rory. Callum, it's over to you.
Number 1 for me, Team Sheikh, is going to be the selection for me. I thought that the 10 is a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. Looking forward to seeing Metallics in this. It's so they always say the quiet ones are the ones to watch, and Metallics was very quiet, prowling around the parade ring. Could be dangerous, but I'm sticking with horse number 1, Sheikh. Gareth, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Runners loading up pretty quickly as well. Harvey heading forward. Dame Al Foz is about to head in, along with Barker Al Fahad. And out of line as well are both the Interlac and the aforementioned Metallics, who did indeed look very well beforehand. And we're down to the final couple to load. Metallics, the 2-to-1 favourite here on the international betting market, with Wadatak Allah at 11-4, the same price as Sheikh, and its bigger prices the other runners. Set to go then at the 1,600 metre start. And they're away, off and racing, breaking out quite awkwardly there towards the back end of the field. Looked to be Dame Alphonse, who wasn't all that smartly into stride, but in contrast, one of the first ones to show what attack Allah in the red jacket over along the inside, with prominent as well metallics, the green cap. And then positioned a little bit wider out on the course is Saudi Moon as they settle themselves down, and also Sheikh in the firing line as well, the white with the blue braces. Out a bit deeper is Poursuete, and that one running in company with Hillman, who's on the very far outside. Yo Lighting is racing next as they're now beginning the left-handed run back towards home. And back in behind runners at this stage, Bark Alpha had with a little bit of work to do. Harvey now just beginning to struggle a bit, so to Interlac, but they're on the home turn and making the run inside their final 600 metres. And it is What Attack Allah down along the inside of Metallics. They are the leading two. They are about 3 lengths or so in front of Poursuete back in third. A no-show from Sheikh as they now race into the home straight and just over 300 metres to travel. What Attack Allah still travelling in hand here is 2 lengths to the good over Metallics, who's in pursuit. They've got it between them. They're 5 or 6 lengths, make it 7 or 8 now in front of a tiring Poursuete, who's going to be pressed for the third. But into the final 100 metres, the leader just having a bit of a wander here, What Attack Allah. That's allowing Metallics to get to within about a length and a half. Metallics trying hard, but What Attack Allah has his measure. They're the first two home. They're a long way clear. Al-Shabaab coming through to pinch third. Athal was up for fourth, and they came clear of Bark Alpha had. And Poursuete, who got very tired in the closing stages. 1 or 2 disappointments there, but What Attack Allah has gone on to land the prize, has plenty of experience coming into today's race, hasn't yet finished out of the money. And in the hands of Alexis Marino, who makes a cheeky glance over towards the spectators, What Attack Allah has gone on to land the prize, wins for a second time in his career. It was Metallics who got closest in second place, beaten about a length or so in the end, the winner clocking a time of 1 minute 40.47 seconds. What Attack Allah by 1 length, Metallics back in second, and they were a long way clear of the third to cross the line, which was Al-Shabaab. But it's a win for What Attack Allah, despite being one of the more experienced runners in the race. Still looked a little bit green in the latter stages, but had the engine to hold on and win.
Sometimes you see a horse in the parade ring and it really sticks out, but you just think maybe it's got some growing to do. That was how I felt about What Attack Allah, who had had plenty of experience, but I thought maybe needed a bit more time to grow into that frame rather than be racing constantly. This is this horse's 5th career start already, and it's now a 2nd career win. A very, very impressive victory. Got a bit lonely in front and still clearly quite green, but Alex Moreno gave this horse a positive ride and was duly rewarded, scraping the paint all the way around and running very, very well. Alex in the plate, again, a jockey who just thrived on confidence, and when he's riding at the top of his game, it's hard for anyone to beat him around here. So looking forward to hearing what Alex has to say after he jumps off this very, very nice son of Hardspun. As you can see, he's a massive big horse. He'd be 17 hands at least real eye catcher. But for me, I just thought he probably had a bit more growing to do to kind of fill that frame, which makes this victory all the more impressive. I think Metallics, your eventual runner-up for the White Stable, is another horse to keep on the right side of. That horse still remains a maiden, having had 2 seconds, but it won't be a maiden for much longer. It'll be interesting to see what they do with Metallics, because you could go for a fairly low-level maiden and be happy with it, or you could take your chance in a decent race where I don't think he'd be disgraced. So it's certainly interesting to see what they'll do with that horse, but it'll be interesting to hear what Alex has to say about Wadatak Allah, who has come and taken victory in our opening contest. Alex, obviously one of our favourite jockeys here on the English-speaking channel, always has a good word to say and always takes the time. He's weighed in correctly as well. Didn't have to drop the saddle cloth this time, but Alex, that is a very big, exciting young horse, and he's got another win.
Well, he's a beautiful one, you know. He was shown off from Taif, so today he got a nice start, and he did well.
A lot of pace early in that race, and you got that inside position, and you never let anyone into it.
Well, I break from the start one, you know, so I have to be close, but I saw nobody gonna go, so I tried to be in the pace, you know.
Were you surprised at how much he found when you asked him to keep going?
Well, I don't thought he gonna give me like this, you know. But I get surprised in the last 300 when he changed the lift. So I touched him again. He'd be back to the left side, so that's why he was a little bit, like, I think he was afraid.
And he's gonna clearly get better than this, obviously. If he was a little bit afraid at the end of this race, when he grows up a little bit more, he'll be very good.
Sure, he had a good future, that horse.
Very exciting. Hopefully you'll be on him in the future as well.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Thank you. Well
Thank
done.
you.
Yeah, Alex Moreno is all smiles once he has a winner on the programme, and he has that in race number 4. Wadatak Allah is the winner of this non-winners of 2 event, outstaying Metallics perhaps on the run to the line, and these two, Rory, are pulled well clear of the remainder.
Yeah, all of the market principles were stepping up, and Trip, in fairness, the winner was the one who'd won over furthest, won over 1,400 metres, but to be honest, hadn't, on the surface than Taif, obviously, which is deeper and tends to test stamina a little bit more, he looked a little bit weak, but in fairness, he's also rolled around late on the day here, and I don't know whether it's...
Is that greenness, or...?
I think it's not greenness, because he's now had 4 runs, but I wonder whether it's just the fact that he's getting very tired over this trip. But obviously, he's stayed it well enough. He was the top rated coming into this. They didn't all have ratings, obviously, but he came here with a rating of 80, which is reasonably high for a race of this nature. It was just a case of whether his stamina would hold out. But whether he's truly stayed the trip, whether he's kind of outclassed them and then hung on from a horse who also was getting tired at the finish as well. They've both got plenty of ability, as we said. Metallics finished second to a very useful horse last time out, and has stepped forward on that.
Wadatak Allah was probably the slowest away of the big 3 in the market, but it was Sheikh probably at this stage that started to backpedal.
Oh yeah, Sheikh was beaten so early. It was disappointing. I thought he might get to the front early. He didn't jump out the stalls particularly well. And I thought he was going to move up between horses and get across to the rail.
He's got to go for that gap there, isn't he?
Yeah, but he doesn't. Do you know, I do like him, Naif, but I think when he isn't able to dominate straight away in a race, he tends to go, you know, get after the horse straight away rather than just tucking it in. We talk about how good Adele is when he does. If he doesn't get to the front, he looks to put the horse in the best gap he can find, let the horse go at his own speed, and that isn't something that that Nate tried to do there. But Sheikh was beaten so far that you can't think that's an excuse for the defeat. He's run an absolute stinker. He's finished well behind Bark Al-Fahad, who was well behind him in that TAFE race. So it's not like it's easy to say, well, the TAFE race was just a really bad contest. But you know, the horse that finished 5th has actually finished in front of him here, and he's clearly not run close to form. New Connections will not be particularly pleased with how that has panned out. But the other 2 who were clear in terms of the form that they've shown have dominated the race. They've got away from the other runners, and that's a pure class thing. The question from this point is whether either of them have truly stayed.
Well, that's my next question.
Yeah.
Would you keep the top 2 at 1,600 metres?
I would have thought 1,400 is worth a try for both of them.
Yeah, I agree.
Although the runner-up just looks a bit one-paced. He did this on debut as well. He moved up to challenge, and then he looked very one-paced as the winner quickened, and he's doing the same thing here. He just can't...
Whoa, it takes 2 full steps as well. I don't know if we can see the closing stages again, but twice Wadatak Allah seemed to stumble.
Yeah.
So You'd even have to mark this up a little bit more, but I agree.
The stride's definitely shortening late
Yes.
on. It's just that the runner-up is also not able to find any more. You have the
One full
tail
step
come up
there.
there, yeah.
And there might be another one coming up
Oh,
here.
yeah,
There's another one.
absolutely, yeah.
So twice he's
So he
taken a full
stumbled
step.
twice, which is interesting. I just think that's because he's losing his action a little bit.
Yes, I agree.
Late
So
on. And,
1,400 metres would work for both of them.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'd even try him back at 1,200 here, because obviously his form before this was in Taif, and he's shown that he's got plenty of ability, and this surface probably suits him better, but he's got lots of speed as well.
And we've seen two nice horses, really, haven't we?
We have, yeah, and again, the runner-up is one for further down the line. He's a bit one pace, but he's big and he's got scope to improve, so Connections will hope that he will find his good race somewhere down the line.
And the winner pays a nice compliment to Riyadh Central, one of the top 2-year-olds from Taif this summer, who are yet to see here in the capital. We're on to race number 5, which is a very good race, one of the best on the programme. It is open grade for 4-year-olds and upwards. Once again, we're over 1,600 metres. Gareth Topham can take us through the runners and riders.
Thanks, guys. Number 1 here is Sausalito, the mount of Osama Al-Sharani. Number 2, Akfiq, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 3 is Wonder Elzar, Mohammed Aldaham on board. With number 4, Al-Murtajiz, with Adel Al-Faradi. Number 5 is National Gallery, with Tariq Al-Hassan. With number 6, Mutashim, with Salman Al-Rashid. Over the page to number 7, New Pursuit, Alexis Marino on board, with number 8, Bodyline, Farbal Timiat. Take out the 9, number 10 is Finest Sound, Nawaf Al-Mudiani, with number 11, Income, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Number 12, 9 Dragons, Fawaz Wanas, with 13, Vasilikos, Yusuf Al-Hussein on board. And the final couple, numbers 14, Epic Hero with Mohammed Al-Habib, and 15, K-Fan, Fahid Al-Faradi on board. Let's go back to Callum, who has more for us at paddock side.
Thank you, Gareth. Yes, let's start with horse number 1, Sausalito. I thought this horse looked really correct walking around. Strong neck and shoulders, strong hindquarters, short back. Got plenty to find on the ratings here, but certainly a horse that looks fit and ready to do justice for himself here, this 5-year-old gelding, handling all the prelims totally fine. Let's go back to horse number 3 here. I'm looking forward to seeing Wonder Elzam. This horse is a bit of an eye-catcher for me. When I talk about horses that look red-hot fit, Wonder Elzam is that exact type. A low, powerful individual here. Got the rating of 86, which was thrown right in here on paper. The form recently has been pretty disappointing, but just look at the way this horse eats the ground as he walks. Really power-packed individual. He's all about getting across the ground as efficiently and as quickly as possible. Wonder Elzam certainly makes my shortlist. Let's pull back. Horse number 7 is the next horse we're going to take a look at. This is New Pursuit for the Green Stable. Alex Moreno looking for a quick fire double on board this horse. Walked out really well. I thought just jumped out the parade ring as soon as I saw. Still carrying a little bit of condition and could probably come on for this race a little bit more fitness wise, but has had plenty of starts in the career and is looking for a 5th career victory. Certainly a good enough looker and one that caught my eye early. Hopefully it'll run a big race. We'll go back a couple more to horse number 10. Finest Sound, Jimmy Jerkins runner. We've always got to mention these Jerkins runners because Jimmy has such a big fan club here on the English speaking channel, and you can see why they're another typical Jimmy Jerkins type. I'm not even going to say they're carrying condition anymore because they all carry condition. They're just big, strong, powerful individuals, and I'm hoping that this horse can run a much better race than we've seen recently. Been finishing okay, but could be doing better would be the report card, and I'm hoping this big strong boy can run a big race today. That's Finest Sound, horse number 10. And the final one we'll have a look at is horse number 13, Vasilikos. Unlucky for some, but another one who's exceptionally well turned out in the colours of Prince Saad bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. They'll be hoping for more luck than they had last time. But team, I could not take my eyes off Wonder Elzam. That's the paddock pick for me.
And start number 52 is the paddock pick for Callum Helliwell. Looking at the market, Al-Murtajiz is the 13-8 favourite for Adel Al-Faradi. Finest Sound at 9-4, Akfiq at 5-2 are well clear of the remainder. Rory, let's start with Al-Murtajiz, who is number 4 on the race card. In the colours of the disappointing favourite in the previous race, was one and done at Taif.
Yes, just the one run. but an impressive performance. Coming from off the pace, you'll see him there in about 7th or 8th place, but nipping around the inside and getting a nice gap to beat some horses we've seen Beehive there in the blue colours in second at this stage. Horse in front is Uncle, really good performers, and Almerta Chase has beaten Uncle in good style. Morta J, you'll see the grey out wide, runs on well for third, as is his wont. But this is a good performance. This is in a 91 to 106 handicap, and he was giving weight, significant weight, to both Uncle and Morta J and Beehive in behind. And
Shay Cosley as well.
It was. He was able to ease down close home. That's a terrific performance.
This is Akfiq, who's not overly consistent. This was one of his better performances.
Yeah, this was in the King Khalid Racetrack Championship, and he finished second to Alamai. This is a decent performance. The winner of this race rated 93. I thought he should have won this, Akfiq, and he does have a higher rating than the horse he beats. That beats him on this occasion. Just gets worried out of it. Looks like absolutely certain to win when he comes through, but he gets out-battled. I say out-battled, it was on the nod. It could have gone either way. But Alamai wins that. Akfiq ran well in second.
Let's go back to Callum.
Thank you, team. Joined by Jimmy Jerkins, who has finest sound in this race. On ratings, would have every chance.
Yeah, but you know, like Grocer Jack, he earned his rating for turf racing. But you know, he ran okay last year in some tough dirt races. You know, he's going to have to be better this year to compete in these spots. But he's been training very well. He had a real good work here last Friday evening, a home race, and he worked very well. And blew out pretty sharp 2 days ago. So you know, I know we're just going to get him going and see what happens. And you know, at least we have the turf to fall back on too a little later on. But we want him to show up in these dirt races also.
How important are these home races that you do, these racecourse gallops? Because we saw some very talented purebred Arabian horses running yesterday. It seems to be a tactic that lots of trainers use.
Yeah, you know, because you know, it's got to be a little better than little conditions of more like they are on race night. You know, it's the track you're racing on at that particular time. You know, might be a little slower than it is. So the thing that's tricky here in Riyadh is the track when we train in early in the morning is decidedly faster than it is during the races. So you gotta kind of gauge that a little bit. You know, it could be sometimes it can be a good 2 seconds faster in the morning. So sometimes your horse isn't getting as much out of it as you think he is. So when you're in that kind of spot with a good horse and he's coming back off of a long layoff, if you can work it out and get it together, it's good to try to organize a home race, and they seem to get a lot out of it.
And this contest doesn't seem to feature some of the big hitting milers that we normally see running here in Riyadh. They're all looking for more group races now, so this is an ideal opportunity to kind of face a lesser competition, you'd think.
Yeah, you know, outside of one or two, I think they're all kind of lumped together or below that. So, like, you're right, you know, it's a good spot for him to at least get a check in, you know, and finish up good, and then just see what happens after that.
Let's hope he surprises us both and spins well on the dirt.
Yeah, let's.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Jimmy Jerkins speaking with Callum Helliwell there. We spoke about Almerta Jizz, we spoke about Akfiq. Between those is Jimmy Jerkins' finest sound here, Rory, who you said during that interview will suit a return to turf, perhaps in the next few weeks.
Yes, I mean, this was a horse who was very good and progressive in the UK a few years ago. Simon and Ed Crisford had him. He was placed in the Strensel Stakes, placed in the, I think he was second in the Waterford, I was going to say the Waterford Crystal Mile. Probably isn't the Waterford Crystal Mile anymore. Good, the Celebration Mile at Goodwood. So on that form, he's got a massive chance. He would have been the highest rated in the field, but his rating still does take his turf form into account. His form on dirt has been solid, but not as good. You see his form figure 6.5547. So he's got a little bit to do with the best of these here on his dirt form. He was fourth on turf here in the Saudi Cup card, and he was fifth in a course and distance listed race on dirt behind Badr in January. Badr ended up, he won a listed race and he won a local Group 1 at the end of the season as well. So that's good form, but it's worth pointing out that he is a better horse. Probably over a slightly shorter trip. No, sorry, I take that back. Over this trip on, or even slightly further on turf. So while he's got a chance of a good chance of hitting the frame here, because there only are three who sort of stand out on form, I think the other two have got better recent dirt form than he has.
So we've covered the top three in the market. It's sort of a similar kind of profiled race than race number 4 we've just had. particularly when you look at the fourth choice, which is number 7, New Pursuit.
We know a lot more about these horses, which is
do.
because they've been around a fair while.
But like you said before the previous race, that it would be a surprise to not see at least 2 of them in the first 2 places.
And indeed, that's what happened indeed, and this would be similar here. New Pursuit, number 7, as you were mentioning, was 5th to final destination on his penultimate start with Akfik behind. Akfik's a little bit in and out. He's very good on his day, but sometimes he decides if things aren't going his way.
Well, the form figures tell you, don't they?
Yes.
1-0, 1-0-2.
Yeah,
in out.
It's all or bust for Akfik as a rule. So Akfik was behind New Pursuit, but that was one of his off days. Next time out, he was well in front in a better race, again behind final destination. And New Pursuit on those figures will do well to win, but has a solid chance of finishing in the frame. 4 from 32 career-wise now for New Pursuit. Alex Moreno on board. I think he finishes 3rd.
Okay.
Behind any 2 of these.
Any 2 of the top 3. I guess Epic Hero next in the market, number 14, is another name we know from the past back in the UK.
He's got a remarkably similar profile actually. Well, he's got very close similarities actually with Finest Sound in that he was also trained by Simon and Ed Crisford in the UK, and he was also placed in the Strensel Stakes, but he hasn't made the same impact that Finest Sound has here. Obviously with a rating of 100, you think he has to be very interesting, and on 57 kilos, so he's actually getting 9 pounds from Akfik and 8 pounds. 8 pounds or 7 pounds rather from Almertiches. So on that rating, he's got a very good chance, but I don't think he's really transferred it. And his form in the UK was back in 2020. He was off for a while before making his debut in Saudi Arabia, and he hasn't really found anything like that old form, which is why he's 16-1 despite being well treated at the weights on his official rating. That's a dubious rating these days.
The rest are all 20-1 and bigger. I guess we should give a mention to Callan's paddock pick, which was one of Callan's paddock picks, number 13, Basilikos for Yusuf Al Hussein.
Yeah, Basilikos does have a fair degree of ability. Was 3rd to Derevo last time out, which was a return to form, but Derevo won that race very easily, and it was hit Derevo first and the rest nowhere really. He's been hard to win with, and I'd say his very best efforts to come over longer trips, so it's hard to see him winning. He's got a good draw if he wants to sort of wait on the rail and come with a late run, so it wouldn't be a shock to see him run into the frame. And if it ends up being a bit of a boil over up front, then he might be able to pick up the pieces later on. But his overall record, 1 from 19, suggests that he's more likely to pick up the pieces later on in terms of a place than win the race.
Right, decision time. Almertiges 6-4, Finest Sound 9-4, Akfik 5-2. Are you going to select one of those?
Yes, I'm with Almertiges. I think he's got an absolutely outstanding chance here. Obviously, Akfik at his very best is a danger, but he's stuck out in stall 11. I could see him having one of his off days. And Almertiges on that last piece of form, and it was only, we can say it was only a handicap, but it was a really, really strong handicap. 106 being the upper limit, and he bolted up, giving weight away to good horses.
I'm going to join you with Almertiges. I think it's the best horse in the race. I don't like Finest Sound, and I don't like Akfik given the current record, and considering the current form figures, this should be an off day for Akfik. Almertiges for me, Almertiges for Rory. Let's see what Callum likes ahead of the 5th race.
Thanks, team. Yeah, totally agree with you on form. The Almertiges has to be the pick here. But in the paddock, Wonder El Dam was the one for me. Certainly a player at a bigger price on the international market. So if you're interested in looking at maybe place work there, then I think Wonder El Dam could run a much bigger race than the price suggests. Looked really, really well and strong in the paddock. A few others that I didn't really get a chance to mention. National Gallery is a horse I know an awful lot about from my time in Taif last season. Good to see him continuing to go. A gorgeous dapple grey individual, just looked a little bit behind fitness wise. I must admit I wasn't blown away by Almertiges in the parade ring, so I'm sticking with Wonder El Dam, but they're already loading. So Gareth, call home another race. It's race 5 and it's another corker.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, the runners continuing to head behind here, and Almertiges is pretty strong in that international betting market as well, as the runners are going behind, currently in at 6-4, with Adel Al-Faradi taking the ride and looking for another on today's card. So the runners continuing to slot forward here, and down to the final 3 or 4 to head forward here. Finest Sound is out of line, so is the aforementioned Almertiges, and also Basilikos. and then we'll be ready to go for this 5th race on the card. Vasilikos slots into stall 2, and we're lined up and ready. And they're off. Little bit of a ragged start. 9 Dragons missed the break, and Mutashim could have been a bit faster out as well. Through the early strides and showing up prominently, National Gallery towards the outer, with Almertages now just tucking in behind, and it gets a little bit tight as National Gallery just edges across towards the rails. Afik is holding the inside position, and out a bit wider, Finest Sound in the red colours. Wonder Elzarm in a blue noseband, and deeper out to the lightest of the greys, K-Fan. And they're being followed by Sausalito, who's down over towards the inside. Heading now towards the end of the back straight. In the second half of the field at this stage is Income, and also 9 Dragons is now just looking to catch up a little bit following a slow beginning. Epic Hero is also well back with Bodyline as well, and also Mutashim, but bringing them back towards the straight is National Gallery over Finest Sound, who's poised a length, barely that, now behind in second, about a half length or so, moving sweetly. Just a length and a half off those. Running into the home straight in third is Vasilikos, and then towards the outside is Akfik. The others headed off by Almertages, who needs to do more. And they're down the home straight with less than 400 metres to travel, and Finest Sound, who's travelled well throughout this race, is now sent for the line by Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Finest Sound is 2 lengths clear over Akfik, who's now off the fence and moves through to try and close the gap. Dropping to third is National Gallery. Too late, Almertages racing up towards the line. It's going to be a comfortable success here for Finest Sound by 3 to 4 lengths. From in second position, Akfik, Almertages third, and then over towards the inside, National Gallery for fourth. It's a win for Finest Sound. Jimmy Jerkins gets a Saturday winner here in Riyadh. Finest Sound comfortably on top under Nawaf Al-Mudiani, and travelled really well throughout the contest, and no surprises that he delivered on what he promised to there in the race itself. Comfortably putting the long-time pace setter National Gallery to one side up at the home straight. Finest Sound clocking a time of 1 minute 40.18 seconds, and has coasted up towards the line really for a very tidy success, with second position being held at the line by Akfik, who was down along the inside throughout, came with his run, but the winner had flown by then. And Almertages, who was prominent throughout, but just didn't really travel as well as certainly the winner in the latter stages. Kept on for third, but no better than that. And National Gallery, who made much of the early running, dropped back to be fourth. Finest Sound has won by just over 4 lengths in the end, 4 1/4 lengths the official distance. Jimmy Jerkins winner this Saturday in Riyadh.
Finest Sound is your winner here of this open contest. Jimmy Jerkins just taking some quick photos there for friends and family at home, I imagine. A very impressive performance there.
Yeah, that was very satisfying to see. He ran through his work, which we were hoping. He laid up close without much effort to lay in close like that, and finished up nice. I couldn't ask for anything better.
He travelled like a dream all the way out, and you saw with Wonder Elzarm on his outside, when the pace started to go, a lot of those leaders started to fall off. It was only you and National Gallery in front.
Yeah, when I saw him break that sharp and lay that close just on his own, I had a pretty good feeling after that.
You must have been confident the fact that Nawaf never even asked him to go until halfway down the straight. There was still plenty more left in the tank.
Yeah, well, he's good at that. He knows what he's got underneath him, and he doesn't ask him till it's time, and that's what makes him a good rider.
How important is it to have a rider who has such a good relationship with your horses and someone you know and you can trust?
Absolutely. Can't beat it.
Well, thank you, well done, and enjoy the photo.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done to Jimmy Jerkins, and high praise for that man, Norwith Amuriani, who is back in the winners' enclosure and once again in the colours of the Red Stable. Their good season continues here in the Saudi capital. Well, sounded as though that Jimmy was pretty confident throughout the race, but we didn't really get that vibe before the race, Rory.
No, I mean he's not the type to be very bullish about his horses. He's very realistic. He always lays out his concerns both pre-race, and if he has a winner and someone says, where are you going to go now, he's unlike one or two, he's not talking them up. He's going, well, we've got to get this horse home first, got to see if he comes out of the race all right, and then, you know, once we've got him right, we can think about where to go next. And that's why he's such a good trainer. He does, you know, he's not, you don't become successful by being confident and being bullish without being good at your job. So always really interesting listening to Jimmy, and he made a very good point there about the difference between the morning workouts they have, because they work here at about 2 in the morning, don't they? And the track, it's cooler. The track rides faster when it's cool. Obviously, it's the same with the all weather in the UK. Although we rarely get hot enough weather for the track to ride particularly slow, but essentially the compaction of the surface is different in different temperatures. And therefore they can go faster at night, and he needs to weigh that up when he's dealing with his horses. But he's a past master at this, a very, very good trainer indeed. And this horse just taking a wee while to find his feet here, because he's not a natural dirt performer. But as we said yesterday, if you're going to win on dirt anywhere if you're a turf horse, this track in Riyadh is the ideal surface for you. I'd imagine he probably likes it even better when it's faster in those early morning workouts. But he was always well positioned here, looked very happy, and was able to show his class. We mentioned off air that dear old National Gallery looked better today than we've seen him for a while. He hasn't been running particularly well of late, but he did catch the eye behind the stalls and in the paddock. Looking well, and he's run one of his better races in a while, setting the race up nicely for the winner and just weakening out of the places late in the day. The top three came to the fore, but
taking very different routes though, haven't they?
They have. Akfik's run a solid race in second. He's just found a better horse on the day. You know, the winner had the back class to win this race anyway. But Almurtages, who was very impressive on a slower surface over this trip at Taif, just wasn't able to go the pace the same way as the others. He came out of a decent stall. Almurtages in stall 4, but he's in between the horses who led the way, and he's not able to match them for pace. He does tuck into a good position, but again, when the pace of this race lifted again, he was unable to go with them before staying on late. You'll see the National Gallery getting across and
a little bit messy behind,
just drifted back a little bit and caused a little bit of trouble for a couple behind. This is setting up nicely for the eventual winner now, sitting in second place on the outside. They're just tracking National Gallery through it, knowing the National Gallery's good enough to take him a long way into this race, which is a good situation to be in, but not too worried that he's going to get away in front. And he's now closed the gap to about a length. So this is a lovely situation to be in for Nawaf Al-Muriani, and he must be very confident at this stage. Akfik has travelled well enough into the contest and keeps going to get second. I did a look at the start again. Akfik was in stall 11. He seems to have got across to the rail very quickly from there. But without actually leading. And he's just gets outpaced a little bit before running on. But it was Almurtages who was a little disappointing in here, just couldn't raise the pace at the right time before staying on late in the day. And you see the second colours there as well from Vasilikos late on, finishing in about 5th place.
The result 10, 2 and 4. It's a winner for the Red Stable, Finest Sound, and Jimmy Jerkins. Norwith Amuriani win number 5 of the career of Finest Sound on start number 27, and perhaps we might see on turf next time.
Yeah, whether it's next time or whether we have to wait until, obviously he needs a good enough race to run, and it may well be that some of those, I don't know what the turf programme is for December, but I imagine it's all those big races that are planned for turf will be January and February.
Okay, that is race 5 done and dusted. We've hit a bit of a cold spell in terms of winners, and it's going to be pretty tough to find the winner of the next, isn't it? Race 6, a local bred maiden over 1,600 metres, 4-year-olds and upwards, a big field here. And Gareth Topham can take us through the runners and riders as we reach the halfway stage, Gareth.
Cheers, Mark. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier, does it? And as runners make their way into the paddock, we'll take a check on who they are. Number 1 is Al-Aded, the mount of Muhammad Al Nassar. Number 2 is Jcsa with Alexis Marino on board. Number 3, Bab Al Hazm, Naif Al Anazi. Number 4 is Estocad with Fahed Al Faradi. Number 5, Esther Hooves, Mohammed Al Habib. Khalid Al Azmi on board at number 6, Half Loom. Over the page to number 7, Hush, the mount of Rayan Al Tuesh, with number 8, Julani, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 9 is Kir Al Saad with Azuz Al Yesh and Osama Al Shirani partnering number 10, Manas. Number 11, Naima Al Mokhtara with Adel Al Faradi. Number 12 is Karteb with Abdullah Al Credis on board. Scratch the 13. Over the page to see 14, Saif, the mount of Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 15 is Shaka Al Kir with Muhammad Al Daham on board. Number 16, a non-runner, 17, Takni with Abdullah Al Fairuz. Number 18 is Waj Al Shoei with Yasser Al Bakawi. Number 19 is Aifat Al Wasil, Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 20, Tulsa, Fala Al Dahazi. Take out 21. 22 is Ajmal Tahir with Abdullah Al Rashid on board. 23 and 24 are both out as well. But still a whopping big field here. Runners are in the paddock. It's back to Callum.
We'll get to Callum shortly. As you can see in the middle of the shot there, they are in the pre-parade ring. So Callum's just glancing an eye on the runners before they come into the paddock. But thanks to Gareth for taking us through that lengthy list of runners and riders ahead of the 6th race. Maiden company here, 5:30 at the local off time. So just under 20 minutes to go. It's one of these bigger breaks that we have throughout the race card here. 1,600 metres for horses that we have seen plenty of, 4-year-olds and upwards. The market currently is headed by Takni, number 17, 130 favourite. Just heading ahead, number 1 at the top, 4-1. Joint second favourite with Hush, Rayan Al Taesh, number 7. Both of those 4-1, and it is 5-1 bar those. We'll get the thoughts of Rory Delagi very shortly. Meanwhile, now it is definitely back to Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, just getting into position in the pre-parade ring here. Good to see some wonderful horsemanship on show here. Horse number 12, Kateb, was getting very, very worked up in the pre-parade ring with bucking, kicking, squealing, and we've just seen one of the trainers has just come over and taken over on the other side, and this horse has calmed right down completely. I'll give you an early paddock eye catch. It's the horse in behind. Horse number 14, Saif. Let's have a look at this thing. What a big, strong type this is. Horse number 14. Only had the 3 starts, 5th last time out. Interesting horse in this race. For me, horse number 14, Saif, will be an early pre-parade paddock eye catcher.
Yes, thank you, Callum. Number 14 is the eye catcher for Callum. Goes about the name of Saif Nawaf Al Mudiani, looking for his second winner of the afternoon on start number 4. Let's go through, Rory, the players in this race from top to bottom, those that are sort of towards the summit of the market, including the top runner here, Al-Ahed, on start number 9.
Yes, Al-Ahed is an ex-Lucas Gaitan horse. He was placed 4 times for Lucas last season. Hasn't been quite so good for his new connections. Only beaten 1 home on his return. That was a tougher race than this, and dropping back into this fairly weak maiden gives him a chance. But I don't think Lucas Gaitan is going to give up too many winners, and I wouldn't like to back ex-Gaitan horses elsewhere. So I'm not massively keen on Al-Aded at 9-2 from stall 18, or stall 19 rather.
Yeah. Let's move on to 2, Jcsa for Alex Moreno. We've already highlighted this weekend that Alex tends to ride much better fresh off the back of a winner. Yes, and Jcsa is not represents good connections, and Alex rides regularly for the Al Mundil family. This one's owned by Fehan Al Mundil. But I thought it was interesting that they're persevering with this, because he really doesn't look particularly good. Was placed once last season. Alex rode that day, so that's a positive. That he rode the horse twice last season. He was placed once, but hasn't really lived up to the pedigree so far. And I thought maybe just a slightly disappointing type, unless he needed more time to develop. We'll skip over number 3 as it's a huge price. 4 is Estawad for Fahid Al Faredi, another rider that's been in the winners' enclosures today, riding for Gaith Al Gaith, and is a 5-1 chance.
Not from 16, which is massively off-putting as a rule, but it has to be a player here on the ratings. Rated 60, and likely to be there or thereabouts. Has been placed on multiple occasions, and has already been placed 7 starts already this season, and I think 11 or 12 in the calendar year. So kept very busy. Largely running okay, but you'd always be disappointed if a horse with this kind of profile wins a race like this. But if you're looking for an each way bet, he's the type to be thereabouts. And stall 10 is okay.
Estahuz is a 16-1 chance. Hathloon 22-1. Hush is also well to the fore. That's number 7 for Rayan Al Taesh, 4-1.
Yes, I was going to touch on Estahuz. He was 4th last time. 3rd in the frame in his last couple of starts with a rating of 55, but he was beaten 16 lengths. Last time out, went behind Ahmadi in a better maiden than this, and I thought others would have his measure. Hush is more interesting. He's a 5-year-old now. He's had a few chances, but less than some. Not for maiden. He's been runner-up on more than one occasion. Twice runner-up in similar events at around this time last year. Wasn't disgraced when 6 to Ala Jabot over course and distance recently. Needs to step up on that in form terms. Beaten 15 lengths that day, but the fact that he does have that form over course and distance around this time of year suggests that he might be ready to run into form again, and he's one of the more interesting ones from stall 5.
Julani, Kir, Al-Sad and Manas, numbers 8, 9 and 10 are all bigger than 20-1, which leads us to number 11, Namir Al-Mogatara for Adel Al Faredi. Nightmare draw today.
Well, let's listen to Callum first, and I'll come back to him in a second.
Callum?
Thanks, team. Sorry to interrupt the flow you guys had going there. I want to firstly look at the horse that you mentioned right at the top here, Orjaz, horse number 2 on your race cards here. Absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. I'd almost use the word stunning to describe Orjaz. It's got a chestnut individual, chestnut colt with this really almost bleached blonde mane as well. Just a very, almost like a Palomino sort of colourings on the mane and tail. Just an absolutely gorgeous type, and may not have lived up to the pedigree so far, but you can certainly it matched the pedigree on looks. Really good looking individual. Let's get back to another chestnut that caught my eye. This is number 5, Estahuz, I should say, just coming towards us now. A bit of a lighter frame type, but a good looking individual. Looks very well in the coat, handling the prelims exceptionally well, walking with a lovely little bounce as well. Saw it with an eye catcher for me, horse number 5. We'll get another chance to look at definitely my paddock eye catcher in this race, horse number 14, who is right the way back past us. But he's a horse that I'm really intrigued to look at again, because very few have taken my eye in this one, but horse number 14 certainly has. Really keen on the chances of Sayef here, who comes in and looks like an absolute beast, doesn't he? Sayef, strong, powerful type, not carrying too much condition. You'd like to see a little less, but there's plenty of strength and power in the shoulder. Still room to grow in those hind courses. You can 100% see there's certainly room to grow. But for me, an exciting horse, and one that really caught my eye as soon as we came in. I do have a negative for you as well. Let's go to horse number 19 in your race card. This is a negative for me. Horse 19, Asbat Al Wasil, just coming towards us now, is getting very warm. Sweating up a storm in the parade ring. Not the most stunning looking individuals either. Quite small, quite ponyish. Not handling prelims, boys. I wouldn't be going anywhere near horse number 19.
Yes, let's go back through the runners where we were, Rory. Number 11, Nimir Al-Mogatara, has got a nightmare draw, 11-2, but the eye is drawn to the jockey, of course.
Yeah, I tell Al Faredi on board, so that tends to guarantee a short prize. We've seen him riding a newcomer who was favourite earlier on, and I think that's just about, whatever he rides gets put in short. This horse showed a little bit on debut, finished 11th.
Yep.
I thought, based on that, he would be a sort for further down the line. And stall 20 is not ideal. We did see 2 winners from stall 19 yesterday, but again, we're back to the old story of the inside stalls being favoured on the whole today. And I didn't think it'd be very easy for Nimir Al-Mogatara. For all this is not a particularly strong contest. But of course, unexposed after just one run, we've seen horses improve enormously for one start earlier on. This negative that Callum put up is he's not wrong, is he?
No.
Looks absolutely terrible. There's number 20 in our shot. Tulsa is not easy to fancy on form, 17 runs, no wins, and not getting close to the places recently either.
So So that is 11, who you highlighted, Nimir Al-Mogatara, 11, who was 11th on debut, 11-2 today, 12, 14 and 15, all bigger prices. 17 is the favourite, Rory, Takni, for Abdullah Al-Farouz. What can you tell us?
Not from 12, and does tell you a little bit of a story, but has a rating of 58, and that makes him, with Skip Moon out of the race, who was rated 64, Salam Alay's 77, also a non-runner. 58 is almost looking like as good as they are in this field, and Takni's been running to his mark as well. Consistent, wasn't disgraced when 6 behind Kamikaze in a course and distance maiden win last seen in February. A repetition of that will put him right in the picture, but of course he's been off since then, so does need to show that he's ready to go.
Okay, we'll go through the final 4 in a few moments' time. Meanwhile, it's back to Callum.
Thanks, guys. Got Takni in shot with us now. Not blowing me away in the parade ring. Quite a small type and not looking particularly fit and ready to go. There's not much muscle definition here with Takni, but got a nice enough walk. But team, not blowing me away entirely. I think there are better options here in the paddock.
Better options, says Callum. 130, a bit short for you?
It's short enough. I know he's. I wouldn't think that the paddock is always the best guide in a race like this, because you get these good-looking horses who just don't show an awful lot on the track, and we've seen a lot of these a lot of times, and you find out that some of them look good beforehand and don't do it on the track because they're just not race horses, they're show horses, if you like, and often the horses with the best form tend to be pretty ugly. And I'd say, it's interesting that Callum thought that he might not be fit, Takni. I didn't think there was a pick of flesh on him. Callum says not an awful lot of muscle definition, but I think he's just that kind of lean type anyway.
Yeah.
I'd say he's ready enough, but he's not from 12, so there's not a massive amount of appeal backing a horse with that kind of profile.
The bottom 4 we need to cover. 3 of those are big prices, 33-1, about numbers 20 and 22. Waj Al Shahei 66-1, but Ethabat Al Wasil was Callum's negative in the paddock. Has one bit of form that might see him with a chance here, that 3rd place on penultimate start.
Yeah, the third last time out. And again, a rating of 59. We're talking about the favourites rated at 58. And Athbat Al Wasil is rated 59, there's a much bigger price. It's run and stole 3 as well, but definitely a paddock negative and very in and out. So the 3rd is good enough to go close here. Ooh, that's a big negative for Ajmal Tahea, almost running away there, number 22. Has been caught, so
Indeed.
At least hasn't got loose. That's reasonably short because it's only had the 2 runs. So I think in a race of this nature, anything that's unexposed is of interest. It's not a bad looker, this either. Showed more on debut when 9th than it did. Showed more in its later start than it did on debut. It was still only 9th there, and needs to improve to get involved. And I'm not in love with that behaviour. As I've said, I don't mind horses misbehaving before the race as long as they're in control and they're basically asserting their own will. But he looks like he's panicking a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is a negative.
Looks as though all seems calm. Callum might have a better eye on it.
Yes, thank you very much, team. Very scary incident just occurred in the parade ring. Horse 22, Ajmal Tahea, got loose in the parade ring, ran over someone in the parade ring as well. Fortunately, everyone is up okay. Immediately checked on that gentleman to make sure he was okay, and the horse was attended to very quickly. The vets actually behind me were brilliant, got there as soon as they could to make sure this horse didn't cause any more damage to himself or anybody else. It was a really quite a scary moment, but hats off to everyone in the parade ring who remained incredibly calm whilst this was all going on. A quite frightening moment, but the gentleman who went down, he is okay. That is the main thing I can take out of this. Remember, people are more important than horses, and the gentleman that went down is okay, team.
Yeah, thank you for that update, Callum. Good to see that everybody is okay, and the runners are now successfully making their way down to the 1600 metre start. This looks one of the toughest puzzles on the programme to solve, Rory. There's one of a number in here with a decent chance, albeit that this is a pretty low-grade maiden.
Yeah, I think there's one we haven't mentioned here who's got half a chance.
Go on.
We skipped over number 14, didn't we?
Sayef.
Sayef.
Well, it was Callum's eye catcher in the prelims.
Yeah. It's only had 3 starts, and I think you do want to be with something that's reasonably unexposed here. I don't want to back something that's not from 19,
yes,
or not from 16, or not from 12. So Sayef's not from 3 and did run its best race last time out. Was behind Estefus or Esther Hughes even, I should say. I've written that down wrong. Went 5th at Almaty, but only a length behind Esther Hughes. And you'd like to think that, given that was his best effort, he could improve again. So I think Sayef's got half a chance, and I might go with that, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, Callum liked it as well. I just don't want to be with any of these horses that are reasonably short, that have got those iffy profiles. I'd rather be with something that's a little less exposed.
Okay.
That gives you a chance to build your lead.
It does. Sayef at 20-1, North Amudiani, drawn in stall number 4, looking to add to his collection of winners this weekend. Sadly, I'm going with something fairly short. It is Hush, number 7, Rayan Alta Ash. 2 decent seconds a few runs back, was 15 lengths behind Alajabo over course and distance recently. Does obviously need to step up here, but it's not really anything that's screaming off the page.
No, that was my second pick. In fact, almost my pick in the race.
Is that the insurance pick for you?
That's the insurance pick for me. Well, I have to say, I would have been interested in number 3 at the price it was put in this morning, which I think might have been a little bit generous. Bab Al Hazm, he doesn't have a great chance on paper. He's got a similar profile to a few of these with a rating of 50, but there was 200-1 about that earlier on, so that would have been interesting in that price, but not at the. I think it's 20-1 at the moment, which is a lot more realistic.
Drawn out in 18 for Naif Al-Anazi. Okay, selection time. We've already hinted at it already. Number 14, Sayef for you.
Sayef for me, a little bit of a wild one, and hopefully I don't get beaten by Hush, who would have been my danger.
Well, I think it's the kind of race to go wild in, isn't it?
It is a little bit, yeah. Obviously, if Hush wins, I think you can claim the trophy. As it is.
No. I'm not.
We should have a trophy. Actually,
we should have a trophy. I hope the producer is listening.
There aren't enough trophies, so I would definitely be inclined to go to one of those shops that sells them. And
in a land that's got so many great trophies for some of the big races of the season. I mean, we see them in some of the shots we get.
Maybe we should get a big trophy.
Maybe we should.
Yeah.
Producer, I hope you're listening. Okay, Sayef for Rory Delagi. Number 14 on the programme is his selection here. Hush for me for Rayan Alta Airs from stall 5. It's back to Callum Helliwell, who's been in excellent form today.
Word "been" is the operative word in that sentence, Mark. It's gone very downhill since a very bright start. Staying with the horse that I picked out very early on, Sayef, in the pre-parade ring here. Just an absolutely gorgeous individual who I think is still growing and still improving. I saw Esther Hughes with another horse that was well worth a second look as well. Horse number 5, jumping out of stall 1. They were the 2 that were the biggest eye catchers for me. Again, I cannot stress how well everybody reacted with that incident in the parade ring, which could have been really, really nasty. It's well worth mentioning as well that we've got plastic railings pretty much everywhere on this racecourse apart from the parade ring, and I think that's something that will change sooner rather than later, because we've got steel railings in the parade ring, and you have those nightmarish situations where you think something terrible could happen with non-forgiving rails. So it's good to see that. I think that might be something that is brought in sooner rather than later here. You know how quickly things change in Saudi Arabia and how quickly we can get things done. I imagine the railings around the parade ring will be plastic before long. But this race, meanwhile, is an interesting contest. It's typically tricky for us here, these local bred maidens. This one over the mile for the older horses. I always tend to go with Rory's expertise with these unexposed horses against the exposed types. That's why I was looking at your favourite here, Tackney. It's got plenty of experience and it hasn't really shown much. The second and third and a couple of starts were good, but for me looks very exposed here, so I'd be looking elsewhere, and that's why I'm sticking with Sayef here, my selection, horse number 14 in this contest. Gareth Topham, they're loading up, so it's time to hand over to you to bring us race number 6.
Thank you, Callum. Lights are on then ahead of this hour, 6th race on the card, and as you can see, they begin in the little chute over near the entrance at 2 at the back straight. Plenty of time for them then to gain a nice early position. Even those drawn wide have got a little bit of time to either cross over prominently or tuck in. And we are around about halfway through loading up. Karteb is about to head forward along with Tackney. Tackney, who's the 130 favourite on the international betting front. There's Sayef in the orange and black check jacket. Number 7 is Hush, about to head towards the starting stalls as well. Awajez still out of line, and so too is Anema Al Moghtara. But there aren't too many more. The Load up procedures do go pretty smoothly over here in Saudi Arabia. Nice and quickly. This is Hush, about to take up position now in stall 5. There aren't too many more. Looks like the 11, Nema Al Mokhtar, is to head forward as well, and then we'll be set to go for the latest of the maidens. It's a locally bred horses maiden. 19 of them then in the gates, and we're ready to go. And out they come. They're racing and breaking out pretty smartly. One of the first ones to show up is Sayef over towards the inside. He's going to be one of the front runners with Al Haddad on the wide outside. There's a bit of barging further back there. Bab Al Hazm was certainly done no favours in a red and white quarter jacket. Got shuffled right back. It got very tight there for a moment or so. So up towards the outside, Nema Al Mokhtar, who is one of those involved in that scrimmaging, is one of the leaders now, together with Takni. The yellow sleeves has got a nice pitch, and over towards their inside is Sayef in the orange sleeves. And they're being followed about 2 lengths further behind by Shaka Al Kir, with out a little bit wider Aladed now taking closer order as they prepare to leave the back straight. Julani is racing next and is currently in front of Hush, and they're being followed by Manas as they're on the home turn. Back in behind Manas is Tulsa. They are very well strung out here as they're galloping left-handed back towards the straight, and it's the 11, Nema Al Mokhtar, who shows by around about a length and a half. Over in second position, Takni, who's now being called upon to try and bridge the gap, and then a neck away in third, Sayef along the inside. Up into fourth is Esther Hoos, who's staying on quite eye-catchingly, now out towards the centre of the track, but has still got 6 or 7 lengths to find on the leader, Nema Al Mokhtar, making the approach to the 200-metre marker. Nema Al Mokhtar in a long lead from Sayef, who's now battling out the runners-up spot with Esther Hoos as Takni drops to fourth. But into the closing stages, Adel Al Faradi at the double here on board Nema Al Mokhtar, running out a clear-cut winner from Esther Hoos, who's going to be up to the line for second. Through for third will be... So it's quite tight in the end for third, with Estocad running on down the outside of Sayef, and a break off those to the others. But it's an easy winner, Nema Al Mokhtar. Adel Al Faradi on board. This was one of the horses in that little group at the start that was involved in that interference, that scrimmaging. So we'll get a look back at that in a few moments' time. But at the finish, well, there were no horses around Nema Al Mokhtar whatsoever. Runs out a very easy winner in a time of 1 minute 41.99 seconds. Delighted Connections, Nema Al Mokhtar, very impressive, and has done that as well from stall 20, which makes the performance even more a bit more meritorious. Esther Hoos was through for second, beaten some 7 1/4 lengths in the end, and indeed Estocad got third, running on strongly in front of Sayef in fourth. We'll look back at the replay shortly and see what that start was all about from the widest stall, or one of the widest stalls. It hasn't stopped Nema Al Mokhtar from landing the spoils.
Yes, another winner for Adel Al Faradi, matching Calafil from the opening race. Nimir Al Mogatara, who hadn't shown much form to date, has got across from stall 20, albeit with a bit of argy-bargy, which we will see in just a few moments' time, has got the job done. Number 11 on the race card at 5-1. Nimir Al Mogatara has run away in the closing stages to beat Estahuz in second, Estawad in third, and back in fourth place was the selection of Rory Delagi's Sayef, at home, as I say, in fourth under North Amudiani. As we see the closing stages here, but I think it's fair to say, Rory, we need to have a look at the start again. Nimir Al Mogatara from stall 20. Not too sure who caused all this pushing and shoving, but perhaps you can talk us through it.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again now, particularly with an eye on the winner. So it's widest of all. Gets to the front now. But there's I don't think he's responsible at all for what happened in behind. The real loser in that was Baba Al Hazam, who briefly broke well, but then couldn't quite hold his position. And to be honest, what happens in that kind of situation is when horses do get close together, if they're going well, they'll find a way of getting round it. When a horse isn't going well, that's the one that tends to get chopped off, and that's what happened with Bab Al Hazam.
I think it was Al Ahead from 19 that's probably caused most of the
but the
trouble.
horses were actually moving out from lower stalls as well to cause a sort of concertina effect. But it was nothing to do with our winner, who managed to he basically held his line out of the stalls, which is the thing to do. You don't want to cut across immediately unless you've got blinding speed, and we've only seen one horse able to do that this season. From a wide draw to come out and have such early speed that they can cut right across the rails within the first furlong. Adel Al Faradi is as good a jockey as you'll see around here. Kept his horse wide in the track, and when he's able to get clear, he's moved across and was able to get to the front when he did. And to be honest, when I saw him get to the front, I didn't think he'd be beaten because he was the unexposed horse in the race. He'd only had one run, very hard to weigh up, finished midfield here 3 weeks ago.
And because the field sizes are so big, you are going to see a lot of runners first time out not make the frame,
even if they've got plenty of ability. Yeah, and we've seen plenty of horses who've turned out to be decent, who needed a run first time out.
Okay, so the winner of our latest race, Nimir Al Mogatara, the numbers 11, 5, 4 and 14 to race number 6. We'll get to the runners and riders of race 7 very shortly, but there's one man that we haven't seen for a little while, Callum Helliwell. Oh my God, what is he up to?
Thanks very much, team, for taking the time to join me. Two natural horsemen in their natural environment, myself and Faisal. Firstly, thank you very much for letting me ride Dragon, this absolutely gorgeous horse. How are you getting on today?
Good, alhamdulillah, thank you. Thank you for this meeting today.
Thank you for letting me get involved. For me, tell everyone at home what you do day in, day out, because we always see you up and down the track, but how do you work on a daily basis?
Actually, we do the job not only in a race day. The people see us on the race day because the TV. We do it every morning, afternoon here to control the training and everything. So we make sure everybody wearing the safety vest and helmet. You know, wearing safety, by the way. We don't have anything fit you right there.
I was about to say, I'm not wearing a safety vest right now. What are we doing?
Thank God you're wearing the helmet. So we make sure everybody wearing the safety, and also the canter, no canter runway in the track. So we have a special area for the horses canter inside. If you want to breeze, going inside, deep inside. If you want to make jog, you go on runway. When we have a director in the track, so we don't have any horse in the train in the track. We have time for open the track from 2 a.m. in the morning until 8:30 in the morning, from 2 p.m. afternoon until 5 p.m. So we have big time in the track, actually, we're doing the job.
Very busy man. Now, you're a bit of an internet celebrity for the horses that you catch when they run loose, but yesterday you had a horse that got away from you.
Actually, not me, my team.
Quickly put the blame on the other two.
And actually, even if that moment, I'm not going to catch this horse because it's spooky horse. Some horses, afraid from the pony, not easy to catch him. And he takes actually from us 3 minutes to catch him, this horse. He ran off from 1400 from the handler behind the gate. And if you see the race after, when we have the Arabian race, the horse popped the gate open, I catch him about 15 seconds actually. So sometimes you have a easy catch, and not all of them easy because the horse don't have any weight for him and his back. And me in my saddle, I have a weight in my horse, and my horse actually working from the beginning of the race. If you look into Europe race, not all Europe race, but I mean some races in Europe, when the horse lose, sometimes takes 17, 18 minutes to catch him. You have to take all the horses out from the gate, waiting for this horse get cut. The people running in the legs because no have an outrider. Actually, the outrider save a lot of time in our races.
That's the one thing that we've noticed most, coming from Britain, where we don't have outriders, and it does take so long to catch these horses. You guys do it so quickly, and there are no delays.
Yeah, thank God. Actually we're lucky. So we train and actually our horses to be like sharp. Like one piece from your body. Because my horses, if you see when you touch your rein when you ride, and right away he gonna go back. So now when I push back, yeah, I'm no need that big push into my horse. So he actually, the maneuver when your horse moving fast, he give you the right time to catch in the loose horse.
And what amazed me is how calm these both are. Like, I've been around horses all my life, but the way you just say, oh yeah, just jump on, you'll be absolutely fine. There was no questions asked.
Actually, you see him how he quiet. When you ask him to go, he's very sharp to do it. So I train him in the morning. I make sure, when I catch a loose horse, he come down right away. Because not easy. This race horse, actually, ex-race horse. My horse, he won 10 races before. He break the record for 1 mile, minute 35 seconds. He make 1 mile for King Stable. I have him now from 2014 right now, and I have, I think, over 300 catch with this horse.
He really is an absolute superstar. Talk to me about the tack and the saddles, because you're riding Western saddles, which I think would surprise some people.
Yeah, I ride in with Western saddle, actually more, safe for me, and also I'm not using the horn one, because sometimes I have to lay down to catch a horse, so back my belly and something. So, and also I use this thing to keep my rope over there, and a handle also for my hand and everything like this. So we using the Western saddle, and we doing different thing with the tie down, because always I keep my horse down, with this tie down if the camera see it. So always I touching with a brass collar straight to head with a halter. The people many times ask me why using halter, because I'm gonna use the tie down with the rein. So I need control. Yeah, I put it straight from the halter. So, and
that's quite skillful, because you're doing almost 3 things at once.
Here, always my left rein, I have a clip. So sometime I have to get down to catch a horse, and I have to have a long rope with my horse to always keeping my horse with me. And always I carry extra halter here. If you see sometime horses, the jockey fall down, sometimes he take all the rider off from the head. So always I carry halter. Each saddle we have a halter with it. So in case we need it, to lead other horse, bring him back.
And talk about the other outriders that you work with, because it's a family affair, isn't it? Lots of, you're all related, really.
No, actually, a friend of me, and also, all of them jockey before. So we were this 2 jockey here with me, actually, outrider Mohammed and Yaqub, 2 years now with me working. I train him in the morning to be sharp, and actually in the morning we're not chasing that fast in the morning to catch a loose horse. We make sure we take the horse to shoot and catch him, with an easy way. Yeah, because in a race day, sometimes you see us, we going very fast, because the horse is, waiting in the gate. Like yesterday, the horse, I catch him and I bring him back, and he run in a race that race. And I think before 8 years or 7 years ago, with the famous jockey Olivier Billet, he fall down here when he going in the track, going to 1 mile. He fall down, this horse turn back, and I catch him. When I bring him back to Olivier, he's shocked. How you bring him back? And thank God this horse run for Prince Faisal stable, by the way, and he win the race.
Oh, there we go, because that's what we say about the Arabian horse that got loose, I think, with Preciosa Al-Ashai. She got loose, but you caught her so quickly, she could then run again in the race.
Yeah, if you caught him before, going 1 furlong, so let's say in a meter, we use a meter here. If he going fast, 200 meters, okay, we bring him back to race. The doctor check him, if he's fine, he gonna run. If he over 400 meters, so he don't have a run, he don't have a chance on this race.
Now, how long do you think it would reckon for you to train me to be an outrider? Because that's my dream now, is to become an outrider.
I think take time, especially when you love the job. Believe me, some people, if you're looking to ride in school, sometimes take for the rider 6 months to start doing canter. Believe me, my nephew, my brother, my little brother, you see my brother Fawaz, we natural, because my dad, he have a horse, so we start riding, before 5 years, old. So, and then, when I bring a rider to teach him for this job, believe me, for canter, if you bring for one guy for me, I want to teach him for canter for 1 week for me. I promise you, 1 week you start in doing canter.
1 week I'll start doing cantering. Looking forward to it. Thanks very much for taking the time to talk to us. Gareth, give us the run of the riders for our next race. It's another absolute corker.
Thank you, Callum. Some great insight there. And yeah, another big field coming up for this up-and-coming Cup race. So number 1 is Adat with Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board. Number 2 is Fozza Later, Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 3 is Hezam, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 4, Laj El Thati, the mount of Abdullah Alofi, with number 5, Lama Azulfi with Ali Al Mutib. And number 6 is Mabrakat Najid, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. Over the page to find at number 7, Maloa, the mount of Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 8 is Montakabar with Ayad Al Tarisi riding. Number 9, Kabusea Fawas Wanas. 10 is Korbar with Alexis Marino looking for a double. 11, Sharjwa with Adel Al Faredi looking for a treble on the card. 12, Tahadi, the mount of Muhammad Aldaham. Over the page to 13, Taraha, the mount of Abdullah Al Credis. 14, Tathor, Victor Gutierrez. 15 is Dua Al Fakrin, the mount of Ar Al Tawala, with number 16, Eclidis, Muhammad Al Ubail. Number 17 is Gashama, Eddie Castro on board. And the final couple, 18, Mustawa, the mount of Rayan Al Tuesh. And 19 is My Strong Girl, the mount of Mohammed Saeed. So it's a full field, 19 runners for this up-and-coming Cup contest. It's back to the guys in the studio to peruse over the runners.
Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. Yes, this is very much the feature on the programme, and that is what we're playing for. Hopefully a similar trophy to what we might get for the selection competition that we've been having the last few weeks.
I'm all for that, and we can stick it right here in front of us, so it's always front and centre.
Absolutely. Leading connections and leading names are here to watch the Riyadh Region Government Cup at 6 o'clock here, 3-year-olds and upwards, over 1,400 metres, where the market is headed by really the best horse in the race, the best filly in the race. That is Adat for the White Stable and Abdullah Al Fayrouz. 3 in 3 this 4-year-old, beating a number of these last time out, which Rory will go through very shortly. Shajwa is second choice for the White Stable's biggest rivals, the Red Stable. Shajwa and Adel Al Faredi looking for a hat-trick, 4-1. Korba 6-1 with Mosta Woabar, second choice for the White Stable. Gashama 8-1, Tahadi 10s with Eclidis, and it is 12-1 and bigger the remainder. Only one place to start, Rory, that is Adat, who comes up against a lot of these rivals who were well behind in the Asia Cup last time.
Yeah, Adat travelled really well through that contest, sat just off the strong pace, took up the running early in the straight and went on to win in good style. I thought there were very few excuses for the beaten horses, with the exception of Korba, who finished second, and we'll get a chance to see that very shortly. Just to run down that, we've got a load of these coming back. We have the first, second, third, fourth and fifth from that contest, all reopposing, as well as a couple of the also-rans, Lama Azulfi and Laj Thati, who are very difficult to fancy. But on that occasion, Adat beat Korba into second, Shajwa into third, Fozza Later in fourth, and Hezam in fifth, and we're going to see it now, just taking up the running now off the bend. The second and third begin to weaken, and we see others running on and behind, but Adat wins this in really good style, travelled supremely well through the race and goes on to win now. But we see the others coming through, just to pick them out. Korba is the grey on the outside, who was quite badly drawn, had to come from a fair way back to get second. I would definitely mark Korba up for that. She ran really well. In third, Shajwa got through on the rail in the second colours of the Red Stable, and fourth and fifth, a little bit further behind, were Fozza Later and Hezam. But I think the first 3 are the 3 to concentrate on, particularly 1 and 2.
Particularly 1 and 2, one of those being Adat. What does Adat look like, Callum?
Thanks, team. Yeah, made it back onto ground level and having a good look at Adat in the parade ring. She is absolutely gorgeous. I remember being taken by her last time we saw her, and she's not doing anything that put me off today. Big, strong type, but she's not carrying any condition. Rory mentioned with the horse that ran well in the last race, they might not look totally fit, but they're not carrying any condition, and this horse isn't carrying an inch of spare flesh. She's a good-looking individual. She walks out well, and she certainly looks like the pick for me of the paddock so far. But let's have a look at a couple of the other highly rated runners. Horse number 10 and horse number 11 are the two we're going to take a closer look at. Horse number 10 being the one we really like. This is Corbar. She's a very, very nice individual, this grey filly. She goes, it's grey mare now. She's turned 5. I can't believe I've known her that long. I know her when she was a filly. She's now a mare. She's a gorgeous type. She's not particularly big, bold type like you see with Adat. She's far more effeminate and far more graceful, but she goes well and she travels beautifully and she clearly looks fit. You can see that line of muscle definition. In behind, we've got Shajwa, horse number 11. This is the other horse I'm really keen to look at. A completely different build to the other two. A small pocket rocket, I would say here, but looks immaculate in the coat for the red stable. Absolutely shining up like a good thing. She looks well. She's not carrying much condition whatsoever. There's plenty of muscle definition there. I don't think it will be easy for Adat here, team, but Adat is the paddock pick.
Very much the paddock pick then for Callum at 7-4 right at the top. Abdullah Al Farouz on board. Of course, Camilo Espino is back here next week, so a big chance for Abdullah Al Farouz to impress here. He certainly did impress on the final day at Taif back in September, riding a 4-timer. So we spoke briefly about some of those in behind Rory Adat the last day. Shajwa one of those, Corbar another. Mosta Woabar is second choice for the White Stable. This is number 18 on the programme. Started life 2 out of 2. Has not really been seen to her best the last twice.
No, but you'd still be reasonably hopeful that Mosta Woabar can get back on track, because she was very impressive the first time out. That was in Taif last season, and she won by a wide margin on debut. She's been running in very good races since. It hasn't really landed much of a blow, but she was in Group 1 company last time out. Disappointing on a return though in Taif, which is the worrying one. I didn't mind that she blew out in that the King Abdulaziz at the end of the season. That was the hottest race you could possibly imagine. The White Stable went mob-handed into it, but the return effort in Taif was a bit disappointing, and she does need to get back on track.
We can get back to Callum.
Thanks, team. This is Mosta Woabar. Just ran out race, just getting the leg up on this horse. She's a very good-looking individual. Remember when we talked about Tabar Fail returning to the racetrack and maybe not quite looking the pick of the paddock when she was running a few weeks ago? Completely different story for Mosta Woabar. She's only a 3-year-old. She's a baby in this field. She's won a couple of starts, but has been well beaten in tougher races since. But she's a good-looking type, and the White Stable are in good form. I'd be intrigued to see how Mosta Woabar gets on here. I'd put her up there too. The White Stable could be dominant in this contest.
Certainly could. Just for housekeeping purposes, one of Callum's favourite words, Adat has the green cap first colours for Abdullah Al Farouz, and in shot there you can see Rayan Al Ta'esh with the red cap. Let's speak about a few others, Rory, towards the summit of the market. Number 17 is Gashamar for Eddie Castro, who was a winner on penultimate start, 8-1 in this spot.
Yeah, she finished well enough when running in the Jcsa Spring Cup at Taif in September, finishing 4th behind Murba Alayez, who's a very, very high-class filly. She's also been placed in 2 over 3 starts over this trip, so she's not won over this trip, but I'd say she's actually got stronger form over 1400 than 12, and I'd give her fairly solid place claims. Obviously one of those who wasn't involved in that Asia Cup last time out. Fair drawn stall 9, and I think she's got place claims. She does need to improve a little bit to be beating the likes of Adat though.
Above her in the race card is number 16 Eclidis, Mohammed Al Habel, 10-1. Has been off a long time, but did look impressive when we last saw her.
Yeah, I thought Eclidis needed a fair bit more. The rating of 79. Was a winner last time out, as you say, but that was back in January and over a different trip. So, listen, she's completely unexposed, so she could take a big step forward, but it's never easy. If Callum said she was an absolute standout in the paddock, then you'd certainly give her respect. But I thought, in form terms, she's got a little bit to find, as she finds herself in a pretty tough spot starting out. And in a tough draw as well, still 17. In terms of the draw, I'd rather be very, very wide on the track. So as we saw in the last race, and we saw twice yesterday, those drawn widest what they're able to do is keep wide on the track, avoid the scrimmaging just inside them, and get a clear run. I think if you're drawn sort of in that sort of 14, 15, 16, 17, very hard to get away from rivals there. At least if you're on the outside, there's nothing outside you, so you've got a little bit of room to move around. Whereas we've seen that the inside is always very helpful if you've got speed. If you don't have speed in a big field and you're drawn low, you're relying on luck later on to get you into the contest.
Two more to discuss, numbers 8 and 12. We'll start with Montaki Bar, who is too shy of a half century on the track. Ayad Al Tarizi, drawn in stall 10.
That's the 8, isn't it?
That's the 8.
Yeah. 12 to 1 shot here, very experienced, very consistent, 3 from 47 in her career. Ran well in open class last week, dropped to 1200 metres. Does have a little bit to find on collateral form with some of these. Place claims at best, I would say.
Okay, and 12 Tahadi for Mohammed Aldaham, who's been on the score sheet today. Perfect draw this afternoon.
Yeah, and had been running pretty well out of the frame last time out, but still reasonably unexposed with 11 career starts. Tahadi, twice a winner here last winter. Trip was plenty short enough, and that looked like a sighter really last time out. So if that gets her back to her best form, again she could step forward. But you've got to look at her racing in the context of this race. She'd find easier races than this. She should be easy to place in handicaps. No winners of 3 would obviously be a lot more difficult for her, but yeah, she's got a mark that she could actually do damage off in handicaps. So I think this is a tough spot. But the top owners and trainers, they want to win the big races. They don't think, oh, I've got a good mark here, I can win a little handicap.
We heard from Tom Alani yesterday.
They want to win cup races, so that's why she's thrown in here. But I think she's got a little bit to find in terms of the form.
They seem to all have plenty to find to catch Edat, who is quite hard to get away from.
Yeah, she is very hard to get away from. She's got a rating of 101, as you say. Because it's a cup contest, in those open races, the top ones tend to have to give a little bit of weight away because of the conditions of the race. But in a cup contest, it's level weights all round, or weight for age at least. And Edat looks very well treated here because she's no worse off with the 6th that she beat last time out. And she's got early pace. She doesn't need to dominate. She'll sit handy and track the pace wherever it is. But stall 2, she'll be able to get a lovely sit from there as well. So she looks very hard to be against. But I know that you're going to be with her, aren't you?
100%.
So 100%. I'm toying now. Do I just agree with you here?
Well, it's conceding defeat, or
yeah. Well, I mean, maybe I got the last 4,
or keeping tabs, which you could very much.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go against you here, even though she's got obvious claims, because it's nice to be different. And I'm going to be with her only danger from last time out, Korba, who's drawn very wide. But as I said, very wide is better than quite wide.
Yeah.
And hopefully Korba can get a better position than she did last time out. She rattled home last time out. Alex Moreno. We're looking for a little bit of Moreno magic here.
We are. Korba for Rory Delagi from stall 18 is 6 to 1, third choice in the market. I can't get away from Edat, who had an excellent summer, unbeaten in 3 starts, and holds plenty of these. Edat number 1 for me, 10 Korba for Rory Delagi. It's the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup of 2024. It's back to Callum for the final word.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, the perfect build up there, Mark Francis. I'm taking you both on. Mustawa Oeba, horse number 18, the other white stable runner, blew me away in the parade ring. There she is, absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Can't wait to see her today, and I'm looking forward to her in this one. She'll have to be at her absolute best, but I just could not believe how good she looked. A big, strong, powerful 3-year-old. Hopefully she can do the business here. So it's Edat for Mark, Mustawa Oeba for me, and Korba for Rory. Gareth Topham, you can call him home.
Thank you, Callum. Runners are heading into the stalls for this Riyadh Region Governorate Cup, and Edat at 7 to 4 is the favourite on the international betting market, and there she is, looking really well. Horse number 1 with Abdullah Al Fayrouz on board. He will be in the first set of those very familiar and famous silks with a green cap. The red cap will be worn by Rayan Al Tuesh, who's on board Mustawa Oeba. And they're in shot is Mustawa Oeba, number 18, as they continue to load up. Already nearly half the field in. The 19 in shot there is the Strong Girl, who was the last one to arrive down at the start, is blindfolded for stalls entry. Malawa heading through shot there and followed behind the stalls as they head on in by the 11 Sharjah, who's about to go forward as well, and also the 19, the strong girl, who's now just about to head into position into stall 8. So around about half a dozen or so more left to load up, and short price favourite, as we were saying here, ADAT, but possibly a little bit more wide open than that price would indicate, but we'll find out shortly. Obviously a full field here of 19, and several of them have met before. And we're down to the final few, with Miloa heading forward. Also out of line is Gassama, and also Mostawaba and ADAT, who looks like being one of the very last ones to head into the stalls here, and a good draw as well in stall 2. Abdullah Al Fayrouz will be looking to make the most of that 2 stall. Last couple then heading forward, and we're just about ready for our 7th feature. They're lined up. Gates crash back and they're away. And breaking out smartly, one of the first ones to show up, or Kabu Sayer is racing prominently. ADAT, the green cap, along the inside, and Fozza later is also bang there with Mostawaba not too far off at the speed either, as ADAT now moves on into about a 1.5 length lead as they settle themselves down. In the red colours, Sharjah is close up, Kabu Sayer as well, now just tucking in behind the leader, with Mostawaba, Fozza later a little bit wider out as they now make the turn back towards home. Very deep is Gassama, and they've got a break on the other runners, currently being headed off by Mostawaba, and then over towards the outside. Korbar is well back in the field at this stage, with Laj Al Fiati as well, as they're heading back towards the straight, and Sharjah up towards the outside of ADAT. These two breaking a little way ahead. They're getting racing a fair way out. They are 4 lengths in front of, up into 3rd position now, Euclidis, who starts to come out after them, and they're being followed in 4th by Kabu Sayer as they head down towards the final 200 metres, and it's a good battle up front. ADAT, the green cap, and in the red colours, Sharjah just 3 parts of a length behind, but ADAT is digging deep here. ADAT from in 2nd position, Sharjah running home well, Montecaba from a long way back, but ADAT is all guts, all courage, all heart. ADAT goes on to win from in 2nd position, Sharjah through for 3rd, Montecaba. They came a few lengths ahead of the others, Kabu Sayer down along the inside, and Euclidis, who threatened very briefly, but ADAT, Abdullah Al Fayrouz, responding all the way to the line, ADAT, because Sharjah was keeping her honest, and the two of them battled down a tremendous finish here to this, the Riyadh Region Governorate Cup, and has managed to hold on all the way down the home straight. Prevails in a time of 1 minute 27.35 seconds, and holds on most gamely, most bravely in the closing stages. This daughter of Premium Tap wins by 1 1/4 lengths over Sharjah back in 2nd. Montecaba back in 3rd, was staying on stronger than anything in the latter stages, and Kabu Sayer was back in 4th, just in front of Euclidis, who at one point in the home straight looked like she might play a part, but got a little bit tired close home. What a game win. She's had to work for that, ADAT, but she's battled all the way to the line to win this prestigious event.
is not only classy, she is tough as nails. Adat shrugs off all her challenges to win under an absolutely jubilant rider in the shape of Abdullah Al Farouz, who has guided this gorgeous filly to success here in this cup contest. She was given a challenge by the Red Stable runner all the way to the line, but just kept finding more and more for her jockey, and really made every single post a winning one. Congratulations to everybody involved in the White Stable. Great to say Prince Mitab is here today, was watching his glorious filly go to success here in this contest from one of the balconies, and truly wonderful scenes here as this White Stable monster comes through and makes it another win on the spin. She's a good horse, and she's proven it once again today in these early season races here, these early season cup races. This is what it's all about. She's a very, very smart animal. Talal Al-Sharim, the gentleman who's holding on to the reins on the left-hand side as we see it, he's the manager for the White Stable, and he's always been confident about this filly's ability. There's so many cameramen here. It's a real beautiful scene, and everyone's trying to get the best shot here. Press all over the place. This is a big, big result for the White Stable. This is a team who were in trouble for a long, long time. They had issues in regarding a virus on the yard. They had issues regarding the horses not running to form, and yet again they come through when challenged, and when the Prince is here as well this weekend. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of many members of the White Stable team, but they've come through the fire. And we'll grab a quick word with Abdullah Al Farouz as well, who has guided this horse to success and gave the crowd a massive punch of the air when he came clear. And we'll just see what he has to say. I don't imagine he'll say much, but he's weighing in now. He's celebrating to everyone here. Will he have to take the number cloth off? We will only have to wait and see. We're making sure everything's okay. 59, 50. Don't worry, it's okay. We'll keep it nice and quick. You can run away. You can run. Abdullah Al Farouz already looking at me with fear in his eyes. Everyone's telling me he speaks very good English. I'm being given mixed signals. We're getting told we can talk to him. And Abdullah's running away, but we're going to catch. Congratulations. Congratulations to Abdullah. A very, very good ride. He's talking to His Highness right now on the phone, team. You'll have to come to the guys afterwards, but Abdullah Al Farouz, our winning jockey.
Yeah, great attempt, Callum. Hopefully we hear from Winning Connections shortly. Prince Miteb is here, who we saw celebrating the success of a back of a very game performance from Edat, who has fended them all off, most notably the Red Stable runner Shajwa, who's finished a very game second. The two biggest stables in the kingdom have come to the fore here, Rory, and Edat has made it a perfect 4 out of 4.
That's what they want to see here, isn't it? It's the White Stable and the Red Stable. We don't have blue stables or pink stables,
no.
or Callum tried to invent a green stable.
Yeah,
that's
red and white.
Fayhan Almondale, but no, it's just the Red Stable and the White Stable. They really went head to head here, and
she's got a small bump.
She got a little bit of a bump out of the stalls, but she was way okay. And of course, the whole thing was the filly inside her, no early pace, so she was always going to have room to manoeuvre there. So
look at that.
Had to ride that little bump, gets herself to the front, and almost the race isn't over at this stage, but
perfect.
You're in a perfect position. Whereas if you happen to be mad enough to go with Corba, who was second last time out, she had absolutely no chance after about 50 yards. I said a really high draw is better than a draw in the middle, but the race really broke apart. 6 or 7 of these cleared away. 2 of them cleared away from a chasing group of 5, and they were about 7 or 8 lengths ahead of the rest of the field. And basically it was a case of whether the filly who was third in the Asia Cup last time, Shajwa, could turn those tables. She ran very well, ran on strongly to grab third last time out, but she was put in her place by Edat, was meeting her on the same terms here. So up against it on form, but she made a race of it. She got to the girth of Edat and put pressure on her. Edat needed to dig deep and find for pressure, but she has done that. A couple of eye-catching runs in behind. Montekiva's run on well to pick up the pieces. That's kind of Montekiva's way of going about things anyway. 3 from 48 now in her career, but she will pick up prize money by hitting the places the way she does. And the other one who caught the eye, didn't make the frame in the end, was Ecletus, number 16. She moved up briefly to look at danger off the turn. Travelled really well, and then flattened out in the last furlong or so. This was her first run in quite a long time. She will come on a lot for it.
Edat is the winner. Let's return to the winner's enclosure and to Callum.
Thank you, team. Yes, you can feel the relief here. It is palpable here in this winners' enclosure as the white stable can breathe a sigh of relief as ADAT comes to victory in the Riyadh Regent Governorate Cup. And we're going to have this presentation brought to us by Dr. Faisal bin Abdulaziz Al Sudairi, who will be giving the presentation here ahead of this glorious race. Talal Al Shreem is with us as well. We've got the winning jockey too. We've got Talal's son too as well. It's a really wonderful moment here, a real family affair, and like I said, Dr. Faisal bin Abdulaziz Al Sudairi doing the presentation, and a truly glorious moment here for everyone involved with this racehorse. ADAT, she is a stunning mare, and she deserves this crown, and she remains a horse that you have to follow all the way through the season, a 4-year-old of real class to follow. And great to see Abdullah Al Farouz with a winner as well. This man does often sometimes play second fiddle to Rayan Al Taresh, and with Kamir Waspina coming next week, he may struggle to get some rides, but he can clearly show he does it under pressure. Lift that up, Abdullah. That's right. Enjoy this moment, because this is one that you will never ever forget. A real star. And here comes the young man who's also going to try and get his hands on the trophy as well. Beautiful scenes here with all those connections, and great to see some of the stable managers as well. I just don't want to get in the way of anyone potential photos. Everyone's trying to take photos, and we're trying to get everybody. This is lovely. We're getting all the stable team involved, the guys that are putting out the hard yards as well. This is absolutely lovely scenes. These are the ones that make it onto social media. These are the ones that make it around. Abdullah's going to now do a runner. He's got rides later on. The young man lifted up as well. I mean, this young fella has more trophies than I had as a child, and I'm sure he's going to have a great future in this game. And we've got shots with the trainer as well. Great to see. And we will try and grab a word with the stable manager as soon as we can. He's currently being interviewed by the Arabic channel, but we will try and grab a word and celebrate this wonderful filly that is ADAT.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Callum. I think, Rory, that ADAT will probably go up to 105, let's say. There aren't many better in the white stable yard.
There aren't, but there are a few who are sort of up there. Leila Doro.
Yeah, definitely one.
Definitely up there. And yeah, they got a fair few sort of north of 100 now. She can't go up a huge amount for this because she's beaten horses she's beaten already, so I think she probably stays on that mark.
But she's definitely a superstar in the colours of the white stable. Abdullah Al Farouz on board. We move on to the 8th race of the programme, which is a belter. This is a 0 to 100 handicap, once again over 1,600 metres, 3-year-olds and upwards. We've got a horse rated 99 right at the top, and to run through the runners and riders is our commentator for the afternoon, Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, race 8 on the way, and that 99 rated runner, number 1, My Map, Eddie Castro on board with number 2, Chiefdom, Adel Al Faradi. Number 3 is Ajwadi, Mohammed Aldaham. Number 4 is Los Andes under Yusuf Al Hussein. Number 5, Starcat, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 6 is Alman with Alexis Marino on board. Over the page to number 7, Painter's Palette under Abdullah Alofi with number 8, Expressionist Muhammad Al Nassar. Number 9 is Third Kingdom, Nawaf Al Mudiani with number 10, Sunset and Vine, Ali Al Mamoni. Number 11 is Time Najid, Khalid Al Mamoni on board. Fawaz Wanas taking the ride on number 12, White Feathers Fall. We'll get that confirmed, actually. The caption there saying Abdullah Al Sayedi. I have Fawaz Wanas. We'll confirm that for number 12, White Feathers Fall. 13, Sunningdale, Mohammed Suleiman. 14, Magisterial, Thab Al Timyat. 15, Rapid Best, Abdullah Al Khamis. 16 is Omniat under Rahid Al Feroz. And 17, Emblem Secret, Ayad Al Tarisi on board. Al Saidi definitely riding number 12, White Feathers Fall. Those are your runners and riders, and they're making their way towards the paddock.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Gareth. And just confirming, Abdullah Al Saidi does ride 12 at White Feathers Fall. That is a very late jockey change. As the runners are coming into the parade ring, we move on swiftly. We're due off at 6:30 for the 8th race on the programme, and this really is a cracker. The market speaks in favour of numbers 1, 2, 3 and 4, where My Map is the 3 to 1 favourite, almost actually in price order, or number order I should say. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 8 is the order on the international markets. My Map 3 to 1 at the top. Chiefdom at 7 to 2. 4 to 1 Ajwadi. Los Andes at 9 to 2. Alman at 6 to 1. Painter's Palette at 8 to 1. Third Kingdom, all three of those for the red stable, at 10 to 1. You don't see this too often, Rory, where you've got literally the numbers more or less on race card order as market order.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why the top 9 are clear of, well, certainly I'd say top 10 are
Top
clear
10
of the
pretty
others.
much, yeah.
From 12 down, if you look at the ratings here, normally these handicaps are very tight. I think this is a 0 to 100. So we go 99, 98, 98, 95, 95, 93, 92, 91. All very classy horses. Third Kingdom in there, 91. Drops off a little bit there, 89, 86. But once you get a White Feathers Fall, you're down to 73. But the other thing to notice there is the weights they're carrying, because Time Nudged has got 55.5 kilos, a rating of 86. White Feathers Fall should have a lot less, but is on it carries 54 kilos. So everything from number 12 downwards is considerably out of the handicap, because the minimum weight here is 54 kilos. So White Feathers Fall, Sunningdale, Magisterial, Rapid Best, Omniat, Emblem Secret. Do we have any more? Any more over the page? No, they aren't. No. They're all out of the weights, and I would put a big fat line through them all, not mentioning them. They've got no chance.
Understood.
One or two, I mean, Magisterial in all forms got a bit of a chance. Sunningdale hasn't quite adapted here yet, so they could do better than they did. They were rated higher in the UK. White Feathers Fall similarly, but I don't fancy any of those, and nor does the handicapper. So basically, it is the first 9
and let's go through them.
Concentrate on.
Let's go through the first 9, starting at the top. My Map, Eddie Castro, 3 to 1.
Yeah, won a Saudi Derby qualifier here last year over course and distance. Ran really well in Cup Company here last time before fading late in the day and finishing 5th. He's on a little bit of a losing run, but he's normally running in better races than this, and he drops into handicap company here. So My Map could have a chance. Stall 17, a bugbear, though it has to be said.
Number 2 is Chiefdom, who's now a 9-year-old.
Yeah, he's won 5 times. I don't really like 9-year-olds here, but he's been running well, first and second on his last 2 starts. But I think he's short in the betting, given what he's done. I think he's high in the weights.
I agree. Callum, back to you.
Thank you, team. Let's have a look at these. Yes, let's have a look at that Saudi Derby qualifier winner, My Map, who's just come by us now. Certainly won't blow you away in the parade ring, not offering you much to look at, but the gorgeous dappling on this individual. Very pretty individual. Lots of little pink patches on the face as well. I imagine he might have issues with the sun, this horse, and probably gets a couple of sunburn issues out here, but no issues on the racetrack. Clearly a very talented individual, and now in handicap company has to be a massive, massive danger. Let's go back to horse number 3. This is Ajwadi, who we're just about to see, looking to give this owner another winner on the day after Yaddar's success earlier on. Ajwadi looks absolutely gorgeous, doesn't he? What a real eye-catching individual this is, this gelding by Dutch Art. Just really strutting his stuff, walking around powerfully, full of confidence, looks fit, shining in the coat, certainly makes the shortlist. Let's pull our way back to horse number 4, Los Andes. Nice individual here. This is out of Candy Kitty, a mare who's done quite well. Let's look at horse number 4, striding out nicely, shining in that coat as well. The only concern for this horse is a little bit long, strong in the neck, strong in the hindquarters, a little bit weak in the middle. I'd imagine you want to be a little more full towards the middle. Los Andes is horse number 4. Looking forward to seeing how this 6-year-old gelding gets on as well. Let's go back a few horses though, because horse number 9 is the other horse I want to have a quick look at as well. Just coming towards me now. This is Third Kingdom, another Jimmy Jerkins runner. I'm looking forward to seeing how Third Kingdom gets on today, because he's another horse that maybe the surface could be an issue, but walking up towards us really nicely now, totally calm. Notice only one handler walking around here, totally nonchalant, really enjoying the moment. Still probably got to come through his coat just a little bit more, would be my only concern about Third Kingdom. But unlike many of Jimmy's, this horse isn't carrying a lick of condition. I'd be really excited about this runner, considering the trainer has already had a winner today. But team, I think the paddock eye catcher has to go to horse number 3, which is Ajwadi,
who we will speak about next, funnily enough. Ajwadi, looking for another winner, is Mohammed Al-Daham, Thama Al-Dahani, and the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. Ajwadi, number 3.
Just finish off on Chiefdom. Sorry, the main reason we don't particularly like Chiefdom, 9-year-old now, in good form, but those form figures are not recent. They're from a year ago.
Yeah.
And that's a big ask for a 9-year-old to be coming back and showing his best form. Ajwadi,
4 to 1.
Finished behind a good sprinter here on his Riyadh return. Finished second then in the Taif Derby, and that's those are 2 good performances, particularly as that
funny walk.
The race over. I'm not massively. Yeah, but a lot of horses walk, but John Wayne walk. But often if they're very strong behind. They can walk like that. I know it's not particularly pretty, but it's effective and they look perfectly good when they're galloping. So comes here in good form, got a good drawn stall too. Big player here.
That's the top three covered. We'll go through the rest in a moment. Meanwhile, back to Callum.
Thank you very much, team. Salma Al-Dahani taking the time to join us again. Thank you. Ajwadi looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, he's in a good form. We are happy for our 3 years old because yesterday we won with the big races, 3 and up, you know, and he was only the 3 years old. And also today, the second race, our horse is 3 years old and he won 3 and up. And we hope we continue the hat trick with Ajwadi because he's in a good form really.
Is Ajwadi the best of those 3 though? On ratings he must be.
Yeah, Ajwadi is going to the King Cup. He should be Ajwadi the best.
That's very exciting. So here to the King's Cup in the future.
I hope. He progress good. Ajwadi, what we say, what we know, you know, because he's in a mile, he's a very good horse. Today with the good horses, so many stables, they have really good horses. But Ajwadi, he has a big heart and I trust him, you know.
You were giving Mohammed Al-Daham some real clear instructions there. Could you tell us what they were?
I tell him just jump well, truffle okay, don't go to the inside, keep your horse with a good power to move from the 4 furlong, try to be in the front before the 2 furlong.
Just like Riyadh then, basically.
Yeah, I hope he do it better than him.
Hopefully we get a better result. Best of luck. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. And say hi for all of the people in the studio. Thank you.
We will do.
Thank you.
Al-Dahani. This is Ajwadi last time, Rory, behind Nonsense, who not only was effective at Taif, but here at Riyadh as well.
Yeah, Nonsense is one of the stars of the season so far, really improving on his last couple of starts, and there's absolutely no shame in finding this improving horse too good. But this was a very solid run from Ajwadi. And yeah, he's been in very good form of late. I don't think he'll have a problem with course of distance either, and he's better drawn than a couple who are shorter than him in the market.
This is My Map. What do we make of this return?
This is a solid effort from My Map. Now he's on a little bit of a losing run. Looked a big danger here. You think he's actually going to go and win the race,
yeah,
but he just flattens out late in the day and ends up finishing a close 5th. But this was a very competitive contest.
Even here, you wouldn't think he's going to finish 5th.
No, it's Mahalik-like, isn't it? Yes. Really, but. I can forgive that because he's quite a robust horse who carries a little bit of condition and probably isn't that easy to get fit at home. So shipped very well and will come on for the run, but I'm still very worried about stall 17.
Indeed. That is My Map, the favourite. Where were we? We were on number 4, weren't we? Los Andes, Yusuf Al-Hussein. Number 4, drawn 4, 9-2.
Yeah, has run well in both starts this campaign. Narrowly beaten by a stablemate last time out over course and distance, making his second start for the stable and should be there or thereabouts from a very kind drawn 4. So yeah, he's also got plenty in his favour, Los Andes.
3 red stable runners here, number 6, 7 and 9 for 3 different trainers, Gaith Al-Gaith, Mr Al-Khatani and Jimmy Jerkins, 6, 8 and 10-1.
Yeah, Ajman showed a little bit more last time out, was beaten quite a long way by Scotland Yard, who is a superstar, it has to be said, but maybe that's a sign that Ajman is beginning to come back to form, but recent efforts haven't been as good as he can do. He's on the best of his form, he's got a big chance here, but he's a bit in and out, to say the very least, at Taif. This track probably suits him better, so you'd probably be generous and say running back into form based on that last run and can do better still.
Painter's Palette?
Painter's Palette I think I like more than you. I don't think you're a big fan of Painter's Palette. So I'm kind of, well, I'm not hoping he runs well to prove you wrong, but I think he's a better horse than you think he is. Won 5 times between 1600 and 1800 metres in the UK for Rebecca Menzies, including his wins all coming at either Wolverhampton or Redcar. Not 2 of the final
very similar tracks,
but they're very different tracks, of course. Long straight at Redcar, tight all by the track at Wolverhampton. So he's adaptable. His best effort here came when 4th over 1600 metres behind final destination at Taif. He got outpaced that day before staying on late. I don't think Taif suits this horse, given that he liked a long straight in the UK, or was certainly effective given a long straight. I think he'd be a lot happier at this track. And although his draw isn't great, I do think you'll see a lot better from Painter's Palette at this track soon.
Third Kingdom as well, Jimmy Jerkins looking to add to his winner earlier on.
Well, yeah, put in reasonably short Third Kingdom, but I don't think he's he's running anywhere near his best. He's been a classy horse in his day, a 1400 metre open winner here a year ago. Not as consistent as he once was, and he ran poorly behind Henry Q here last time out in a race where Los Andes was second. I do think he'll struggle to turn that form around. And the market says he probably won't, but I think, you know, I'd have Los Andes around the price he's put on. He's in 9-2. I think that's fair enough. I think Third Kingdom should be about double his price, but Jimmy Jerkins keeps proving us wrong, doesn't he? Well, proving me wrong. Yeah.
You said not to go anything over 9. Quickly touch upon 8, who is a 16-1 chance, but still a player, Expressionist.
Yeah, won a cup competition early in the season at Type, which is a good performance from Expressionist. I'm not mad at early season Type form, it has to be said. Hasn't really built on that since. Has a chance on the ratings, has fitness on his side, but I think others are a little bit stronger here. There's no improvement coming from Expressionist, who's had 47 runs now.
And finally, Starcats, 20-1, Farhed Al Faradi, still 13.
Yeah, he's held on form behind My Map, was 10 lengths behind him last time out. His last win came here in Saudi Cup weekend in 2023 when he won one of those international jockey challenges.
Long time
I
ago.
suppose we should mention Sunset and Vine because him and Time Naj are at least in the handicap proper. They're both slightly bigger prices, aren't they? But they are in the handicap proper, so it was the ones below that I wanted to ignore. Time Naj hasn't won a race yet, it's not from 20. Does have the ability to win. Was second to Beehive, who's a very useful performer over 1400 metres 2 starts ago. Fourth of 19 in a course and distance contest behind Mr. Jumbo in March. Mr. Jumbo hasn't carried his form on, but he was running well last season. He's got place claims if he finds that form. So he's as an outsider, he could run into the frames from stall 6. Sunset and Vine has been a decent horse on his day. He won over Track and Trip in March. Was racing over shorter in Taif, which wouldn't suit him.
Yep.
I think that was more about getting him fit than anything else.
Yep.
But he was well behind Los Andes with 10th over course and distance last time out, albeit ahead of Third Kingdom, so they do tie in on that piece of form.
So we've covered basically the top 9 or 10 players here. I've given you first choice in this race, and you're going to go with number 3, Ajwadi.
I'm going for Ajwadi. I like My Map, but I don't like. I've been with wide drawn horses, and then immediately thought, why have I gone with something that's drawn wide? And I'm not going to go with My Map. Ajwadi's drawn in stall 2. You heard Tamer Al-Dahani's instructions to Mohammed Al-Dahani. He doesn't need the instructions because it's always pretty much the same. Tamer Al-Dahani, he gets his horses in the right sort of mould. They always seem to show the early pace they need to get a good spot.
They always run well, really.
They always run well. You know, he will be champion trainer this season with imported horses,
yes.
I believe.
Yes.
And last season, the owner Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Saba was the champion owner with imported horses, and he will be again this season. I would have thought. Again, we do have a lot of very good horses in the red stable who are imported as well. The white stable, who will probably be champion owner this season, a lot of those horses are homebreds.
Yeah.
So they'll also be competitive with imported horses, but I do like this combination.
So you've gone with Ajwadi, which I wanted to go for, but I gave you first pick, so I will take a chance with My Map, who is joint favourite on the off with Chiefdom. Ajwadi a further point behind at 4-1. Final word with Callum.
Thanks, team. Ajwadi for me as well, but they're nearly loaded, so Gareth Topham, it's all yours.
Yeah, good race, isn't it? And as they head into the starting stalls, My Map on the international betting market, 3-1 favourite now with Chiefdom at 7-2, Ajwadi 4-1, Los Andes at 9-2, 6-1 Alman, 8-1 Painter's Palette, 10-1 Third Kingdom, at bigger prices the other runners. And yeah, and usually the favourite's number 1, second favourite number 2, third favourite number 3, fourth favourite number 4. So the race card, maybe it's worth focusing towards the top here, as Rory and the team were alluding to a few minutes ago. A lot of these are racing from out of the handicap, so they're set for a tough task here at the weights. We're halfway through loading. Los Andes is about to take up position now in stall 4, along with Emblem Secret. That one's got the inside stall of stall 1, but it's probably one of the only benefits that this horse has in today's race. Don't have to be too many positives. Ajwadi still out of line, popular in the studio, and 13 at Sunningdale to go in as well. That will leave Third Kingdom and My Map. My Map, who's a grey, quite a dark shade of grey. Eddie Castro taking the ride, and Black Silks there. There he is in the background. And the final couple then slotting into line. Best of luck here. 0 to 100 handicap. Our 8th race was set. Lined up and ready, and off they go. They're racing. And not the greatest of starts for Painter's Palette, who's right towards the back end of the field, and Omniat as well. But pushing forward from much wider out on the track here, Alman to lead, clearly. And now over to the rails, some 2 lengths in front. Ajwadi, the green sleeves and cap, is in second. And then out a bit wider is Expressionist, and deeper still, as they continue their progress going down the back, Magisterial. That one racing just in front of Los Andes along the inside. Third Kingdom is running next, and then parked out a little wider, Chiefdom, who's the small grey horse, just in front of the midfield runners, being headed off to the inside by Sunningdale. Out a bit wider, Sunset and Vine, in company with Starcat in an orange coloured jacket. Emblem Secret races just up onto the tail of White Feathers Fall, but is well back in the field. Making the journey back towards home, Alman and Ajwadi are the leading 2, both going pretty strongly. They are 3 lengths in front of My Map, who's up around the outside of Expressionist as they turn the corner, getting racing now with some 300 metres left to stride. And towards the inside, Alman, Alexis Marino has 3/4 of a length in hand over Ajwadi and Mohammed Aldaham, who's now delivering a strong run and takes over. Ajwadi with a furlong to run, boots away by 1.5 lengths. With him behind them, My Map staying on, might well press for second place, but Ajwadi is in the clear. Ajwadi strides on here by 3 to 4 lengths over My Map, who now takes second from Alman in third. Ajwadi is going to go on and win. From in second position, My Map. Through for third will be Alman, and they were followed home by Expressionist down the outside, and Sunset and Vine, who was staying on down along the inner. But Ajwadi tipped up beforehand. I think Rory was quite keen on this one, Mark as well. And it's a double on the card for Mohammed Aldaham as Ajwadi strides away with purpose in the latter stages to run out a clear winner. A consistent horse, this rarely runs a bad race, and this is a good prize to land this evening here in Riyadh, and scores in a time of 1 minute 39.46 seconds. Must be a real fun horse to be associated with this, and gets the better of My Map by some 4.5 lengths. As we see him cross the line, Ajwadi, My Map for second, and Alman, who got racing a fair way out with the winner, in the end weakened and dropped to third. Expressionist was home in fourth. Another dominant winner, and this time it's Ajwadi, well tipped up beforehand.
Ajwadi is your winner here of race number 8, this 0 to 100 handicap. Samar Adahani, the winning trainer, is walking alongside a horse that he was so confident about, and we're going to grab him straight away. He's seen me, I've seen him. You were right once again, well done.
3 years, 3 hat-trick, I'm happy.
3-year-olds rattling off the winners, and this one very impressive.
Yeah, this is the hat-trick. Yeah, I'm happy. And record on the track, I'm really happy. This is Ajwadi. So many people asking about Ajwadi. This is Ajwadi.
This is the horse. He's a proper horse. King's Cup still the plan?
Inshallah. I hope so. Inshallah. He's going to the king.
Will he be going, will there be one race between that, or is that his next race?
It depends about the prince. I have to talk to him after the race.
Well, I'm sure he'll be happy with you. 3 winners, well done.
Thank you, thank you. Can I have talk?
Yeah, another winner for Thama Al Dahani, who certainly tops the Trainers' Championship at the moment, joining in with Ajwadi and Mohammed Al Daham, 2 on the day for him as well, in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al Malek Al Sabah, who has certainly got some very, very useful sprinters in the yard, the likes of Muqtahem and Mahali, who have already scored here this weekend. Add Ajwadi to the list, who pays a nice compliment to Nonsense, and Nonsense might have a lot of rivals in these colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah in the future to worry about as Mohammed Al Daham goes to weigh in. I'm sure Callum will have one eye on the winning rider, and perhaps we might be able to get a word with him.
Thank you, team. Yes, Mohammed Al Daham with me again. He's flying along with the jockey. He's just been given the all clear as well. This one was very easy. Mohammed, so good, so good.
First, thanks to God and the owner and trainer. Alhamdulillah, you know, this is lucky the God he gifted me, you know. Alhamdulillah.
And it was so simple, so easy.
Yeah, mashallah, nice horse. I know this horse. I ride maybe more than 5 times, and I know him. And today he come very good, and alhamdulillah, he can win.
Well done, thank you.
Welcome.
Really good performance from Ajwadi from stall number 2. Kept it very simple, did the winning rider Mohammed Al Daham. I think it's fair to say, Rory, that you deserve this, considering that you couldn't tip Edat earlier. You got first pick. You got Ajwadi, who has come home in front.
Yeah, it was always reasonably straightforward. The one thing you know about, well, you know various things about Thama Al Dahani's horses, but they're usually able to take a good pitch. And when you're drawn in stall 2 with one of his, Mohammed Al Daham doesn't mess around. And he was always sitting in a good place. Whereas my map, who had a similar sort of chance on the book,
draws killed him.
Just,
really.
Yeah, just always trapped wide from stall 17, which you're pretty much bound to be.
Which we'll see here from the start. Black colours, bottom right of shot. Got away okay, but again, you know, you're so far off the inside running rail, of which you've highlighted so many times that if you're on the inside and you've got space to run into, it's a perfect beginning.
And again, the beauty of the track at this stage is, of course, you do have a little bit more space because of the curve there.
Yes.
So even if you're not brilliantly away from an inside stall, you do have a little bit of manoeuvrability. Whereas the only thing you can do from a wide stall is do what Alman does. I'm sorry, I called him Ajman earlier on, but Alman it was drawn wide in stall 16, but showed blinding speed to get across. If you can lead from wide, then you got a chance, and you got a good chance. But if you can't lead from a wide draw, then you're a hostage to fortune. And if I made the mistake of going with one earlier on, he was drawn wide, who had the class to win, but not the early speed to lead. So it was a daft thing to do.
So
but at this stage,
so I was going to say my map was 4 lengths behind the winner probably about 10 seconds ago. He's starting to close that gap.
But he's working. He's having to work to do it, whereas the winner, Ajwadi, is not having to work to sit where he is. And he's got a lovely lead into this from Alman, who's had to go hard from stall 16 to get to the front under Alex Moreno, and runs a very good race, but just fades late in the day, as you will see. My map gets into second place. And chases really well. And I'd want to be with my map next time out in a similar sort of contest, because
over further or stick
no,
at
again, the trip's fine as long as my map can get a run through. Again, you'd like to see a lot of these classy horses who need to come from off the pace in smaller fields, so that they're not going to be trapped wide and they get more of the run of the race. But that's the beauty of having a horse like Ajwadi, having so many of those horses from the Thama Al Dahani yard, is that they're always able to take a good position. And you know, if they are drawn wide, they've got a chance of offsetting that wide draw with the speed that they have. And they tend to see the races out as well. He's again, we talk to him all the time. He's very interesting to listen to, and his horses are very well schooled.
Look who bred Ajwadi.
Ajwadi, Cheveley Park Stads. Don't get much better than that, do you?
Absolutely, and Thama Al Dahani really is a top trainer. He obviously has many horses in these colours, also his own colours, the yellow and black silks, of course. Let's go and see what Callum's up to.
Thank you very much, team. Joined by Stefano and Martina. Firstly, how are you getting on today?
Yeah, great. We are loving it. We are just new in Saudi Arabia, and it's a very good start for us.
Talk to me about where you guys are from, because it's fascinating here and talking to the both of you.
Yeah, I'm from Italy. I was born in Naples.
Born in Naples, whereabouts are you from?
I'm from Portugal. Hello, Saudi.
So there must be some rivalry when it comes to the football, is what my first thought would be.
It's true, but I'm not crazy about football. I love other things. Yeah, more into motorsports and horse riding. Yeah.
Of course, being Italian for the Ferrari, totally understand that. Lewis Hamilton coming this next season too?
I'm quite excited to hear that, yeah. But let's say that I've been working for 10 years in Ferrari. I just have to. I still don't know how these things are going because now I'm in Saudi, so to be honest, I still don't know how. I cannot make any. How do you say?
Yeah.
Well, what
responsibility?
You come to Saudi Arabia for the Riyadh season. Talk to me about what you've seen so far, how much you've enjoyed it.
Well, so far
Sorry, there was the Six Kings Slam, which was really great. We went to see the final. Djokovic, Nadal, Sinner. We are very happy for Sinner, Italian, obviously. And I mean, there's so many events. There's Boulevard World, which we also love. It's super cool. It's kind of a mini Las Vegas, I think, right? There's so many things happening. Today we decided to come here, and it's cool. Everyone is like really polite and kind. So we are very happy to be here.
Wonderful to hear. And what have you got to look forward to going forward?
We still don't have plans, actually, but
I love that.
Yeah, we are open to suggestions, actually. Yeah.
Well, you've done all the things that I've really done. So you've done Boulevard World, which I think is fantastic. You've been to the tennis. The only thing we've all got to check out is the boxing now, because that's absolutely thriving.
Boxing and also football.
We have friends that went to the boxing. We still didn't. Maybe in the future.
You need to get an invite next time. That's the plan. You must get invited along to the boxing. But as you've come and experienced it, we talk about it with so many people that come to Saudi Arabia. Have you been surprised at how welcoming and open the place has been?
Yeah, well, I was not surprised because I heard a lot of very nice things. And to be honest, I'm enjoying it a lot because I see what surprised me is like the over-welcoming from these people, and when I'm here, what I'm experiencing is something unique, and I hope that everyone can do that.
It's a wonderful experience, and I always find myself telling everyone at home how much of a great time I'm having all the time. Do you find yourself doing the same thing?
I think that in other countries, especially, for example, where I come from, people are still not realizing how cool Saudi Arabia is right now, you know. And when you come here, it's a completely different thing from what I imagine, honestly. Things are really, I think, changing here for what I hear also around. And I think that's great. And I think we should let other people know how cool Saudi is, actually.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, how cool Saudi is. Guys, a wonderful chance to speak to two people who are enjoying the racing just as much as me.
To hear from a few spectators there, and it just sort of is, you know, underlining how much sport is growing in Saudi Arabia with the football, with the boxing, with the F1, the tennis, and racing here itself. I mean, we had our first Grade 3 at Taif, and we've got a few Saudi Cup races that have also been promoted. Racing really is growing here in the kingdom.
Oh, absolutely, and that's the vision for racing here. And obviously, we're at the beginning of that to a large degree, and obviously the fact that we have an English-speaking channel now shows the intent to sort of promote that to the rest of the world as well. And it's great to have people here. We always tend to think of racing here as being local racing for local people, if you like, but it's there for everybody.
Absolutely.
And anyone who's living in Riyadh or living in Taif in the summer got the opportunity to go racing and see some really interesting stuff. And again, you're really well catered for here as well.
Absolutely.
Great, much better refreshments here than you get back home. Home, you get a horrible cardboard burger for 20 quid. Here you get some wonderful food that's ridiculously cheap. You want to give them twice as much money as they're charging you for it. And everyone's really friendly, and you've got lots of room to move around. It's a beautiful race course, great place to go. So it's obviously we have to promote that gradually, but hopefully there are more and more people who turn up here, and Callum can have those interviews with people here. And we had one yesterday, a couple of people here today, and that adds a bit more colour, adds more to our experience as well.
And no drinks in a plastic cup worth £8. You won't get that here. Ninth race on the programme is coming up, an Arabian Fillies Open. It's due off at 7 o'clock, which is in 15 minutes' time. It's 3-year-olds only, so we're dealing with very, very young and inexperienced Arabian fillies here, Gareth. Take us through the runners and riders.
Yeah, just a field of 7 this time, and number 1 is Fidana, the mount of Fahed Al Faradi. Number 2 is Hanouf Al Shahaib, the mount of Essa Al Shamari. Number 3 is Maythab Al Zamili with Muhammad Al Daham. Now looking for a third winner here today. Number 4 is Monthera Al Amal with Muhammad Al Nassar. 5 is Mubashirat Al Hassan, Abdullah Al Rashid taking the ride. Number 6 is Shatat Al Kanain with Adel Al Faradi looking for a treble here today. And number 7 is Shugal Shabibia, the mount of a Bakada. Back to the guys in the studio then to have a little look ahead to this 7-runner affair.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Gareth, as we approach the first purebred Arabian race of the afternoon. And we have 2 races for purebred Arabians with very short price favourites. We've got a 2 to 5 shot in the 4:25 or 7:25 local time. That's coming up shortly. Meanwhile, Rory, Mubarishat Al Hassan, number 5 on the programme, is as short as 8 to 11. His highest rated of these. Is that the right price?
Well, I think you're making vague reference to what happened a couple of days ago when we had a horse who was miles clear on the rating get turned over
1 to 4.
1 to 4. The shortest price loser we've seen here, because obviously there was no betting on any of the races before this time last year. So we've had I think 2 3-1 shots getting beaten and 4-1 on shot on Thursday. So it means you can't take anything for granted. And it's worth saying that our favourite here is clear on the ratings.
Not £50 clear.
£18 clear, whereas it was about £50 clear.
Yeah.
Certainly, and more than that clear of the winner of the race the other day. But how many of these are thoroughly unexposed? A minimum of 3 runs for anything, and I think our winner the other day had only had 2 runs and had improved markedly from debut to second run, and then took a massive step forward to win the other day. I think it's less likely that anything's going to blindside us in this contest. So I think Mubashirat Al Hassan is going to be difficult to beat. But it's also worth pointing out this is an open race. She's only won 1 from 6, and she's been beaten in her last 5, although getting in the prize money on most of those occasions. So normally you don't really want to be side with horses with that kind of profile, but she is clear in the ratings. The ratings do tend to be pretty reliable with the higher rated horses in Arabian races. So she's going to be hard to beat.
So let's have a quick look at the market overall. Mubarishat Al Hassan 8 to 11. Abdullah Al Rashid does have the widest post, but it's only still 7. Monthera Al Amal for Mohammed Al Nasser 3 to 1. Shatat Al Kanain is 6 to 1. That's number 6 on the programme. Double the price is number 1 Fidana 12 to 1, sharing that price with number 3 Maythab Al Zamili for hat-trick seeking Mohammed Al Daham. 2 Hanouf Al Shahaib is 16 to 1, and Shug Al Shibibaya is the 33 to 1 outsider, and is indeed £50 behind the market leader Mubarishat Al Hassan, who is 11 to 8 on. Just waiting to hear the yelp of Callum Helliwell, who is glancing at them in the parade ring. Let's very quickly speak about the second favourite here, Rory, which is number 4 Monthera Al Amal, who has finished second 3 times in the last 5.
Yeah, it wasn't that far in front of relative outsider Fidana when runner-up here last week. Fidana was back in 4th. And Monthera Al Amal is the one who gets closest to the favourite on the ratings, rated 90. Similar sort of profile, 1 win from 6 runs, but defeats since that debut effort. And again, exactly like the favourite, has been placed on 4 of her last 5. The only difference being the rating there. So a reasonable alternative, but if you're opposing the favourite on the grounds of those form figures, you've got the same issue with the second favourite.
That is the top 2 covered in the market. We'll look through the other 5, but meanwhile it's back to Helliwell.
Thank you, team. Let's have a look at horse number 1, who with Findar, who we're looking at in Findana, sorry, I can't get there eventually. Findana, horse number 1. She's walking around here nicely. She's quite a decent looking individual. Again, these are my favourite type of races. These 3-year-old purebred Arabian contests are really exciting. Let's focus on horse number 2. This is the one that caught my eye the most. This is Hanouf Al Shahaib walking around here, looking really nice and fit. A strong individual too. She's quite more precocious than a few of these others. She's got a little bit more development to come, but is certainly well put together. Another one who fits fits into that bracket is, ironically, horse number 3, Mesa Al-Zamili, who is going around with a bit of a jig jog, which would be a slight concern to me, but certainly more precocious than many of the others. We might actually go back to horse number 4 as well, this liver chestnut. We'll go back to horse number 4 too, and just focus on that one as well. This is Montaret Alamal, just walking around here. She's taking everything into her stride. She's been the best mover in this parade ring team. She's certainly the best walker.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Callum, who's had a look at a few of them in the parade ring, including this horse, 5, Mubarishat Al Hassin. I should also flag up, Rory, that she was behind Lacey de Violetes last time, who won the first Group 3 staged here for purebred Arabians. Lacey de Violetes, just a word from her?
Yeah, that was the King Faisal Cup, which was run at the end of September, right at the end of the Taif season. She's won all 3 of her starts, but she's gone from strength to strength. And she's looked a really, really good performer. Very strong at the finish in her races, and I thought she was pretty impressive last time out. Obviously, Mubashirat Al Hassin has run into Lacey de Violet, run very well to be 3rd last time out. We saw a few of the beaten horses from that race run last week as well, and they confirmed the merit of that form as well in terms of where they finished. So. This is the right form lines are being represented in this race. But yeah, I take it you like Lacey de Violet as well.
I really do. I mean, we saw Tilao and Asfan, of course, through Callum's work yesterday. But Lacey de Violet is certainly a horse that we should keep an eye on as soon as we see her name in the race card. I mean, purebred Arabians, when they're 3 years old, of course, is their juvenile career. She's shown plenty of talent when most of her rivals are inexperienced, yes, but there was plenty to like about her victories, most notably, of course, in the recent Group 3. A quick eye on the YouTube page, the JCSA English-speaking channel YouTube page. We've got a few comments here this afternoon. Cameron has been in touch, likewise has Ibrahim. H and Vikram also saying hello. Good afternoon to you all. Do let us know if you are watching the show today. We've had plenty of viewers, it seems. So do let us know if you are watching the show today with any further selections or questions. Please do get in touch. That's on the JCSA English-speaking YouTube channel. So we spoke about the top 2 in the market, Rory. Let's address 1 or 2 others, including number 6, Shathat Al Kanain for Adel Al Faredi, who's bidding for his 3rd winner of the afternoon.
Yeah, this one's yet again, like the 2 we've actually mentioned already, has got exactly the same win and place record. 1 win from 6 starts, although on the plus side with her, her win came just 2 starts ago. She showed improved form to win then, but was well behind Mubashirat Al Hassin last time out when 5th. Again, that was in strong company, as we've already mentioned, behind Lacey de Violet. Not easy to see her turning that form around.
It is not. Likewise is the case with Fidenair right at the top. 58 kilos on the back. Not too sure who the jockey is. We'll have to confirm on number 1. But Fidenair is another one that's got a bit to find on the favourites.
At least the best run was last time out from Fidenair, who was not that far behind Montera Alamal last time out. So you can make an argument that given that Fidenair is not from 3 and showed improved form last time out, that it should get reasonably close to Montera Alamal again. Montera Alamal is a 3-1 shot, and the top one is 12-1. So you can argue a case for value there.
We are going to see Mubarishat Al Hassin in action, who is now 4-6. As we see Adel Al Faredi there, about to reunite with Shathat Al Kanain. This is the favourite in action here, Rory.
Yes, this is the good contest that we talked about. We see Lacey de Violet, the grey, come through in the centre to win very well, and Mubashirat Al Hassin chased her home.
She finished well.
She finished off the race pretty well. Looked like she was going to get a clear second, but the horse in the rail plugs on quite well. We saw horses who were finishing. We saw the 4th last week, running very well. So the form is very good. Lacey de Violet, in fairness, she was sort of all out of the line, but Mubashirat Al Hassin kept her honest all the way there.
Definitely.
Ended up just getting shaded for a second, but it's a solid run.
And some or two of the others, I mean, we didn't even see across the line. They were so far behind.
Exactly. Yeah, they got away from the rest of the field there, and it's difficult to see Shathat Al Kaman turning the tables, given how far Mubashirat Al Hassin was in front. Very, very solid performance. It'd be disappointing. And listen, I know you've got those placed efforts without getting her head in front, but she's been keeping very good company. This looks a very good opportunity, and there aren't many, apart from the top one, who might improve, and I think you're stretching it a little bit, suggesting that Fidana is going to take as big a step forward as that, but she is at least unexposed, and we've talked about you can't ignore these unexposed horses. We saw a horse win a maiden earlier on who'd been 11th on his only previous start and improved to win very easily. You'd certainly rather have a very lightly raced horse than a horse who'd had lots of chances to win and not put their head in front, but we know this filly can win races, and we know that she's been in races that have been very hard to win since. So although you might not like that kind of profile on paper, if you watch all her races back, you'd struggle to be against her here.
You mentioned the top one, Fidana, is ridden by Farhed Al-Faradi, so that is the late jockey
form, of course.
edition. Very much so. Well, anything surname Al-Faradi seems to be in form. Farhed Al-Faradi with 4 winners this weekend, including Badr Al-Samawi. That was back in race number 3. We should highlight the other 3, Rory. Maithab Al-Zamili is very much a copy and paste in terms of profile, in terms of being a long way behind Lacey de Violettes and Mubarishat Al-Hassan.
Yes, one on her debut. Again, she's only had the 3 runs. She'll win more races. Yeah. But again, she's been thrown into was it a prep for the King Faisal Cup 2 starts ago, and then the King Faisal Cup itself last time out. So tough place to be. I'd not be negative about her generally speaking, but again, she's running into a horse who was well in front of her last time out. And unless you think that's left a big mark on Mubashirat Al-Hassin, it's difficult to make a logical argument about why the tables will be turned today.
Hanouf Al-Shahaib is the only one here without a rating, but given what we've seen so far, is likely to play a very limited role here. Number 2.
No, hasn't shown an awful lot. Hasn't raced at this trip so far, so if you're clinging on to something, you might say that Hanouf Al-Shahaib may well improve for a try at a mile, but I think that's, again, clutching at straws a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, and number 7, Shugal Shibibaya. I mean, it's got to find basically its own weight on Mubarishat Al-Hassan. I think it's those on the inside that are going to play very minor roles.
Yes, I mean, she was 4th on her second start. She hasn't progressed since then, and with the 5 runs behind her, it's very hard to argue that she might start improving now, isn't it?
Yeah, and she's ridden by a man who I don't think has much talent in the
No,
in the
he is.
saddle either.
In fairness, it's worth watching him, Mr. Backhander, or Backhander as I like to call him.
Give us one of those if he is this.
He is a little agricultural in his style, let's say.
Yes, I don't think he's the most talented.
Not that there's anything wrong with agriculture.
Absolutely not, absolutely not. And he'll be laughing at us if he was to strike here off what would be a major upset, of which I don't think is going to happen, Rory. I think this is Mubarishat Al-Hassan's race to lose. The best form line clearly behind Lacey de Violettes, clearly at the top of her game at the minute, hitting the line well. That was only a few weeks back and should be primed for this, Mubarishat Al-Hassan.
I'd have thought so. It would be a surprise. It's possible that she gets beat. Listen, there's no such thing as a good thing in races like this, but logically, it's impossible to oppose her.
Particularly with 3-year-olds as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Mubarishat Al-Hassan for me and Rory. Callum Helliwell, are you going to make it a hat-trick?
I am not, unfortunately. I'm Montira Alamal, horse number 4 for me. Montira Alamal is the selection I'm going to go with. I just thought she moved beautifully around the parade ring and just took everything into her stride and just looked well enough, with a bit of a late eye catcher for me, but caught the eye nonetheless. Gareth, I think they're going to start loading sooner rather than later, so it's about time we hand over to you.
Thanks, Callum. Yeah, we're about 2 minutes or so from post time. Just a small field here then, 7 runners. And they'll be loading up any moment. Hot favourite here then, Mubashirat Al-Hassin, the 5 horse, with Abdullah Al-Rashid taking the ride. And there is the aforementioned. And we'll be heading forward shortly into stall number 7. But looks as though, although those last few efforts, they've all registered placed runs. It's a slightly frustrating sort of situation when a horse gets into that habit, but without winning. This might just be a nice opportunity for Mubashirat Al-Hassin to get back to winning ways here, as the field are now heading into the stalls. First few are loaded. Montira Alamal will be one of the next forward, along with Fidana. Shattered Al-Qanain is out of line as well, and so too Mubashirat Al-Hassin, I think, will be the last one in, and due to head forward into stall number 7. So best of luck with all of your fancies here on this Arabian Fillies Open. 1,600 metres the journey in front of the field. All 3-year-olds this time. And they're set. Fairly long hold, but the gates crash back and they're away and racing. Mubasharat Al Hassan then on the wide outside, the white jacket with the black cap. One of the first ones to show is Monthera Al Amal, the light blue jacket with the black cap along the inside. The grey is Fidana, and parked out a little wider of them early on is Maythab Al Zamili as they work their way going down the side. Shatad Al Qarnayn is down along the inside of the favourite Mubasharat Al Hassan. And then down along the rails is Shug Al Shabibia, who's right towards the back of the field with only Hanouf Al Shahib behind. Working their way then towards the end of the back straight. And it is Monthera Al Amal towards the inside. And to the outside, Fidana. They are the leading pair. They're followed some 2 lengths adrift as they begin to quicken. From in third, Maythab Al Zamili. Now in fourth on the outside, Mubasharat Al Hassan has got a little bit of catching up to do. Moves into third now, with up the inside, Shatad Al Qarnayn following. And then pushed along Shug Al Shabibia at the back end of the field, with Hanouf Al Shahib last of all. So turning for home. They've got just about 400 metres to go from this point. Fav's in trouble in third place here, Mubasharat Al Hassan. As going for home at Fidana, Fahed Al Faradi, who's already been on the score sheet here today, straightens up then 350 metres out. Second position is Monthera Al Amal, who's trying to get back on terms. Not picking them up is Mubasharat Al Hassan. And then towards the inside, Shatad Al Qarnayn. The race is going to be on for the places here. There's no doubting Fidana is going to run out a clear-cut winner of this purebred Arabian Fillies Open, running right away in the concluding stages to provide the rider Fahed Al Faradi with a double on the card. Through for second will be Shatad Al Qarnayn, only third, keeping on at the 1 pace, Mubasharat Al Hassan. And then Monthera Al Amal, the early pace setter, chasing those in. But Fidana has run out a very easy winner. And Fahed Al Faradi gets his second winner of the day. If you're on the short price favourite, I think you knew the writing was on the wall a fair way out there. Never really looked like picking up, certainly the winner, who's clocked in a time of 152.24 seconds, but a most authoritative win, and has won it by a considerable margin. 7 1/4 lengths. I think we've had that distance already today. It's another 7 1/4 length winner, with Shatad Al Qarnayn coming through to grab the second spot. Grey's 1 and 2. And there's the favourite, Mubasharat Al Hassan, back in third. Another placed effort. Close but no cigar for favourite backers there. Fidana it is that runs out a comfortable winner of the Arabian Fillies Open.
that's another one for Farhad Al-Faradi as Fidana wins this Arabian Fillies Open, race number 9 on the card, and has won it in good style. Farhad, you're seeing the greatest smile in Saudi Arabia. That belongs to Farhad Al-Faradi, who has matched his brother Adel and ridden 2 winners today, and he won't ride many that are easier than this. You could call it from a long way out. He was matching stride with Musana Al-Amal in the final bend, but was never quite able to reel in. Never quite able to reel in. Here comes the trainer as well. Look at this, absolute scenes here. This man was having brilliant moments as he came in. His headdress nearly came off. The glasses have just about stayed on. Forget it, mate. You look great. You look superb. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment. And Farhad looked comfortable all the way. Well done. That's what we like to see. Give him a fist bump. This is mental. One of the most popular winners I've seen here in Saudi Arabia in all my life. Look at this, absolutely brilliant. Great scenes all round here, and we'll grab a quick word with Farhad Al-Faradi. We know he doesn't speak much English, but he keeps riding these winners. I'm pretty sure that's 5 winners for him over the last 3 days, and he has been cooking on the proverbial gas and keeps on ticking over. His brother's very talented, but he is just as good. Look at it, you'll see this winning smile. There he is. Who am I grabbing? Look at these wonderful scenes over there. Which one speaks English is what I'm looking for. He's really enjoying this moment. It's all come through. He's gonna come through very quickly. He's gonna try and run. He's gonna try and run. Well done.
Thank you.
And 2 for Farhad Al-Faradi, who makes it a fantastic 5 this weekend at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Never really had a moment's doubt in the closing stages. The owner Khalid Saeed Al Sayed, who we saw celebrating in the closing stages, doesn't have many winners, but this clearly means an awful lot to win this Arabian Fillies Open, taking home just shy of 50,000 Saudi Riyal. Farhad Al-Faradi in the winner's enclosure again, reversing the placings. The very disappointing market leader Mubarishat Al-Hassan, who could rarely play a figure here, has only come home in 3rd. Between them, Shattert Al-Kanain towards the inside. The finishing order 1, 6, 5 and 4. Take us through the story of the race here, Rory. The favourite was drawn widest of all, had plenty of time to get across, but was always racing wide.
Yeah, never shifted from that stall's position at all, which I think, again, I mean, you look at the distance beaten and you'd say that's not the reason for it, but you don't really want to put horses in that position because you can't really move forward now because he'll have to go 4 horses wide if he's going to do it. He has to sort of stick in that pocket.
But why is he so wide?
Yeah, I mean, he could easily move in.
Easy just move in, tuck in.
Yeah, you could easily get onto the rail there, but I'm guessing when you're riding one that appears to have loads in hand, there is a tendency to underthink the race
perhaps.
tactically and think, well, whatever happens, I should win this. And again, when you're analysing beforehand, you know, in terms of what they've done before, this filly should have won the race.
Good riders would have got to the inside by now.
Yes, and again, he's stuck. He's got another horse dictating to him at this stage. Now he's in the clear, but now he's given the front 2 5 or 6 lengths. And I don't think, from what we've seen of Mubashirat Al-Hassan, not a quickener.
No.
You know, and has been up there against better horses and keeps plugging on and looks perfectly genuine. But isn't it? You can't. It doesn't really pick up when asked. And of course, when you throw the kitchen sink at them at this stage, as you have to do if you want to win the race, you leave them potentially vulnerable late in the day as well. Montera Al-Amal was a little disappointed from this point, having led early. It wasn't far in front of Fidana last week, and as I said beforehand, if you were looking for a shock here, the only horse she could be with was the top one because she was unexposed. She was well beaten in her first 2 starts, showed improvement to be 4th last week, and wasn't far behind Montera Al-Amal, who was priced up at 3-1, and she was 12-1. And at least you could argue that she might improve again. Whereas most of these, you know, they've had multiple starts. They either have shown that they're nothing special, or they've established their level already. Whereas at least with Fidana, you thought, well, you could argue she might improve. You aren't guaranteed she's going to improve, but at least there was a little bit of logic there with it. She certainly has improved, but she's been well positioned through the race as well. And again, you don't want to judge horses too quickly on a couple of disappointing early efforts when they might need the experience. She showed what she could do last time out, and having learned a bit from that, she's stepped forward again. But you have to say, pretty disappointing from our favourite, who you thought at least would run on to the second at that stage and ends up finishing out of the frame with the number 6, Shattert Al-Kanain, running on into 2nd place. And again, as we said, if you're looking for positives with her, she's only 1 from 6, as were the front 2 in the market, but her win came 2 starts ago, and at least she's shown improving form up to that point. Hit a bit of a wall last time out, but that was in a Group 3, so you can forgive that run. Obviously, in that run, she was behind Mubashir Al Hassan, but in calmer water, she's able to give her running here and step forward again. Here's our winning trainer celebrating. And that's great to see. You know, we often say that we meet a few of the locals here, and they're very, I would say, very even-tempered as a general rule. They don't get too hot. They don't get, you know, they don't tend to get angry. There's an awful lot of interesting driving here, but no road rage. But no one seems to get overexcited either. So they don't get really angry, and they don't seem to get really happy. But they do when they have a winner in a purebred Arabian race. Seems to mean an awful lot, and that's where the wildest celebrations that I've seen have come, both here in Riyadh today, and also there are quite a few celebrations. But particularly in these races, the thoroughbred races, a lot calmer generally, but the purebred Arabian races, we've seen you know, winning owners and winning trainers getting thrown in the air after races.
I'm not enjoying the Arabian races as much as last year. It seems like
no, they were a lot easier finding winners last year.
Which leads us into race number 10. Now we have a 2 to 5 market leader who is rated 120. 7 runners again for Gareth Topham to take us through this Arabian Mares and Fillies Open over 1,600 metres. Over to you, Gareth.
Yeah, fully 13 pounds superior or more is Maha Al Khalidiyah than her rivals. Will it pan out? We'll find out shortly. Number 1, Easter du Soleil, Mohamed Al Ubail takes the ride. Number 2 is General Shamar with Fabal Timiat. Number 3, Maha Al Khalidiyah, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 4 is Preciosa Al Ashai, Alexis Marino. 5 is Princess Muassaz, Naif Al Anazi. Number 6, Tagruda, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. And over the page to number 7, to Hamid Al Khalidiyah with Abdullah Al Saidi booked for the ride. We'll head down to Callum, who's going to cast his eye over the runners in the paddock.
Thank you, Gareth. I'm not going to lie to you here, I am entirely biased. There are 7 horses in this field and I care about one of them, and we will get to that horse in due course. But let's start with Esther de Soleil, horse number 1, coming towards us now. 2nd place last time out, looking to go 1 place better. Not the biggest of types, but certainly a very, very fit looking individual. She's very narrow and very effeminate here, this 5-year-old mare, but she's handling everything perfectly well. Esther de Soleil, horse number 1. We go back to horse number 2, which is Jenalat Shamar. Now, this is a completely different type. She's a big, stronger individual, carrying a fair bit of condition, but that's not so much of a concern with these purebred Arabians. She's got a lovely walk, and are similar to the selection I put up in the last race, who also had a very good walk. Hopefully, she'll go a few places better than that one. Let's go back to the talking horse of this field, Mesa Al Khalidiyah, from the same stable as Asfan Al Khalidiyah, from the sire who is Laith Al Khalidiyah, by the same sire as well. This is a bred in the purple individual, a gorgeous looking grey. She's got the rating, she's got the looks, she's going to be very, very hard to beat. Let's pull back one more. This is Preciosa Al Ashai, a nice looking individual who we know plenty about. Comes here with a rating of 107, which gives her every chance on paper. She's much of a lighter type, much more athletic than her stable companion, or owner mate, I should say, who's also in the same colours. I would imagine she's going to have major, major place claims. We go back one more to Princess Muazzaz, another horse we know plenty about, and she is absolutely gorgeous. She always stands out in the parade ring. She looks magnificent in her coat. She's got a gorgeous, typical purebred Arabian neck, and she's walking around with utter confidence. Princess Muazzaz, it'll be a tough task for her here off a mark of 88, but she has to be accounted for considering how well she looks. And ladies and gentlemen, here we come. Here we come to the most gorgeous horse in training. In my opinion, the greatest looker who's ever graced a purebred Arabian field. She is the one, the only, Tagruda, and she is by far and away my favourite purebred Arabian. I've been waiting to see her up close in the flesh for 2 years, and it has been entirely worth the wait. Here she is. She's looking for a 3rd win on the spin. She's been running in much easier contests than this. This will be harder, but team, she's going to be my paddock pick because just look at her. She is absolutely resplendent. Tagruda, horse number 6, and we've got one more to look at, Tahamiat Al Kaladir, horse number 7. Again, looks well in the coat, but I think had fitness defined. Tagruda is the one for me.
Yes, thank you, Callum. Good to see the runners in the parade ring, where we have a 2-5 market leader in the shape of Maytha Al Kaladir for Adel Al Faredi, who has very much got a penalty kick here on ratings and placement in the market. Rory, are we with or against the 3-runner here?
She's very hard to beat, but you know where we are. Here she is in action. Unlike our last favourite, she's a bit of a win machine, Maytha Al Kaladir. Having won 7 of her 11 starts, including her last 4, and here she is clearing away to get her latest victory, and she won't have to run to this level to win this. So she's hard to be against. If you want to be negative, it's all about the fact that we're seeing odds-on shots getting beaten, not any negatives about her. We weren't very happy with the ride on the last one, but you're going to get a good ride here from Adel Al Faredi.
Absolutely. This is Tagruda, not in the King George. This is the Taif Arabian Derby Prep.
Yes, colours very similar to the Judmonte colours for the Khalid Abdullah, but not quite. And you see Tagruda getting through on the inside to gain this deserved win. She kicked on a bit this season. She was pretty ordinary last year. Game. And Callum fell in love with her, but she's taken off a little bit to win her last 2 starts, and she's as game as she ever was last year, but showing better form. And she's got a rating of 106, which I never thought I would see last season, to be honest.
Absolutely. That is number 6, Tagruda, who is 4-1 second pick in the market. Double the price is number 4, Preciosa Alashai, who Callum reports to look very well in the parade ring. 3 wins from 14.
I assume Callum can hear us at the moment. I'd like to ask him. We've talked to connections. Here is Preciosa Alashai, lovely grey, just the kind of horse you do tend to fall in love with, almost like a rocking horse. But she looks very well. I'd like Callum, if he can, to speak to connections here. We've spoken to connections after a race when they landed a bit of a touch, but an outsider winning a handicap from well out of the weights. And the idea that we got from them was that they really fancied their horses this season. They'd make a big impact. So if Callum can find I think it was the assistant trainer, and get a word about the 2 of them, we've got number 2 and number 4, both representing the same ownership. So it'll be interesting to get a word before the race.
Yeah, Thurb Al-Timyat rides the 2. Alex Moreno is on the 4. Let's speak about number 7. Tahamiat Al Kaladir is a 12-1 chance. Pretty uninspiring record. Out of Layth Al Kaladir, but clearly sold on.
Yes. Decent jockey on board in Abdullah Al Saidi, who's been riding very well this season. But 2 from 31 career from Tahamiat Al Kaladir. On the ratings, she's got every chance of hitting the frame, and she's pretty consistent on the whole. But she doesn't win too many races. In fairness to her, she's often running in open races against higher rated rivals, and she usually runs her race, so I'd expect her to be in the frame.
Okay, we'll get through the players right down the bottom, 1, 2 and 5 in just a moment. Before that though, it's back to CH.
Thanks very much, team. Yes, just spoken to some connection. Firstly, Generat Shamar has been off the track for 2 years. This is a total finding out mission. They've got no idea how ready she is. The owner's number 1 choice would definitely be Preciosa Alashai. She's stepping up in trip from last time. Apparently, after that last effort, the jockey came straight in and said she needs to go further, so she's getting that step up in trip today. Connections of Tagruda, quietly confident. They are fighting for second. They've already admitted defeat. They think Maytha Al Kaladir will be too much, but they're convinced that she can run into a good place in second and pick up 19,000 Riyal in prize money. So the connections of Tagruda are looking for second, and the connections of Preciosa Alashai are hoping that Step Up and Trip can get a right bang involved here.
Okay, let's speak about those connections, because they also have number 2 here, Rory, who's coming back off a very long layoff.
Yes, and interesting to hear that rather than saying, oh yes, we've got this really ready at home and it's going to spring a shock, the word from the connections is that this is the finding out mission. They don't really know where they stand. Rated 91, but as you said, has been off the track for a long time. 2 career wins came like 4 years ago, so has plenty to prove as far as that goes. And an 8-year-old mare coming off such a long layoff, it seems to be asking a lot, but in fairness, she doesn't look in need of the run. And it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see them win and then come back and say, actually. I thought she might do that, but because it seemed the winner they had the other day had absolutely no chance on paper. Was out of the handicap. We almost just skipped over it because it was wrong at the weights, and it won easily. And then they said, "Yeah, that's what we expected to happen."
Right.
So it's the kind of thing you want to hear before the race. So I was keen for Callum to try to find out. But
yeah.
I suspect that when horses win, people tell you they thought they were going to win anyway.
Yes. Yeah. We hear that a lot here. Don't
and
we?
if you did that, I say. Which one of that was one of their horses? That was Preciosa.
Yeah.
Just colliding with a rail on the way out there. I think I'd be inclined to get her looked at the start because she's run into just the corner of the rail there, which hit her stifle, and that can be, if you catch your quarters there, I think that's perfectly okay. But the stifle can be a very delicate place. So. She's on her way to post. She looks okay, but she did sort of bounce off the rail and look a little bit unhappy for a second. So she may get looked over by the vet when she gets there, but she's going down okay at the moment. There's a little bit of drama coming out of the parade ring.
Yeah, there's only 7 of them, so it'd be easy to check over, and the outrider is right in behind Preciosa a la Shy. 2 more to talk through, Rory. Numbers 1 and 5. Easter de Soleil gets still 20 to 1 here.
Yeah, I've been running well in handicap company. It has a rating of 79, been running in not so 80 handicaps, and unsurprisingly, running well in those races. But this is a big step up to open company. Easter de Soleil is pretty consistent. She's generally thereabouts in races that she can win. I don't think this is a race she can win though. But stall 1 at least is a decent place to start from.
And the same comments would apply about number 5, Princess Muazzaz.
It might be.
Let's just see the incident again with Preciosa a la Shy. You'll see it here, the grey sort of reversing out onto the track, currently on the path, about to sharply turn right-handed, and whoa, that's going to be sore in the morning.
Actually, yeah, it's more her ribs than her stifle looking at that second time around. But still, if you get it in the ribs, it's sorer because there's nothing to cushion the blow. But she seems happy enough. But again, you'd probably want her looked over to make sure she's not bruised and unhappy at the start. But as you said, it might be sore in the morning, but it's not as serious as it might have been.
Yeah, well done to the team for turning that around quickly. I know Rory spotted it, I actually missed it. I was looking down at the next runner, of which we have 1 left to cover, which is Princess Muazzaz. Naif Al-Anazi, he seems to get the best out of the Arabians that he rides, but he's certainly up against it here.
Yeah, she's a nice mare, Princess Muazzaz, and she has improved since last season as well. She was running in very low-grade races in Taif last season, eventually won one towards the end, but she's done a little bit better since. She will give her running. She was behind Preciosa a la Shy here in March. She didn't race in Taif this summer, so she comes here fresh, but she's got work to do on the ratings, and she's had 21 starts, so there's nothing we don't really know about her. So difficult to see her improving enough to get involved. But again, she's got a good attitude. She stays further than this as well. In fact, the stiffer the test of stamina, the happier she is. We
had a 1 to 4 shot beat here on Thursday evening, but we've had 2 1 to 3 shots beaten in the whole of the campaign. Maith Al-Kaladir is now 1 to 3. Does she get beat, Rory?
That's like the old. He's taken the penalty. Does he score? Yes or no? I think she wins. But nothing surprises me here anymore. But listen, the difference between her and the previous favourite is she really knows how to win, and she's on a winning run. There's nothing wrong with her confidence either. Whereas often horses who finish second, giving their all, that can leave a mark on them when they drop in class next time. But this should be reasonably straightforward. Dear old Tagruda will do her best, but I don't think she's good enough to win.
Well, connections have told us how she's going to run and where she's going to finish. They've told us that Maith Al-Kaladir is going to win. They're going to take second, and probably Daylight's going to take third.
Jcsa Al-Kaladir will probably take third. So if you fancy a tricast,
yeah, here we go.
It's very straightforward, isn't it?
Maith Al-Kaladir for you, though.
Yes.
Maith Al-Kaladir for me. I'm pretty sure, Callum, that you're with Tagruda. Please confirm.
I am. This is totally unprofessional. I'm with the filly of my dreams. Tagruda is the one for me. Looking forward to her in this one.
Thank you, Callum. Yes. So Tagruda, no surprise to see on top of Callum's shortlist here. It's myself and Rory teaming up here with Maytha Al Kaladir. Very, very short price, but the best horse in the race, and I don't think she'll be beaten. She's a winning machine, and hopefully it's win number 8 here. Me and Rory with Maytha Al Kaladir, Callum with Tagruda. It's over to the man in the sky. It is Gareth Topham.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, 4 to 11 is the price on the international market for Maha Al Kaladir. Will be coming out of stall 6, so one of the wider runners here, but it's not necessarily a nightmare, is it? Particularly when you're by far and away the highest rated runner in the race. So the loading up process continues. Maha Al Kaladir due into 6, and Princess Muazzaz to go into stall 3. Then we'll be ready to go for this 10th race on the card, this Arabian Mares and Fillies Open, 1,600 metres in front of them. And we are just about ready to go, and they're under orders and they're away. And the slowest to break out was Princess Muazzaz, that one at the tail end of the field early. And towing them along is Preciosa Al-Ashai, with on the outside Maha Al Kaladir for company. And they're being followed by Easter du Soleil, who's down along the inside. Tuhamiat Al Kaladir is in the red colours, and then General Al-Shamar in light green. And they're being followed to the outside by Tagruda, who only has the slow to break Princess Muazzaz behind. Continuing their progress going down the far side, it looks steady enough. And it's at this point of the race where Abdulaziz Al Faradi sends the odds-on favourite Maha Al Kaladir to the front. And she's now going to try and lead it from here on in. In second position to Hamiat Al Kaladir, with back in behind them now Preciosa Al-Ashai, and to the outside General Al-Shamar. And then posted very deep around the turn is Easter du Soleil. Tagruda is at the back end of the main party as they're making the run back towards home. Princess Muazzaz now tailing off. So making the journey on into the home straight, less than 600 metres to go from this point, and Maha Al Kaladir leads by about 3/4 of a length, but Preciosa Al-Ashai moving up to try and throw down a challenge. They are kicking away from the others now as they swing on into the straight, less than 400 to run, and driven along in front now Maha Al Kaladir, trying hard to fend off the effort of Preciosa Al-Ashai, who's just drifting out towards the centre of the course, hanging badly under pressure, with in behind them Tagruda staying on, but running straight and true with 150 metres to run. Maha Al Kaladir seems to have the measure of Preciosa Al-Ashai, with Tagruda staying on back in behind them. It's going to be the 5-timer for Maha Al Kaladir. She's had to work, but she ran straighter and truer down the home straight than the runner-up Preciosa Al-Ashai. Did that cost the runner-up, I wonder? With back in behind them Tagruda. Maha Al Kaladir has gone on to land her 5th win in a row, and she's such an honest sort, isn't she? She was the highest rated in this by some way. She was actually rated 13 pounds superior to the runner-up Preciosa Al-Ashai, who's certainly run a good race in second, but didn't really help Alexis Marino in the closing stages and hung badly to the right down the home run. Maha Al Kaladir clocking a time of 1 minute 52.18 seconds, scores by 2.5 lengths to Preciosa Al-Ashai in second, and Tagruda stayed on best of the remainder back in third. But the short price favourite has gone on to win. Maha Al Kaladir registers a 5-timer.
Mesa Al Kaladir makes it 5 wins on the spin. Nasser bin Mukla, can we grab a quick word very quickly? Thank you. He's going to do it afterwards. We'll get him afterwards. They're going to do the photos first, and we'll try and grab the trainer afterwards. But let's focus first on the horse here. She's made it 5 wins on the spin, and that was very impressive. Very, very easy. Like we mentioned before, she's bred in the purple, being by Laith Al Kaladir, and she's certainly a very, very talented mare indeed. And hopefully she'll have a big future in front of her. She's now definitely going to have to step up in class, but she can keep running about in these Fillies Opens and keep doing the business. Adel Al-Faredi on board. I think that's a hat-trick for Adel now as well today. He's just been quietly ticking away with the winners, reminding us every time that everything his brother can do, he can do better. Nasser, can we grab a quick word now? Well done. Very, very impressive.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
She's so well bred, and she's clearly so talented as well.
She nice mare, and she win now in the mile. I hope inshallah she go in the next month big cup. We hope inshallah she look good today.
You have so many good horses. How do you keep them all apart?
That's work hard all day. So you have big stable, Simon Kaladia, and you work hard all day.
And yesterday night, very exciting horses after racing, galloping. Talal Al Kaladir, Afsan Al Kaladir, all the big names.
Yeah, this big name. We hope inshallah Talal and Asfan for a big cup and Saudi Cup. We look for that.
I look forward to seeing it too. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to hear from Winning Connections. It's the good thing of the day goes in Maitha Al Kaladir. We haven't had many winning favourites in the Arabian races, but she is simply too good to give Adel Al-Faredi a hat-trick here this afternoon. He rode 50 winners earlier on in the day. This is winner number 51 of the campaign. 50 winners in a day. 50 winners for the season. I mean, 51 overall. And this is the reason, Rory, why I don't believe he can be caught at the top of the Jockeys' Championship.
Because he's always going to have, he's going to have really good rides in races like this. But also, he just doesn't make mistakes.
Doesn't make mistakes.
You know, so many other. You've got a couple of very good jockeys. Obviously, Camilo Espina's coming back, and he's a very dangerous jockey at his best. Alex Moreno is very dangerous at his best, but he's a little confidence based. Whereas Adele is an Iceman, isn't he?
Absolutely. Princess Muazzaz, the first one beaten here from the stalls. An early duel, perhaps, between Maitha Al Kaladir and Preciosa Al Ashai. But as you mentioned during the race, that the two owner mates got in each other's way at the halfway stage and pretty much put on a plate for Maitha Al Kaladir.
Yes, it was a slightly odd one. You also saw Tahamiat Al Kaladir in the red colours. I thought it was going to be settled towards the end, got quite keen, and then has moved up to dispute the lead. And you end up with the General at Shamar and Preciosa Al Ashai racing together, and they end up going a little bit wide. They end up going wide of the winner, Maitha Al Kaladir, and giving each other a bump. You see, they're actually 1 and 2 off the rail at this stage, and 3rd and 4th. But yeah, I think there wasn't an awful lot of chat between them about tactics here, and you see that bump as General Al Shamar begins to weaken. Run okay on the first run from a long layoff, but yeah, I might have that another day. But once Maitha Al Kaladir is in front, you see Preciosa comes under pressure at this stage, and then under pressure all the way up the straight, she drifts under Alex, who's not. He's not riding at his best at the moment.
No.
And I think, again, you can almost see his frustration coming through here, knowing that he's unlikely to get ahead of Adele in this race, and he's unable to keep Preciosa on a straight line. I mean, he's using his whip in the correct hands, and she's hanging against him, but it must be frustrating to see yourself chasing a horse like Maitha Al Kaladir, who's not going to give it up very easily, and Preciosa more and more wayward in the closing stages, but holds on to second. And Daryl to Gruda, who's flattered by a rating of 106, but she's been running really well this season, and all she does is keep plugging away. She's a real trier, and she ends up picking up the pieces again and getting a share of that pot. Not a huge amount of money on offer for third place here, 14,250 SAR, but it all adds up in the end.
It does. It certainly does. We were just speaking a few minutes ago when Callum was interviewing Winning Connections about the best that the Connections have in their yard. Of course, Tilal Asfan would certainly be the top 2 names. She's not too far away from the best, Kasra Al Kaladir and I guess Nadim Al Mok Al Kaladir, who we didn't see at Taif this summer. She's certainly in the top 5.
Yes, and it's pretty impressive to have 5 horses rated 120 plus. Obviously, the the scale for purebred Arabians is different to the thoroughbred scale. So we're not comparing the likes of Maitha Al Khalidiyah with the Derby winners in Europe among the thoroughbreds, but in their group they are as classy.
Indeed, and Maitha Al Khalidiyah has obliged myself and Rory very much on the board there. A winner for Nath Mutlaq and Adel Al Faradi, certainly taking ownership of the day here. Not riding 50 winners in a day, 51 winners for the season, 3 this afternoon, matching the saddlecloth, and he comes home clear of the opposition. Maitha Al Khalidiyah is your race 10 winner. 2 more races coming up here on the JCSA English-speaking channel. We have a handicap back with thoroughbreds here. It is a 0 to 80, and for the penultimate time, let's get to Gareth Topham for the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, another big field coming up at this time. Looks an open heat, and number 1 is a non-runner. Number 2 is Horton of Youth, the mount of Ali Al-Mamoni. Number 3 is Rajil Abdullah Alofi taking the ride. Number 4 is Finish Liner, Rahid Al-Fayroz. Number 5, Mobham with Hab Al-Timiat. Number 6, Mudhim, Muhannad Al-Nassar. Number 7, Tafish, Salman Al-Rashid. Over the page to 8, taking names, Alexis Marino with number 9, My Code with Berto Ramos. Number 10, Carabenio with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 11 is Labib, Fahed Al Faradi. Number 12, Shawash, Yusuf Al Hussein. Number 13, Nazrawi, Khalid Al Azmi takes the ride. 14 is Rosie's Return, Mohammed Al Hubail. 15 is Riyadh Spirit with Adel Al Faradi. Number 16, Play Actor, Khalid Al Mamoni. 17 is Dubawi Delight, Eddie Castro. That one, though a non-runner, number 7, scratched 17 there, Dubawi Delight. That one does not go. 18 is Nordic Lights with Abdullah Al Credis. 19, Lucanas, Naif Al Anazi. 20 is Miyagi, Abdullah Al Odib. And 21, Barud with Rakana Al Obeid. Number 22 is also a non-runner. So 1, 17 and 22 do not go, but still plenty of them down in the paddock, and Callum's casting his eye over the field.
Thank you, Gareth. Yeah, funny races. There weren't too many that blew me away. The ones that did are a very short list. Horse number 8 is the first one we'll look at. This is Taking Names. When we talk about horses bred in the purple, Taking Names is certainly that by Arrogate. Took a long time to get going here in Saudi Arabia, with quite disappointing early on, but seemed to find his form later on this season, and certainly looks like a very good looking individual, a very smooth walking individual. I would nearly take out a bunch of jockeys coming through here, but a good looking type, well turned out. I love the quarter marks on this one. Has a good walk, certainly has to make the shortlist in a field full of horses with absolutely awful walks. We'll go back one more to horse number 9. It's the horse coming through here. This is a real exciting horse. This is My Code. Big, powerful individual. Really takes your eye out in the parade ring. Walking around really strongly. This is why Honor Code, this 4-year-old colt, he really does stand out, doesn't he? Beautiful in the coat. Carrying enough fitness in behind as well. You can see that he's got a beautiful poverty line on show. His strength in his shoulder is good as well. I like him. Short neck, powerful back, great top line. He certainly is a big pick for me. We'll go back to the other one that caught my eye as well. Very different type, but only 2 horses behind. That is Labib, who comes towards us now. Another horse who looks absolutely immaculate in the coat. Such a light walker, Labib, almost as if walking along as if he's trying to keep quiet. Really looking forward to seeing how this gelding gets on. 7 years old now, but that's not a concern to me. Carrying a wee bit of condition, but certainly big, powerful and strong. Not quite catching my eye as much as My Code, who will be the paddock eye catcher. Boys, it's number 9 for me.
Very much indeed, Callum. We've only got 10 minutes to get through these, as we are due off at 7:50 local time. And let's go through some of the leading protagonists. I know that we've had a bit of a disagreement, Rory, on number 2, Horton of Youth, who is one of the leading players in the market. 11-2 from stall 7.
Yeah, I really like Horton of Youth. I think he wins.
Okay.
Wow. I know you've. He's been a little bit in and out. I thought he was right back to form in his last 2 starts. I've noticed your comments on him were a little bit more negative than that. This is, yeah, he's been 4th and 5th in very good races the last twice.
Yeah.
and I think he's got a massive chance dropping into a not really handicap from much better races to completely dominate this field and blow them away. Weekend late went fourth in a course and distance 0-85 two back. The third from that race won here on Friday, and he wasn't at all disgraced when fifth behind the absolutely top-notch Jack Redcloud. He's been one of the finds of the season over the trip. Yeah. That was in a 2,400 metre cup race here a couple of weeks ago. He probably doesn't quite stay a mile and a half in a top-class race around here, but a mile and a quarter suits him very well. He's finished second over a mile and a half before he's dominated and just got caught close home. And I think against much less scary opposition. I mean, Jack Redcloud is what, a 110 rated horse? Mm-hmm. And here he is against horses rated 80 and less, and his main dangers are badly drawn as well.
Okay, which we'll come to. Mobham is one of those in 14. We'll leave him to one moment. Let's have a word on Taking Names, who is number 8, 5-1 in the market, and we can get some footage for Taking Names in just a few moments.
Yeah, Taking Names has been a little in and out, was back to form when runner-up last time out. Won a similar race over 1,800 metres in December. The 1,800 metres probably his best trip, to be perfectly honest, but is effective at this. Was second to Scotland Yard over that 1,800 metre trip last time out. Well beaten there, but Scotland Yard is again a 110 horse.
Let's see it in action. This is Taking Names in the green colours.
Yeah, he runs on at this stage from that position in third to grab second late on. Scotland Yard, as you can see, has absolutely strung this field out. This is open company. Look at the distances between them. Often we see them end up finishing fairly close up, but this is a good performance to finish second, even though you're a long way behind Scotland Yard. But the question is, how close should you finish to a horse like this?
And Mobham, who we were going to speak about, 9-2, best effort since his only victory. Of what we're about to see, does this indicate that a success is not too far away?
Yeah, he's been back to form in his last 2 starts. Mobham was third 2 starts ago and then backed that up. Went 2.5 lengths second to Imperial Ace and Handicap Company last time out. You see him just lose the lead here. Imperial Ace goes home strongly. The winner is unexposed here, having been a half-decent horse in the UK for Hugo Palmer and really got his act together recently. So he's clear of the third, but this is in a similar sort of race, whereas the two that we've just seen, well, the one we just seen, the one we talked about, have been running in really hot races. So I think this is a fairly solid one for the places Mobham, as long as he can get away from stall 14, which is not a given.
My Code is number 9, with Berto Ramos very much back at the top of his game the previous 48 hours for colours that we've seen earlier with My Map.
Yeah, I didn't really like My Code here. Has been a decent horse overall, but recent efforts aren't good. Better effort than for a while when fifth 2 starts back, but didn't back that up last time out. And to be honest, My Code's form has been sort of gradually regressive over the last year, and it was disappointing that he couldn't do better behind Monchois last time out.
11 Labib is ridden by Farhed Al Faradi, looking to match his brother with 3 winners today.
Yeah, a little in and out Labib, but third to Pretty Flag in a restricted race last time. Looks like a return to form, but I didn't think that was a particularly strong contest, because it was a small field and he was well drawn, and I think he ended up getting a slightly flattering performance as a result.
Okay, that is Labib, number 11. We'll jump 3 to Rosie's Return, number 14. There was an 8-1 chance here. Mohammed Al Habel, who seems to ride a lot in these colours.
Yes, Rosie's Return, another ex-British horse on show today. Back to some sort of form, went fourth to Derevo in open company last time, but was beaten 14.5 lengths there. And Rosie's Return's recent handicap form is very in and out, so I wasn't enormously tempted at 10-1, I have to say.
Riyadh Spirit is number 15 for Adel Al Faradi, looking for a 4-timer this afternoon. 6-1, key player.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting one. Better drawn than some, Riyadh Spirit in stall 4. They're trying to find the right trip. I think 18, again, another one whose ideal trip is probably 1,800 metres. The win came at that distance, didn't seem to stay when tried over the full mile and a half last time out. Was a good third over 1,600 metres, a Taif before that. And the 2,000 metres here should suit. It's probably just the upper end of his comfortable range, but should just get home. And I thought Riyadh Spirit from stall 4 was a player here.
Big stride Miyagi on screen. We'll jump down to 19, Lucanas, who seems to be the last one really with a chance here. 7-1. Quick word on Lucanas.
We'll talk about Luganas after we talk to Callum, I think.
Callum?
Thank you, team. Yes, just an update here. We are going to have a bit of a delay. The tractors are still on the track. I was just wondering, the horses were spending a lot of time walking around the parade ring, and I was trying to catch up with the team, and I've just spoken to the stewards who have been incredibly helpful, as per usual, and they've reminded me that the tractors are still on the track, so we might face a bit of a delay here. While we do have the delay, though, let me take my camera round, because we'll have a look at a horse that caught my eye very late. Horse number 12, who's just coming towards us now. This is Shawash in the pink colours with the purple or dark blue sash, however you want to call it. Shawash snuck in behind horse number 11, my other paddock eye catcher, but I couldn't notice how fit this horse looks. Take a look at Shawash. This horse looks absolutely red hot fit. I mean, might be the most fit horse I've seen today. Watch as it comes up sides here. Cameraman's doing a brilliant job just capturing. Look at the muscle definition on Shawash. That, lads, is a horse that is ready to go today.
Indeed, Callum, we were just about to discuss number 19, Rory, Luganas.
We were, yeah, quite an interesting one. Luganas was a winner in Germany over 2,200 metres for Peter Schergen. Was a respectable fourth to French claim in a mile-and-a-half contest at Type in September. Below form over 1,600 metres last time. That wouldn't be Luganas' trip though, and I think this is more suitable. I think Luganas could do okay here. Just still finding its feet. Whether today is the day, I don't know, because stole the 18 again. Naif Alanazi, is he going to try to get to the lead from stole the 18? I don't think he's going to manage it.
No, I think you're right.
So today may not be the day for Luganas, but I think this horse is more than capable of winning off a mark of 70. And a not to 70 handicap on the turf, for example, over the 2,100 metres would look something of a gift. We don't have that today, but again, just worth keeping him on the back burner.
The bell has gone for the jockeys to mount. I think we're clear of all tractors. Just trying to see him behind me. They don't go very fast. They're right the far side of the racecourse. So the tractors hopefully will be cleared very, very shortly. And the runners will be on their way to post. I think we've covered all the main players here, Rory. Is there anything at a bigger price you'd like to quickly
I'd like to talk about what a shame that Al Wali's not running.
Top runner?
Yeah. Obviously, we don't see him,
on.
but he's looked an absolute nightmare in his recent starts. He unseated Alex Moreno. He gets a P on the card. He unseated Alex Moreno 3 starts ago, rather.
It was a theme earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah, where he took a left turn out of the stalls from a wide draw and swerved so badly that Alex couldn't stay on board, which is saying something. He then did exactly the same thing on his next start, but the jockey managed to stay on board, but he finished way out the back. And he did at least run better when 7th last time out, but I was hoping for a bit of drama with him in the field today. Sadly, not to be. He's a non-runner, but he would have spiced things up a little bit.
How well can you read body language?
Better than some.
Better than some?
Yeah.
The connections of Riyadh Spirit looked very, very confident as they saw off Adel Al Faradi, as they probably would with a man of his nature. Riyadh Spirit, who is 11-2.
I'll tell you what I think was going to happen in this race.
Go on.
I think Houghton of Youth is going to lead from stall 7 and is going to win.
10, 12 lengths?
Who's riding Houghton of Youth, by the way?
Houghton of Youth is Ali Al-Mamoni.
Ali Al-Mamoni, that'll do. And I think Riyadh Spirit is the one to chase them home. I think they'll finish first and second.
Yeah, a reminder, we go with that 1 and 17 here, and also 22. So the reserve, as Gareth alluded to, 21 Baroud does get in. Okay, the runners are starting to make their way down to the 2,000 metre start, which of course is somewhere down the back straight. Of course, if it was 2,000 metres at Taif, we'll be at the entrance of the home straight, but here it's a much longer back straight, and they're making their way down to the 1.25 mile start. I think it's time to pick selections out here, Rory, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be siding with number 2, Houghton of Youth.
Absolutely. No doubt about it whatsoever. That is my selection.
Just remind us why?
Because he's got a touch of class about him. He's come back to form in his last couple of starts, albeit beaten a fair way, but those have been a much stronger contest than this, and dropping down into a 0-80 for pretty much the first time ever. I think you'll see a full return to form from Houghton of Youth, and I'll be disappointed if he's not good enough to take these. There is a slight, if you want to be negative about it, you could say maybe he's not quite the force he was last year, but I think that fundamentally he's been in races that have been tough for him, and now he's fallen to a marking him enough.
Okay, that is Houghton of Youth for Rory Delagi, 9-2 favourite. I'm going to go with the second choice here, which is Mobhem. backed up that previous placed effort when 2.5 lengths second to Imperial Ace, which we saw in the VT not too long ago. That was in a similar event just last week, only gone up £1 for that effort, so should be a contender here. For all he's not really ideally drawn. You can see the mile and a quarter start, top left of the picture, so the runners are just making their way galloping down the back straight and will be called towards the start. So I reckon we're about 5 minutes away from the off here. We'll remind you with the markets, Houghton of Youth 9-2, now matched by Mobhem. So we've got the joint favourites here in the studio, taking names at 5-1 third pick with Riyadh Spirit 11-2. It's a very congested market, particularly at the top. Lucanas at 7-1, Labib at 8-1, Rosie's Return 8-1, 10-1 My Code, 16-1 Mudhim, likewise the same price for Carabino and Shawash. It is 20-1 and bigger the remainder. A very big thank you to all the fans and punters tuning in today on the YouTube channel, and thank you very much indeed for the comments. We did have one comment previously. My nomination was Maytha Al Khaladir to beat Tagruda and something else. Wasn't too far away from the TriCast there, but thank you very much indeed for everybody getting involved here. Of course, remember to write in English because we don't really have time to translate everything here. But a few good lucks and a few good results here throughout the afternoon. Of course, we're approaching the final hour of the show here on the JCSA English channel. We will be back, of course, next Thursday, Friday and Saturday, but before the end of the programme, still 2 races to go. Myself and Rory taking each other on at the top of the market here. 9-2 joint favourites, Houghton of Youth for Rory, Mobhem for me, Callum Helliwell. What do you like in the penultimate race?
I can't have either of them, team. I can't have either. Houghton of Youth? Rory, what are you doing? This horse is famous for just running well for a long way and getting very tired. Hopefully I'm wrong and you can have yourself a winner, but I couldn't go anywhere near Houghton of Youth at Riyadh. If we were at Taif, I'd be very intrigued, like the Okaz Cup, a race like that. That's where Houghton of Youth thrive, but I could not have him in this one. I'm sticking with My Code, which I know Rory won't like because I know he's not keen on this horse's chances at all, but My Code will be the play for me. I think Shawash just looks absolutely incredible, really red raw fit, so hoping that Shawash can run a big race as well. That horse jumps out of stall 20 though, which will be a concern, but you know, we're going over a longer trip today, so we're going to take a little bit easier to get across. Horse number 9, My Code, is going to be the play for me. By Honour Code, still only a 4-year-old, still entire. Looking forward to seeing how that horse gets on. I just think he's really grown up into himself. I remember him fleetingly from last season, but I just didn't remember him being that much of an eye-catcher in the parade ring, and he's got the ageless Wigberto Ramos in the saddle as well, so hopefully that is a combination that can be successful. Carabino, horse number 10, is a horse who has a massive reputation from Sir Mark Prescott's rattled off an unbelievable winning streak over in England on Suzzle on the Tapeta, and not on the Tapeta, on the Fibre Sand, I think. He was a horse that absolutely dominated that for a while. I think he had his own race course. I think he had his own article in the Racing Post written about him. He was that good, Carabino, but this will be a bit too tough for him. I thought Labib looked really well in the prelims as well. A tall, athletic type, certainly one to keep on the right side of. And Taking Names, the horse with the brilliant pedigree. I'll just be hoping that that horse can take a step forward today, having been arguably quite disappointing at the beginning of his Saudi career. They're down at the bottom of the chute for this 2,000 metre start, and Gareth Topham can take us through this penultimate contest.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. The stalls will be brought together once the last of the runners are through. And the runners then circling behind the starting stalls. Several of them in the middle. They're just being attended to late down at the start. The ones receiving late tack adjustments, and plenty of the connections there looking on with anticipation towards this 11th race, this 0-80 handicap. We've got a big field. A reminder once again of those who don't run: numbers 1, 17 and 22. And Mobhem and Houghton of Youth up at the head of the betting here on the international markets. 9-2 joint favourites, with Taking Names at 5-1. Riyadh Spirit, could it be a 4-timer on the card for Adel Al Faraidi? He's got one in the last as well. That one's at 11-2. 7-1 Lucanas, with an 8-1 Labib and Rosie's Return, and it is at 10-1 and upwards at the other runners. Wide open affair. As you can see, they're down at the 2,000 metre starting point, which is right down the bottom end of that chute. And they'll go the full length, basically, of what the track has to offer here at Riyadh. From that chute all the way down the back straight, and then left-handed into the home straight, and about another 400 metres then to the winning post. And as they load up, first couple slotting into line, and I thought Taking Names could go quite well here. Alexis Marino taking the ride. I thought that was a return to form last time out. The draw possibly a little bit off-putting in stall 16. Hopefully Taking Names can get out quite quickly here and edge across safely. As one thing we see once again here in Riyadh, the loading up process, they don't mess about, do they? And in they go pretty swiftly. The 20 horse heading in, that's Miyagi, drawn right across towards the inside here in stall 2. Nordic Lights will have the rails position to go from at the start here. Still out of line, is due into stall 1, but we are down to the final 6 or 7 runners here to head into the stalls as we see them from bird's eye view. Horton of Youth, Rory's pick, blue and white colours, just about to slot forward into stall 7, and will be followed into the starting stalls by Nasraoui, who's right on the outside here in stall 19. It's a very dark cab for the rider on Nasraoui. And the first set of the famous silks, the green and red, green cap here, Taking Names. Down to the final couple to load them. Nordic Lights is out of line, and so too is My Code. They will be the last two. So we're about 6 minutes or so behind. We had a small delay coming into this race. The tractors were on the course a little longer than anticipated. And the last one to head into the starting stalls is My Code, Wigberto Ramos on board, and we're just about set, and they're away. Off and racing then, and pushing forward. There goes Taking Names on the outside here in that green coloured jacket. Is going to edge across and be one of the front runners as they settle themselves down. Prominent as well is Horton of Youth in the early stages, and deeper out is Finish Liner. They are the leading wave of 3, chased a couple of lengths further back by Rosie's Return, and then over towards the inside of that one runs Mudhim in the turquoise coloured jacket, and then positioned a little bit deeper out is Shawash, who's in the mauve with the white sash, and over towards the inside running next is Miyagi as they continue their progress going down the back straight. Baroud is well back at this stage with Nordic Lights, and also Tafish, another one with a few more in front than behind, and also Nasraoui right towards the back end of the field, and also My Code right towards the back as well, and Play Actor probably just about the overall back marker. They're pretty well stretched out as they now prepare to exit the back straight. And it is Horton of Youth and Ali Al-Mamoni showing in front by a neck over the sweetly travelling Taking Names, who's a very close second. They are 3 lengths in advance of Rosie's Return, who's turning the corner back in third. Another handful of lengths then back to, on the outside, Riyadh Spirit in that dark green coloured jacket trying to step closer. Mobhem is racing next in the blue and white half jacket, and then Carabenio over towards the inside as they race back for home. Taking Names taking control here. Taking Names, and Alex Marino straightens up, less than 400 metres to go, and it's this one's to lose. Running on well down the centre is Riyadh Spirit to now go second, and they're being followed down the outside by, looks like staying on from a long way back, in behind runners My Code. This is a 1-horse race. It's all about Taking Names. Taking Names is clear. He's going to win this by 7 or 8 lengths, can afford to ease down. Home for second will be Riyadh Spirit, and through for third it was Miyagi staying on to take third. Fourth across the line looked like Tafish, who put in some good late work, and a blanket for the minors in behind those. It's gone to Taking Names who looked to be on the way back last time out and has built on that with a stylish win tonight, and in the hands of Alexis Marino wasn't really in any bother from the home turn, where this horse quickly got past the long-time pace setter, and from then on in never really looked back. And a little salute to the race goers here from Alexis Marino. He looks delighted with that. And a well-deserved pat down the neck for Taking Names, who clocks a time of 2:08.35 seconds and wins by a long way. Across the line in second is Riyadh Spirit, Adel Al-Faredi having to settle for second best, and they were followed home in third by Miyagi, who put in some decent late progress, and Tafish likewise, that one back in fourth. Again, the winning distance has been a bit of a theme today, 7 1/4 lengths, and Taking Names has taken them apart in our penultimate race on the card.
This is really nice to see. This is a really nice horse, Taking Names. There aren't many Sons of Arrogant running around anymore. That sire gone far too soon. But lovely to see the connection, especially this very, very special young man who will be standing with the horse as well, which is lovely to see. Oh, lots of special young men joining us for this moment as well. Lovely to see this winner, Taking Names, who is bred in the purple, has taken a long time to adapt to Saudi racing, but has done it well today. He looked to be the type to be improving, one of the shortlisted horses in the parade ring, and has just about justified that support there. The girth has just come off that one. Alex doing the steering. That's a double for him. It's been a day of doubles and trebles. Alex riding a double, Adel riding a double, Adel riding a treble, Farhad riding a double, Mohammed Al-Daham riding a double. All the big names riding doubles. The cream truly rising to the top, and Alex Moreno is certainly the cream of this group, the cream of the crop, as he gets his hat and stick away. Gets onto the scales. Will he have to remove his number cloth? Will he have to take off the number cloth? We wait. He has to take off the number cloth. We knew it was coming. That comes down now, and now we'll get the proper weight. We wait. 60.5, 60.6. He is okay, I think. Everything seems positive. Moreno just pick up his hat and stick. Alex, 2 winners, well done.
Well, I'll be back again, thank you.
Taking Names is a lovely horse, just improving with his time in Saudi Arabia.
Well, he was running good, and today he improved good performance. So it was beautiful today to ride.
He truly was an Alex Moreno special. He just flew away on the turn.
Well, maybe he liked my style, I like them, So, yes, congratulations to everyone.
You clearly like his style as well. The two of you look very good together there. Nice and easy victory for this horse.
Well, yes, and how he can keep in that performance,
Hopefully you can. Have you got one more ride today? You in the last?
Yeah, I hope I can do it.
Hopefully you can get that treble. Well done.
Thank you, Harry.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Alex Moreno once again. Winner earlier on Wadatak Allah, and winning here in tremendous style on Taking Names, who was a long, long way behind Scotland Yard last time, was a long, long way clearer of this lot. And with Houghton of Youth fading on the inside, Taking Names went to the front and went clear as Riyadh Spirit eventually got up for second place. It was Miyagi, Abdullah Al-Odib from stall 2 who took third, and to Fish with some nice late progress, as Gareth said in the closing stages of commentary, to finish in fourth. We always say it, Rory, that Alex seems to ride with much more confidence once he's had a winner. Clearly the best horse in the race here.
Yes, that was, as we said, a return to form last time out. Despite getting slammed, was it 14 and a half lengths by Scotland Yard last time out, but in the lead straight away. To be honest, I was in massive trouble here, even though Houghton of Youth gets to the front. I thought he would pop out the stalls, get to the reel quickly and dominate, but he hasn't actually managed to get past Taking Names for an age. And you also had Speed Out Wide from Finish Liner there. And once Howden of Youth has to come off the bridle to get to the lead, then he leaves himself nothing for the finish.
Yeah.
What he wants to do is get an easy lead, sail along, fill himself up, and finish it off.
And not be headed.
Yeah, not be well, exactly. But because he's had to work to stay on the lead here, I knew that he wasn't gonna win. I hope he might hang in there for a place, but that's irrelevant, to be perfectly honest, in the grand scheme of the competition. And Taking Names immediately looked the likeliest winner. Finish Liner obviously was the other one up there, but doesn't have the form really to compete, and dropped out fairly shortly afterwards. And you've got a few running on to pick up the pieces later on.
Well, look at Riyadh Spirit. Look, bottom right of the picture, green jacket is probably 10, 12 lengths behind Taking Names.
I didn't really understand how Riyadh Spirit got parked so wide from stall 4, but I wasn't really watching the early stages. Again, I get a chance to look back at the start. But Riyadh Spirit runs on into 4th place here, made a big mid-race move and runs on well to the line. That was my alternative selection in the race, and has run a really good contest. But I thought stall 4 would be more helpful. Carabeno looked like he was going to get into it on the rail for a while, but just gets squeezed out a little bit coming around the bend, and doesn't really fancy it much after that, as Callum said. Back in the day, he won 6 on the trot in the UK for Sir Mark Prescott, but it's not quite the same horse. And you just see finishing on the outside. I believe that's Miyagi coming from off the pace. And you never see Tafish at any point in the race, but he runs on also to pick up the pieces and finish 4th, getting himself a little bit of prize money as well. 12,000 Asar for 4th place, 18,000 for 3rd, but it was 60,000 to Taking Names. Another win in the colours of Fayhan Almondale and Sons.
Taking Names winning the 11th race on the programme. We come to the last, which is a very valuable looking non-winners of 4 event. No maidens here. 8:15 is the off time. It's under 10 minutes away, but we are catching up time thanks to the delay to the previous race. And for the last time, we can get to Gareth Topham with thanks for the final set of runners and riders.
Mark, thank you. The runners headed by Al Wazir, horse number 1 with Fahed Al Faradi. Number 2 is Mankiata Doro, Adel Al Faradi. Number 3, Tabaretta, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 4, Flying Spirit at Sultan Al Mamoni. 5 is Wanham, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 6 is Al Fahab, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Over the page to number 7, Arabic Welcome with Ali Al Mamoni. Number 8 is Bashawat Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 9 is Karachi. This is the current favourite, the mount of Alexis Marino, who looks for a treble on the card. 10 is Drawing Clocks, Fawas Wanas. 11 is Loch Durg, Abdullah Al Credis. Number 12, Mr. Raj, Mohammed Al Hubail. And over the page, scratch 13, 14, Mistrix, the mount of Mohammed Al Nassar. So number 13, a non-runner, and that leaves us with 13 to contest our finale. It's back to Callum in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Gareth. Yes, cracking non-winners of 4 contest here. You don't see too many of them. And let's start with horse number 3, Tabaretta, for Jimmy Jerkins, who is looking for another winner today. Jimmy had a very impressive winner earlier on in the card, and I thought Tabaretta looked magnificent in the parade ring. A complete opposite to the Jimmy Jerkins horses we've seen earlier on today. This horse is absolutely narrow built, very athletic, not a lick of condition on this horse either, and just walking around in really good fashion. Let's get a good look at Tabaretta here. You can see this is a real fit individual. Looking forward to seeing how this horse gets on. Let's go back a couple just to Flying 1M, horse number 5. This is another one that caught my eye here. Abdullah Al Hussein on board, very talented apprentice jockey. Plenty of people in the crowd seem to be liking this horse's chances as well. A little bit warm here in the prelims, horse number 5 here, 1M, but certainly looking like an interesting type, looking for a 3rd career win. We're going to go right back here to horse number 9 in this field. Now, this is the Prince Sound runner, Nicholas Bachelard, doing the training. You know you can never discount a Nicholas Bachelard horse, and this is Karakuchi, who is just coming towards us now. Karachi, I should say, this horse coming through. A very good looking individual here. Brightness coming off the coat, typically well turned out by this team. Alex Moreno in the plate, looking for the treble. Now the owners haven't had too much luck this week, and neither had the trainer. Can this horse end the Baron spell? Bachelard looking for his 1st winner of the week. The bell has already gone, jockeys are out, Fowers runners have just burst past me. Let's look for horse number 11, Loch Durg. Here we go, this is a horse that's clearly got that gorgeous pedigree. out of the European style pedigree for Lochderg. But walking out nicely this grey, I imagine this horse is going to come forward for the last run. Still not looking particularly fit, still looking a bit bulky, but certainly willing to give this horse another chance after a good enough last run last time out, but certainly wasn't blowing anyone away. And then we go to the final horse here, horse number 14, Mistrix, who is just coming towards us now. This is another horse that I thought looked very fit in the prelims and one that would have to make anybody's shortlist. Irish-bred individual by Vadamos. Good to see a Vadamos runner here, now standing as a jump stallion over in Ireland at Grange. So good to see this horse number 14, Mistrix, making a start here, looking for a second career win.
Thank you very much indeed, Callum. I think we need to get through some of the leading players on form clues, starting with Tabaretta, Rory, one of the Red Stable runners here for Jimmy Jerkins and North Amadiani.
Yeah, Tabaretta caught a little bit of a tartar last time out, running on very well to finish second to Mr. Trinket, but Mr. Trinket is a real tool on his day, and Tabaretta continuing a really good run of form here. In finishing a game second.
This is my map, isn't it, from earlier?
Yes, we saw that piece of form earlier on, and it's Mr. Trinket that gets up the inside to win narrowly. Tabaretta did nearly enough to win.
Okay, next horse we're going to see is Al Wazir. This was a long time ago.
Yeah, but this was a local Group 1, so a very good piece of form. You'll see that the two who fight this out are Bader in the one of the ones in the yellow colours, and Wait to Excel also in the yellow colours on the inside. Bader was a massive improver last season. Al Wazir comes from quite a long way off the pace to finish fifth, but this is one of the warmest races of the season. Bader, who wins, I think he was rated 110 here. So again, we're looking at some very good horses. He needs to improve a little bit on this, Al Wazir, but it's still a solid effort.
This is Karachi now. This is the debutant last time, second start for new owners.
Yes, Karachi having, as you said, the second start for Prince Saud. Runs a solid race to finish second here. This is a weaker race than the other two that we've seen, but this is a Saudi debut, and it was a pleasing enough debut for Karachi, who had previously finished in the frame in a Group 3 at Dundalk. Interestingly, this very same Group 3 at Dundalk that Lochderg was placed in before coming here as well.
And what did you make of Lochderg in the paddock? 'Cause I know you wanted to keep an eye on him.
I thought he looked fit.
Yep.
He definitely wasn't fit last time. The one thing you could see there, Callum said, he's quite bulky. You could see the poverty lines. And Callum, who's the expert in this, will explain to us what poverty lines are and he can confirm whether I'm right in saying that you could see poverty lines on this horse, usually a sign of fitness, and I'm inclined to take a chance on Lochderg, who is a classy sort. Placed in a Derby trial for Aidan O'Brien back in the day behind the Derby favourite, Bolshoi Ballet.
Bolshoi Ballet, of course. Mr. Raj, we should highlight as well to complete the top 5, 9-2, Mohammed Al Habel, perfect draw today.
Yeah, Mr. Raj can't really have any excuses from the inside stall and has run very well. Doesn't have a great win record. He's only won from 18, but in the frame in his last 2 starts has the ideal draw here and should be in the money, but I think he'll struggle to win.
Okay. You do realise how important the coveted second place is with the selection competition.
Are you telling me I shouldn't be tipping Lochderg here against...
I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say make sure you get it right.
Right, okay. Well, listen, here's the ratings for this contest, and of course there is a sort of a penalty structure as well. So Al Wazir is rated 100, Karachi is rated 101. Al Wazir is giving 4 kilos to Karachi. So Karachi is clearly the one to beat on the ratings. Didn't run to 101 here last time out. It's worth mentioning that.
Yeah.
But the 101 is based on his Irish form for Aidan O'Brien. So that is essentially a mixture of turf and polytrack form.
Yeah.
I think he might get closer to his form on a second start here, but I think he needs to step up a little bit to do that. And although Lochderg's only rated 91 now, he was at least the equal of Karachi in his day. He's had quite a long time off the track, and I thought he shaped really well for a long way, given how unfit he looked here last time out. And I think Lochderg could come forward. Stall 13 is not ideal, but Karachi's a stall 12. And Al Wazir doesn't have an awful lot of early pace in stall 3. Maybe Tabaretta is the one that we're missing out on. Rated 99. But also got the 62 kilos, so giving weight away to most of the other runners.
Yeah, that's kind of the way I looked at this race. I thought that Karachi was a weak favourite. I don't think has as good a form as the others that you've highlighted, particularly in this country. The stable clearly aren't at the top of their game at the moment. Alex Moreno is looking for the hat-trick, but one or two of these other riders also in search of more winners today. I like Tabaretta for North Amudiani, who is looking to add to his earlier winner. Jimmy Jerkin's in good form of late and has some very, very useful form, particularly a next second here in Cup company last time.
Yeah, as I said, Tabaretta's been in very, very good form of late. And is absolutely certain to show his form. I tend to want to call Tabaretta a she with a name like that,
yes.
But is a gelding. The 4-year-old been running very well of late, and it's difficult to kick that one out of the frame, I would say.
I agree. All colts and geldings here, bar Mistrix, the mare right down the bottom. So, Rory, the final race, a chance to take a clear second from Callum. You're going to be with number 11, Loch Dirk here.
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay, I'll go with the other red stable runner, that is Tabaretta. So we've got a 3-1 chance and a 13-2 chance in the finale. Callum, what do you like in the last?
Oh, Mark Francis, I'm going to join you with Tabaretta here. Just thought she looked I've fallen into the trap. He looked the best in the parade ring, this son of Dabawi. And yeah, this is going to be my pick as well, joining you up with the Jimmy Jerkins runner, Tabaretta, choice of the paddock, pick of the yard is going to be that runner for me. I'm interested to see how 1M gets on as well. I thought that horse looked very good. Mansita Doro, with a late arrival in the parade ring, but looked well, looked athletic, and certainly no issues there. The poverty line, we'll have a chance to get, maybe next week we'll have a chance to get a good look at a horse with a very strong poverty line. I have my doubts about Loch Dirk, but Rory's right, the poverty line was on show. He's just a big, bulky character, but we saw a horse like Charon this season on the flat, very, very similar. Never really looking red raw fit, but always running at a high level. I think Loch Dirk will come on from that decent effort last time, and arguably, I think I wouldn't be remiss to say this is an easier race. Karachi, no one going for that horse. I thought that horse looked very well in the prelims, but Nicholas Bachelard has been out of luck recently. So I'm going to stick with Tabaretta, me and Mark Francis, hoping to end the night on a high. Gareth Topham, it's all yours.
Cheers, Callum. Karachi then 9-4 in the international betting market, with Tabaretta at 3-1, Mr. Raj at 9-2, Al Wazir 5-1, 6-1 Loch Dirk, Mankiata Doro at 8-1, and it is 20-1 and upwards the other runners. So they're about to head behind the stalls for this final race on the card. First couple heading in, Al Wazir and also Mr. Raj. Karachi is due to head into stall 12, so will be pretty wide. The next one to slot forward will be Mistrix. Muhaddin Al Nassar taking the ride. I remember calling Mistrix home at York a few years ago as a juvenile, but having a fair career over in Saudi Arabia these days. One or two of these names will no doubt be familiar to British viewers. Arabic Welcome, who was bred by Godolphin. Wanham, that one raced over in the UK as well. Several of them did, and as they continue to slot forward at a rate of knots here, already down to the final few. Loch Dirk about to take up position. Son of Galileo, and he's a pretty light grey horse as well, is Loch Dirk. With Mankiata Doro slotting in, and Tabaretta as well. We're just about ready then, final race of the night here in Riyadh, and they're off and racing. Breaking out well, Flying Spirit, and through along the inside and running handily as well, Mr. Raj from stall 1. Mr. Raj then moving through with up towards the outer Al Wazir now in close proximity, and just tucking in behind them Flying Spirit, who's also now headed by Tabaretta. And then a little wider out on the track is Al Fahab, who's not too far off the speed, and deeper still comes Mistrix, who's going to get a view of the front as well. That one on the left-hand side, yellow cap, sheepskin noseband. On the wide outside through these early stages runs the grey Loch Dirk as they link up with the course proper. Back through the field then to Mansiata Doro, and that one at present racing in company with Karachi. And that one racing quite wide out on the track as they continue their progress going down the side. Drawing Clocks is right at the back end of the field. Wanham a couple of lengths in front of that one, and is upside's Arabic Welcome as they continue their run going down the back and on towards the halfway stage. Mr. Raj over towards the inside of Al Wazir, the white cap. Yellow cap out a bit deeper is Mistrix, and 4 wide heading around the turn is Loch Derg. They're being followed by Tabaretta, who's travelling well. Up onto the heels of the leading couple now. Flying Spirit is over towards the inside. Chasing those is Karachi in the blue cap as they're now making the journey back towards the final 400 metres. And Al Wazir, Fahed Al Faradi, travelling strongly towards the outside. Takes over now from the driven along Mr. Raj. The danger could well be Tabaretta, who's now up into a dispute of second place and now moves up very quickly to challenge for the lead. Down the home straight, Karachi gets a split along the rails and tries to go off after the leader. It gets very tight there, and Mr. Raj was boxed in. Flying Spirit came quite close together with that one along with Karachi as they now move off in pursuit of Tabaretta. But Tabaretta's got 3 lengths in hand over Karachi and Flying Spirit as they head towards the line. And now if Al-Mudiani will get a double on the card, and so too Jimmy Jerkins. Tabaretta wins the last by 3. Second place, that will go the way of Karachi. Through for third will be Flying Spirit. They came a long way clear of Loch Derg in fourth. The home straight replay will be of interest, no doubt, but Tabaretta has in the end come well clear, was in front and out of trouble in the hands of Nawaf Al-Mudiani, who records a double on the day, as does trainer Jimmy Jerkins. These very familiar red and white silks once again in the winner's enclosure as this son of Dubawi, ridden out towards the line, comes home comfortably ahead in our nightcap. It did get a little bit tight in behind. The second and third both had a bit of a coming together with Mr. Raj, who has done no favours and was shuffled back. The guys will review that shortly. But as we see them over the line, Tabaretta winning in a time of 2:07.89 seconds. Karachi for second, beaten 3 3/4 lengths. And Flying Spirit across the line in third place in our final race.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Gareth, for your very hard work this afternoon and now evening here in Riyadh. 12 races done and dusted here at meeting 51, and another winner for the Red Stable as Tabaretta takes our final race. A winner for myself and Callum, a very good way to sign off.
Yeah, I'm going to get that right because I've got it wrong plenty of times before. He looked very good in the prelims. Not the typical Jimmy Jerkins type, but not carrying so much condition. Looked red raw fit and certainly looked that on the track too.
And you've taken second place in the selection competition. I'm so sorry, Rory.
Well, after Rory put up Houghton of Youth, I think I deserved the second place there. I couldn't believe that horse getting a selection from you. We're not at Taif anymore, Rory.
Oh, ye of little faith. He's run well here before, but he's not quite. He was never going to win that the way the pace panned out in the race, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
It certainly does. It's been, as I say, another really good day here at Riyadh, and most of the riders that have won races have won more than once. Abdullah Al Farouz, obviously the one exception to that, and Camilo Ospina is back here next week. So let's talk about some of the riders that have been successful here today, including Abdullah Al Farouz, who is Rory's highlight. I guess we should start with you, Rory. Edat taking the big race of the day. That was race 7.
Yeah. Edat looked to have a very good chance in that contest based on what she'd achieved on her previous start. But the filly that she beat into third last time out give her a really tough race this time, Shajwa. But it was another really classy performance from Edat. Not only the class that she showed last time, again got a similar sort of break, sat handy, travelled very well on the front end. But she didn't get it easy this time. She had a big challenge thrown down by Shajwa, and she had to dig deep and show that she had guts as well as class. But she gutsed it out, and she showed her class as
Jimmy's
well.
Gonna come after he's done
and
the
fully
first.
deserving that second cup in a row.
And we said earlier that there aren't many better white stable runners in the yard at the moment, are there?
No, there are one or two, but they've got a fair number of good horses around that sort of age group who are rated 100 plus. And we did have that really good Group 1 at the end of the season, which had about 6 or 7 white stable runners, which they eventually won in slightly controversial circumstances. But yeah, she's been at north of 100. Leila Doro, who is doing really well in Taif, but is equally effective here, is maybe the star of the show in terms of that group with a very high rating. And yeah, that's a horse that I'm really looking forward to seeing next time.
And we might see with Camilo Ospina aboard, of course, who is back here next week. We're looking forward to that, aren't we?
Yeah, we've been missing Camilo here, haven't we, in the last couple of weeks. But he has been on a bit of a break, but coming back and looking to come back firing as well. I think we're going to see some fireworks next week.
Of other jockeys to pick out today, I guess if your surname's Alfaradi today, Callum, you've done pretty well.
The Alfaradi family is flying right now, aren't they? Unbelievable day for the team. Hat-trick for Adele, double for Farhad as well. Farhad, the second purebred Arabian, well, his second winner, the first of the purebred Arabian winners, was hugely, hugely impressive. So easy.
And his good record in juvenile races seems to continue. Of course, 2 in the thoroughbred races today, both those 2-year-olds, and a 3-year-old in the Arabian races as well. Mohammed Al-Daham with a double here today. Ajwadi, certainly the pick of those.
Yeah, he continues to go about his work quietly but effectively, Mohammed Al-Daham. He seems to knock in a winner or two every other day at the very least, and he's clinging on in the title challenge as well. And he's one of the, certainly in the top 3 of the local jockeys, and a very safe pair of hands. He doesn't make many mistakes either.
And Yadar much earlier as well in race 2. The ownership are going very well at the minute, and particularly with their sprinters.
Yeah, connections we're very familiar with in the UK as well, but the horses here, all with Thamer Al-Dahani, and Thamer is he's a great interviewee. He does very, very well indeed with his horses, and they're going to go into the spring firing on all cylinders as well.
Well, as you'll see, we are delighted to be joined by Jimmy Jerkins between us. Jimmy, a winner in the last race there, Tabaretta, you must be delighted.
Yeah, he's been in good form. You know, we've been flip-flopping with him 1,600, 2,000, 1,600, 2,000. And I thought he was going to get a little confused by it, but he's handled everything great. He
Take a thought
I'm
there.
sorry.
You've got to share mine one then.
He's been very consistent this year, but you can see it changing him. He's gotten bigger and stronger, and he used to get pretty nervous, and he seems like he's settled down. So he's been pretty tractable, and looks like he can do just about anything right now.
If he says he could do anything, where might we see him next?
Well, I don't know about that. We got to. Just take a race at a time. But it looks like he's improving in increments. He's doing it the right way, and he's keeping his wits about him, and he's staying sound, and he's staying strong, and that's what you want to see that. To try to ensure that they improve a little bit.
Speaking of sound, I know you spoke to Callum earlier. Finest sound was very impressive earlier in the card.
Yeah, that was good to see. He kind of. He was knocking on the door a little bit last year, but couldn't quite, just wasn't coming down the stretch, just wasn't really finishing up to par. But he just, the vacation he had did him well, and we didn't get him going earlier in Taif because we didn't really want to run him there because of the track being so deep, and we tried to time it to where he would be good and fresh for the Riyadh season, and it's starting off good.
Is he liable to go on turf next time, or is there anything suitable for him close to hand?
Well, that's a good thing to fall back on because that's where he made his reputation, of course. So, but to see that he can do both is, that's great. We might run him one more time before the turf. I don't know. We'll have to take some discussion with the owners, with Prince Faisal, and see which way we want to go.
And that owner was here today as well. We saw Prince Faisal actually Prince Faisal's son, I think it was, make an appearance today, and one of the big hitters. And it's great to see the train at the stable banging in the winners when all the big names are actually here.
Yeah, we're hitting pretty good right now, but just got to keep it up. Got to keep the horses healthy, and got to don't over race them if you can help. Sometimes the programs don't work out in your favor in that regard, so sometimes you have to run a little more often than you'd like, but it's all they're holding up good so far, and just like I said, we haven't had anything over raced, so they should be able to be good and strong from now till the end of the meet.
Breeders' Cup has been a conversation of a major topic of conversation in Britain and Ireland and all of Europe. What did you make of the meeting? I know you mentioned a good friend of yours had that short price horse beaten in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile as well.
Yeah, well, that horse, I was a little skeptical of him. He showed good talent, but he didn't have much experience. Both his wins were just going to the lead on super fast, speed favoring tracks, and you don't get much seasoning from that. And sure enough, what happened? He stumbled at the gate and couldn't handle the dirt hitting him in the face, and he kind of was confused, and that was it. But he's a very good horse, and I'm sure we'll hear from him next year.
And talk about dirt hitting in the face. I think City of Troy is a horse that we were all so keen to see go. Were you confident for the beginning, or did you always have your doubts about him?
No, I kind of thought he really had to be something super special to do that. And like I said, you know, if any trainer's going to pull that off, it'd be him. But I thought he really. I don't know. It's just awful tough to do. You know, I didn't really see a Giant's Causeway there. So, but
don't tell Aidan.
I know, to be perfectly honest with you, but you know, that's a tough go. But he didn't run terrible. But he just, you know, that was asking a lot.
A couple more questions for you, Jimmy. I guess one of those is, how is the translation barrier with some of the jockeys? I know you use North Amudiani a lot. Just a word on Norwif.
Well, it's tough. I mean, if I didn't have people with me, Dr. Abdullah and Ibrahim and Raju, that all work for me, that speak both languages good, and I don't know what I'd do. I'd be lost. There's no question about that. So yeah, I'm trying to pick up a few things, but it's tough. I'm not. I can speak Spanish pretty good, but outside of that, it's a tough language to pick up. That's for sure.
And finally, I know it's a little way till declaration stage, but are there any of the big guns that we can expect to see in the next couple of weeks?
We're trying to get my Franco going.
Yeah.
We're undecided. We'll decide on Monday if we're going to put him in for the weekend. DeReva will probably run back. I don't know, who else do we have? We'll go to Jack. We're going to wait for the turf with him, because it looks like it's a waste of time to run him on the dirt, what he's been doing on the dirt. But outside of, am I missing somebody? Was it somebody you were thinking of?
Well, DeReva was who I was thinking.
Yeah, he's gonna. Well, there's a race. There's an open race going 2,000 next weekend, and we don't know. The other outfits, the other trainers for the Red Stable have some also. So it's the thing we got to figure out. No sense, you know, it doesn't make sense to run 3 or 4 in there. You know, unless you're in the spot where one might be in the spot where a couple of them need to run, so they'll run together, like Mike Frankel, and I think Wooten Son's might be running for Abdullah. So yeah, it's just we just have to do a lot of talking and thinking between now and Monday to see which way we're going to go. But yeah, Mike Frankel's about ready to go, and DeReva, well, you know, he won nice here a couple of weeks ago, and he's doing great, and he can run right back. So we should be in pretty good shape.
Jimmy, thanks very much for your time. Just wait for us there as we're about to sign off here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. From myself, Callum and Rory, we thank you very much indeed for joining us here on the JCSA English channel. We'll be back here to do it again next week, won't we?
Very much looking forward to that.
Group 2 race next week as well, so we get some really exciting cup races and group races, Pattern Company starting, so looking forward to it.
From myself, Callum, Jimmy, Rory, and of course Gareth, our commentator from the afternoon. I've been Mark Francis. Thanks very much indeed for watching here. The last 3 days here, done and dusted. We'll be back next week, next Thursday. We'll see you then.